Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the very first episode of the Avatar Rewatch. I am Nick Gibson. Joining me is my great buddy, Jared from Comics League. Say hi, buddy.
What's up? I know that if this were live, you'd be dropping an F off Bard clip right about now.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm trying to keep at least this one a little bit PG-13, given
All
our
right.
subject matter. So we're
All
doing a rewatch of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the animated show from Nickelodeon. I've seen it like a bunch of times. I'm really familiar with it, but this is Jared's first time. So what we're gonna do is kind of like start from the beginning of the show and kind of work our way there. Just kind of talk about what we liked. Jared, what were your first impressions on this?
So for my first watch, not necessarily rewatch, is yeah, it definitely feels like a Nickelodeon show, and then it has a lot of kid humor, but there's the potential there for like it's one of those shows that seems to be targeted toward kids, but adults can still like watch and enjoy, and that and I like when a show has that, in that it has a lot of frankly infantile humor, but that's because of who the audience is. But I definitely like the whole. I like how everything happens by accident in this episode. Like they by accidentally get in the air. Katara goes crazy and accidentally opens the ice, and it's really funny. This whole episode, if I could title it, is by accident.
One thing that I really kind of noticed when you do rewatching is I feel like it kind of portrays a lot of like positive feminist kind of messaging.
Oh
like,
yes.
Like he literally calls out Sokka for being like sexist and whatnot, but like he actually kind of was acting like a butthole.
He so was.
Like it was deserved. And I really appreciate that. Like it has a lot of positive feminine messaging, and Sokka, while being a butthole, is not like a complete doofus. You know, it's like a lot of his stuff comes from at least a reasonable place. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I love where he's admiring himself in his own reflection.
yeah, like yeah, and like the show act like while it has kind of like the surface veneer about being positive, there's really like a dark murkiness under it. Like for example, Sokka. The reason he acts this way is because he's the man of the village. He's like literally the oldest person there, so he has to carry the burden of being the masculine force in that village, and it's up to him to protect the village. And so like he kind of feels that burden. So it's like, well, he's kind of a butthole. It does come from a bit of an understandable place.
Yeah, he has an enormous responsibility on his shoulders.
Yeah, and then so like as the iceberg breaks and it's revealed, you know, this kid and this massive, you know, bison comes out.
Named
what do you
Aang.
Yes.
I'm going off the movie.
The actual pronunciation is Aang.
Yeah, I know. That annoyed me when I watched that movie, by the way, because I had seen isolated episodes of the show, and I'm like, well, that's not right. But anyway,
okay, so you have seen the movie that must not be named.
I've seen some type of really bad fan film.
Yeah, so that fan film covers roughly the first book, so you at least have a gist of where things go.
Yeah.
And so what did you think about the first things he said to her? Do you want to go pangolin sledding?
Yeah, I was like, wait a second, because here's the thing: this whole story kind of reminds me of the story of Captain America, except in this one, it's if Captain America were like a 11-year-old kid. Because 100%, if you saw someone roughly your age, you'd be like, "You want to go hang out?" They're like, "Oh, this is actually really cool. It's very endearing. I like this."
Yeah, the good thing about also some fun facts: the woman who voices Katara is her name is Mae Whitman. You might know her as the president's daughter from Independence Day.
Oh, really? Wow. small world. Jeez.
Oh, that won't be the last time.
By the way, I will say the animation in this show so far is incredible.
It's just gonna get better, my friend. It's just gonna
Really?
get better. Yeah.
Oh, I'm really excited.
Yeah, the first season is a little bit rough, a little bit shaky. The I'd say the series truly doesn't find its footing until the second season. The first season is great, but like it really finds its stride in the second season.
Well, the first season is probably establishing the world, and then season 2 is when we get to play in the world.
Yeah, pretty much. And then so obviously a beam shoots up, and that kind of cuts out to our antagonists of the show, Prince Zuko. What did you think of Zuko?
First off, I love how he keeps trying to bother his uncle, and the uncle just wants to eat his breakfast. I'm like, that is so great. The uncle is clearly not that much of a bad guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna warn you. Iroh is gonna become a favorite of yours. I'm just warning you.
Can't wait. And yeah, I like how Zuko is like, he's kind of like that Darth Vader-ish thing that he's so focused on this one goal, which is essentially to find the Avatar.
He has a lot of Vegeta energy.
Yeah.
Oh, so fun fact about Zuko. His voice actor is Dante Bosco. Rufio.
What's that?
Hook.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie in years. That's why it took me a second.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
It's a good movie. It's just it's years ago.
But yeah, it's Dante Bosco, who in real life is like such a sweetheart, by the way. I just wanted to kind of point that out. And then the last famous person, Iroh, is voiced by the actor Mako. Who's been in a bunch of stuff. He voiced Master Splinter in the TMNT movie.
Which movie?
Also, he is the voice of Aku in Samurai Jack.
Which TMNT movie did he do?
The one from the late 2000s.
The animated one?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why that voice sounds familiar. I was like, it was on the tip of my tongue. I'm like, where have I heard this guy before? Because I recently watched that movie.
Also, if you've ever seen Samurai Jack, he's Aku.
Really? I haven't watched that show in so many years. Jeez, there's so much animation I got to get caught up on.
Also, pay attention to Zuko's room. There's a mask in the room that looks vaguely like Aku, you know? Like maybe it's a reference. Probably is a reference, you know?
Could be.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, so Zuko is dedicated and whatnot. Yeah. So like he wakes up in the village, and what did you kind of think of like the kind of subtle storytelling about like the men going off to war and the thinking, and what do you think about like the 100 Years War and whatnot? Like, what do you think about like the subtle aspects?
First, I kind of want to say my favorite part of this episode was when you see Sokka. He's like training all them. He's like training people.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
We're men. We are men. We're going to defend this village. It's a bunch of 2-year-olds, and they're like, "Can I go pee?" It's like, it's so good. I love that part. But yeah, it's very interesting when you look at it because of this society. It's kind of like ancient Spartans, how the men went off to war while everyone else stayed behind and like maintained things. So when they did return eventually, that they'd be able to like moderately reintegrate into society.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of World War II movies, kind of like the men go out for the duration of the war. There's no like deployment rotations or anything like that. You go until the war is over.
That's how it used to be anyway. Also, did you kind of like pick up on the fact that like each nation is actually kind of based off of kind of more of our real life nations and whatnot? Like the Water Tribe is like Inuit with like kind of Pacific Islander a little bit.
Yeah.
And then Fire Nation is like Imperial Japan, and then the Air Nation is like Buddhist monks and whatnot, you know.
Or the Jedi, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But like, and then going on forward, you know, we'll see more of the Earth Kingdom in season 1. They're more based off like China and whatnot. Yeah, it adds a kind of really unique kind of texture to the world because like it has like very distinctive cultures and it helps identify things a lot. as we're kind of going forward, I mean, the episode is only really a half hour each. There's not really too much to cover.
It was so fast. It's paced well. It's not like too fast, so you don't know what's going on. It's paced enough that it feels like a 20-minute show, but they put so much in there.
Yeah, and this show kind of has like a 2-part pilot structure where they don't leave the South Pole until the end of the second episode. So like, there's kind of some stuff that's going to happen. Like, what did you think of kind of ping pong some places? What was your favorite character so far?
Oh, definitely Aang. He shows up and he just goes, "Penguin!" He just runs off. I'm like, oh, that's hilarious.
I could definitely see you doing a Aang cosplay.
And I love where he gets on Appa and he's like, "Okay, we're gonna fly now." Appa jumps and just falls right into the water. Don't worry, he's just tired.
It's like you're trying to impress a girl and you're not really doing it as well. It's like, it's okay, I just got a hand cramp.
To quote Tony Stark, it happens in 1 in 5 men. But I had to. But
oh my god, yeah, I love that. I love that. Okay, quick divergent.
Yeah,
I love that Avenger scene. It's like, pink, pink, pink. It just like,
it normally works. Well, it happens to 1 out of 5 men, so it happens to all of us.
That was so perfect.
And my other favorite character is Zuko, honestly.
Yeah. Going forward, the show actually is kind of like a dual protagonist show where it's like Zuko and Aang are like dual protagonists. I mean, you can kind of feel like they're setting that up. Yeah, but Zuko is definitely the antagonist of this season. I'm trying not to spoil too much, but like, yeah.
It's a great show.
So overall, yep. And then, so this will be released on Monday. We'll be doing this every Monday. And yeah, so next week we'll be doing episode 2 of season 1, and things will kind of be going forward with that. And then I'm really excited to have you watch how things unfold in episode 1. There's a couple of episodes that I'm actually really excited for you to see. Certain things I think you'd enjoy. But yeah, overall, what's your kind of feelings of this? Like, are you excited to watch the rest of it?
Well, yeah, because so many of my friends have told me you've never watched Avatar, so I'm like, yeah, I have to do this now. So when Nick said let's do it for content, I was like, oh, okay, I had to watch it anyway, so I'm excited to see where it goes. I will say is that the first episode has me interested, and that's always what you want, the first episode of a series.
Yeah, and then so we're gonna do season 1, and that's gonna be like our pilot of this kind of thing. If things go well, the process is good. If Jared is begging me to continue doing this, we'll go forward. But we're just wanted to commit to season 1 for now. We didn't want to buy more with you, but like, yeah. So that's episode 1, and this has been Nick Gibson from the Things Press. Remember, I can only show you the door. You're the ones to walk through it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Avatar Rewatch. I am Nick Gibson from the Phoenix Press, and joining me is my best friend, Jared Lucy. Say hi, buddy.
What's up? I am Jared from Comics League.
So today in our Avatar Rewatch, we are checking out episode 2 of the show. And Jared, what were your overall thoughts?
I liked it. It was really funny. One of my favorite scenes is Aang charging into battle, literally riding a penguin. I was like, oh, gee. And then he had that epic moment where he started waterbending and he came out like a water tornado and like annihilated everyone. That was so badass.
Also, are you starting to notice that while on the surface it seems very cheerful, there's a lot of darker elements hiding?
Yes.
Yes. So while the first episode was very cartoony, you realize this is a lot darker show than you may have thought.
Well, a lot of cartoons start off with the kiddie element. Even Attack on Titan briefly did that, but then inevitably they quickly move toward that sort of adult-ish tone. It's not like adult as in it's like people getting their heads lopped off, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, and then so this episode, it kind of deals with war, kind of like the horrors of war, and like the effects on things, and like while you had Sokka, well, what he did was played for comedic effect. Like when they banished Aang from the village, you kind of realize, well, that was kind of a crappy thing to do. They had every right to do that.
Yeah,
like
because
from
he's
their
responsible.
perspective.
He's responsible for protecting the whole village.
Mm-hmm.
That's his thing, even though all he has to work with are a bunch of kids, which was so funny.
So probably my favorite scene. Okay, actually no, we'll get to that in a second. But like we had Zuko kind of invade the village and whatnot, handling Sokka easy. But what do you think of the scene where it's like Aang's fighting him and like the fires get like inches for the kids and he stops and he offers himself?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go ahead.
And then like you had Zuko where like you made him a deal where you spare the kids and he like just nodded. Like I think that really kind of shows a different side of Zuko where it's like, you know, I'm
At
not
least he's
here to kill
honorable.
people.
At least he's honorable, because immediately I was like, nope, dude, do not take that deal, because do not offer that deal, because me seeing a bunch of DC stuff, whenever you make a deal with the villain, inevitably they go, no, I meant I would spare them in this moment, but I'm just gonna go firebomb the entire village.
Yeah, so it's like he's captured. He's on his mission. Like he has to kill people to get the Avatar. He'll do it. But if he doesn't have to, he won't. Like it's kind of a very utilitarian kind of thing, which you gotta respect a little bit. And then like
Yeah.
so yeah, what do you think of Zuko so far?
I like him. There's definitely I see a lot of stuff, like he seems kind of conflicted to me a little bit, and I
Also,
like
did
that.
you notice in his room like the reference that I mentioned in the last episode?
In terms of what?
So the mask in the background of Zuko's room.
Mm-hmm.
You know who that is, right?
Who?
Aku
From what?
from Samurai Jack.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that cartoon in like a decade.
Well, the reason why that's important is because the person who voices Aku is Mako, the same person who voices Iroh.
Oh, okay.
So it's a nice little kind of thing right there.
Yeah, I love that.
And so my favorite scene of this episode is Katara is kind of moping, and then Sokka walks by, and Katara is doing her thing. He's like, Sokka's like, "Are you done? Or are we gonna go help Aang now?" Like, I love that. It's kind of like it's one of those kind of like heel turns kind of things. Like,
Yeah.
you think she's gonna lecture him, but he's like, "No, I'm one step ahead of you. We're gonna do this." And then they even double down on it, where Grand comes in. You think she's gonna scold him, and she's like, "Here, you'll need this." Like.
And my favorite scene is when they're on the ship rescuing Aang, and Katara tries this waterbending technique and ends up freezing Sokka in place. He's like, oh my god, he's hitting him with the boomerang. I'm just doing a boomerang.
And you like probably one of my favorite lines is like, Sokka, come on! Like after she had just like frozen him, she admonishes him for taking his time.
And I love how when the bison starts flying, Sokka's like, he's flying. Oh, okay.
And like, yeah, even better, like literally there's kind of like a split-second shot where he's like, it's okay. And then he immediately goes back to smiling.
Yeah, it's so good. Once again,
Yeah.
I loved so Aang is like falling into the ocean. All of a sudden you see his arrow light up, his eyes light up, and then that's like, oh, it's go time, baby.
Mm-hmm.
And he like he not impresses the Fire Nation, in other words.
So we saw a little bit of that state in the first episode, and you do realize they're laying plot threads, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like this thing that you're seeing, the state of the Avatar, I'm being cryptic, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be more revealed upon later and whatnot, but yeah, like, so obviously this is kind of like a 2-part pilot kind of situation, like at the end of this episode, they're basically got the status quo and they're going forward. So they're heading to the North Pole. They're literally heading from one tip to the other.
Mm-hmm. You could say that maybe they'll be able to find out who's naughty or nice.
So what theories do you have so far? Like I kind of like, I want to know like what theories you have about things. Like what are your, because I want you to craft theories and we'll see if you're correct. I mean, I'll know instantly, but like
of course.
But just tell me like what theories you have.
There's gonna be a scene where Aang and Zuko team up and have a badass fight scene.
Maybe not this season, but maybe.
Eventually, but because the potential is it's low hanging fruit, Nick. There's no reason not to. Because
I mean, I am the
at
king of
least,
low-hanging fruits.
yeah, thank you. And then because I know for like that Zuko turns good at some point in the season, or at least turns like he essentially becomes kind of like Red Hood in that sense.
Okay, fair enough.
Is what I think. Kind of. So that's why I think there's like there's gonna be a badass action scene where like Zuko and the person he had hunted and now considers an ally fight on alongside each other.
You never know. You might have to watch a season or two. Who knows?
And then and then my other theory is that at some point it'll be hinted at that Katara can use other elements.
Only the Avatar.
Yeah.
I'm gonna squash that one down. Just kind of So a regular bender can only bend one element. What's special about the Avatar is they can literally bend all four.
And air, yeah, exactly. But the reason
air is one of the elements. It's one of the 4 elements.
The reason why I brought that up is because doesn't she become the Avatar in her show?
That's Korra. That's literally takes place. So Legend of Korra takes place 70 years after the show. Korra is because like the Avatar cycle is the Avatar is born in one of the 4 nations, and it's a different nation each cycle. So it's like air, water, earth, fire, and then it kind of cycles back. So basically the Avatar before Aang was born in the Fire Nation, Avatar Roku. The thing that sits on top of our TVs.
Does do they reference the previous Avatar in the show?
Yes, that happens. Okay. The past lives are a big part of it. And then so after air is water, and so Korra was born among the water tribe, and so she's the Avatar and whatnot. Yeah.
Oh, so you mentioned past lives. Is this like a reincarnation like thing?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't want to go into too much because I want you to kind of like find out as we go along. But yeah. Favorite character so far?
Oh, definitely still Aang. Because it's just him coming into battle on a penguin, and then the penguin just gets up and just walks away. That's so good.
Yeah, I mean, it probably didn't do that willingly, so.
Yeah, I was like, no. Considering in the first episode he goes, penguin! And he just runs right after it.
So what did you think of like Aang, like Avatar, like airbending and whatnot? Like how do you think of like how they did that?
It's really cool. Of course, in the cartoon, the way that they show air moving is like dust gusts and stuff. So I mean, I liked it. I think it's a unique ability to control air. I also liked how Korra, because she can control water, she can technically control ice. So I like how that translates to it's not just like the legit element, it's everything that derives from the element.
Yeah, so in this kind of like another thing that you'll find out later. So in Avatar, there's this thing called sub bending. Like ice bending is kind of like a sub bending of it.
Okay.
Like with and then like with the firebenders, they can also do lightning. Lightning bending. With earth, there's kind of like sand bending, and then there's like mud bending. And like with water tribe people, they can even do like swamp bending, which allows them to like manipulate the water and plants. Yeah, you'll see some, and there's other subtypes, but I don't want to go into that right now. It's some cool plot twists that go on with that.
It's really cool. And when you think about it, since the human body is made up mostly of water, couldn't you like pull a Mera from Justice League and like pull all the water out of someone? I think she does something like that based upon your reaction. I'm excited.
Season 3. That's all I'm gonna say.
Awesome. Then we definitely need to get to at least season 3 because I want to react to that one.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So the world's gonna open up a lot. Also, I will say some of the episodes coming up are gonna get really freaking dark. So just kind of letting you know what that.
Oh boy.
Yeah. This is.
I'm a fan. Trust me, I'm a fan of the Snyderverse. I'm used to dark stories.
So, with this being kind of your introduction to the world, what do you feel about it so far?
I like it. I definitely feel like I see why everyone that I'm close to has told me you have to watch Avatar. You will like it because it's like it's got very much of the superhero themes that you expect from like comic books and stuff. Because when you think about it, Aang is basically Captain America, frozen in ice, and comes back and saves everyone.
He's an angsicle.
That's great. I wonder if anyone does anyone ever call him an angsicle or something?
I'm not in the show, but I've heard some fans like kind of like I think they even called the capsicle line. I think that was actually used in a movie at some point.
Okay, but yeah, I definitely like it. And I'm glad we're doing this series because now I have to watch it in order to be able to do these episodes.
I have a feeling by the time we're done with season 1, you will be a legit fan.
Yeah, I get the feeling if it's more of this, I'm down.
Also, there are comics that take place after the show that you're probably going to want to check out,
which we'll probably cover on the channel.
So yeah, any predictions on how things are gonna go? Like any kind of anything.
I think there's gonna be complication. I don't think they're gonna be able to fly directly to the North Pole. I think they're gonna be detoured, maybe shot down. By the way, I love where Aang's like, okay, so we're gonna get there eventually, but first we have to go ride on these monkeys. We have to go do this. We have to go do this. It's so much fun because he's a kid. So of course he think of fun first. So I love that.
By the way, Aang is like 11, 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
you can definitely tell that.
Technically he's 111, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, in terms of the age he roughly translates to, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean this episode was pretty straightforward. We're still kind of getting into it. Yeah, I feel like as this show goes on, there'll be more to kind of talk about, more to kind of discuss. But like these first 2 episodes were rather thin, like ice.
Yeah, you're on thin ice, Nick. All right, everyone, chill.
You do realize this is my stream, right?
I know.
This is you come into my house.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to put an air dam on this one, and then I'm gonna use my bending abilities to end this. Final thoughts.
I can't wait for episode 3.
All right, that'll be next week. And so thank you, Jared, for coming on. And I'm looking, I'm hoping to I'm sorry if these episodes are a bit short, but as things go on, hopefully we'll be going longer. I don't really feel like padding them out, dragging them out,
So and they're not that complicated, really, these episodes. We're talking about 22-minute episodes, pretty much.
Yeah, as things go on, kind of a few episodes coming up. I have a feeling there's a certain episode that we'll be really digging into. But yeah, so this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press and Jared from Comics League. And remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one that's. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 3rd episode of our Avatar rewatch. Joining me again is the very, very interesting. Hello, buddy.
Hello, how are you? I am Jared from Comics League, the Lord of Comics.
So this week we're doing the 3rd episode of Avatar, and I would like to say this is kind of the episode where crap gets real. This is kind of where, remember, I know you made a lot of comments about how the show was actually very cartoonish, and I said it gets darker. Well, it got darker.
It got darker immediately. I love that.
So before we kind of go a play-by-play of the episode, what were your overall thoughts on it?
Well, I found it. I thought it was hilarious how Aang basically wakes up Sokka saying, "There's a snake in your sleeping bag," and then he just starts humping her, jumping around. I love that. I like how this show, I like the way that this episode did a lot of world building in terms of introducing, okay, so the Avatar is reincarnation. You see all the different things of avatars. They introduced the reincarnation cycle, as you mentioned last week. Basically, this was a big world building episode, but it did it in such a way that it didn't feel overwhelming, because that's something that when you have an IP that has such deep lore, that's a danger with a lot of world building.
Yeah. So, like Jared said, the episode kind of starts out with them going towards the airbending, and then like you have Kana Katara be like, "Hey, Aang, we should talk a little moment," and then like she kind of backs down at the end, where it's like, so it's very clear that Katara knows what's waiting for them. I thought that was actually really good use of like foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that was like, and then so they kind of head toward, and then they cut towards Zuko, which this is kind of something that like you don't really see a lot of shows do, where the villain is getting just as much screen time as the hero. So what do you kind of think of Zuko's section of this episode?
Yeah, I feel kind of bad for him because because you see about how like militaristic and very like failure is not an option type of culture the Fire Nation has. And honestly, you immediately here's the good thing about the first thing I thought of seeing the Zuko parts of this episode. Okay, I now understand his motivation instantly, because you see he has all these expectations put on him, and he probably thinks, okay, if I bring the Avatar, I can prove myself to my nation if I bring in this being, and I bring this being to, air quotes, justice. But my point is that you instantly understand his motivation. That is fantastic storytelling.
Plus, they give you just enough information to kind of give you like the gist of what he's doing, but they also lay a lot of hints. Like they say, "Oh, you want another scar to go with that? How did you get banished?" Like they kind of hint at why he gets banished, but they don't go into it. I mean, they do reveal it later. They go fully into that, but like they give you enough to kind of like, okay, that was kind of a satisfying meal, but they leave just enough being like, "Oh, I want more," you know.
And that fire duel thing was super dope. How it's not fast or anything like that. It's very slow, calm, and methodical, at least from from his opponent's perspective. And that's why the opponent won, because if you notice, Zuko was I took it as impulsive.
Zuko actually won that duel.
Okay, well he seemed to me a little bit impulsive and a little bit like not as tactically thinking as the other dude.
Well, basically, to kind of give you a little bit of world explanation. So what they instigated is what's called Agni Kai, and the first person to get burnt is the winner. That's the whole point of an Agni Kai. It's a way for Fire Nation people to settle disputes and whatnot. And like if you notice, there was kind of that point where Zuko was over him and Zhao was like, "Do it, do it," and he just like shot the fireball to his head. You know, that was Zuko kind of showing mercy, you know. Like at that point Zuko had won, and like that's why when Zhao went to attack him, you know, Iroh, being the bad buddy he is, just kind of like, you know, shame on you, Zuko's victory, you know.
I love Iroh. Yeah. I love Iroh. That dude's hilarious. I'm loving him so much.
He's just gonna keep getting better, trust me.
Love it. That's the thing. There's really no weak characters so far. I'm like, oh wow, I love all these people.
What do you think of Emperor Zhao? I mean, Captain Zhao. Sorry.
You mean his opponent? I thought he was. I thought it was pretty interesting because the show. First off, he's worse than Zuko, and what that means is that when you look at Zuko, when you first introduce him, I mean, when you first meet him in episode 1, he seems to be very ruthless and very like, I will kill you to get what I want, which he is to a degree. Then you meet Zhao, right? Then you meet Zhao. And I call him like Zuko on steroids because he's so much more. He's so much more like, oh, I will burn you, a-hole.
Yeah.
Again, I love that because again, it shows his motivation. All these expectations are put upon Zuko because he's dealing with all these guys for all day.
Also, like I really like this episode because it really kind of crystallizes why like Iroh in a sense, because like even Zhao gives him respect, like, you know, and like also you see Iroh's skill, like his skill as like a bender and whatnot. So it's like we're starting to hit. It's like, okay, he actually kind of lives up to the legend.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, and so we're kind of going forward. They get to the air temple. Katara is like, he's kind of trying to tell him, but she can't bring herself to do it, which is totally understandable. And then Sokka's like, food. What did you think about like the baby seal scene where it's like, oh, I thought it was kindling?
I love that. I love how they both chase after that lemur, and then it's like Sokka's like, food. He just runs right after it. I love that.
What did you think of the flashback with Aang and Gyatso?
That was very like endearing. Me at first I thought, okay, so what's going on, and then it clicked that it was a flashback. So I'm watching this, and it also first off, I like they're showing hints of Aang's past. They're not straight up showing you the whole thing, and that's the way to do it, because for like 2 episodes, what happened to Aang's past before he went to the ice has been a mystery. So they're starting to sprinkle it in, and I love when shows do that.
So yeah, and then we're kind of gonna fast forward cut things a little bit. So it's like some things happen, and Aang ends up, he finds the thing where things get. And what did you think about finding the remains of Gyatso with all those Fire Nation soldiers?
That was immediately like, oh, that's when it clicked to me. Oh, this just went from kitty to, oh my gosh.
They're showing actual genocide.
Yeah.
On a kids Nickelodeon show.
On a Nickelodeon, exactly. I was about to say, I was like,
remember, this was aired in the late 2000s on Nickelodeon for kids.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, wow. Well, it was a nice change of pace, because if you look at the show, it looked very like, well, let me think about this. Oh yeah, when you see the show, it starts off very kiddie, and then immediately genocide. I'm like, it's cool. It could do both. I like when it does both.
And that's kind of the reason why I feel like Avatar has kind of had its staying power throughout the years, because it's kind of got those that kind of mixture of things. And then we got like the mega Avatar state, like he really get it. He really awakening. Also, it's showing it different Avatar temples. It's like, holy crap, the Avatar's back. So now the whole world the Avatar's back. So that's kind of a signal you got there.
By the way, I just had a thought, by the way. If they make another Avatar movie, don't you think that would be cool if Zack Snyder directed it? If he stuck to the lore?
Visually, it would look pretty good, but I don't know if he has. I don't know if his tastes really align with Avatar.
Okay, that works.
As long as M. Night Shyamalan stays the heck away from it, I'll be happy.
Yes, he's the reason why it took me so long to get to the series.
Yeah, and then we got hey, he said it. He's where Aang says, "I really am the last Avatar."
Yeah, I love that. That's so meta.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, and that's kind of roughly where the episode ends, and kind of going forward. What are your overall thoughts? Like, do you have any predictions on how things will go or whatnot?
Well, I think it's about to get a lot darker, the show. I'm sure about that one. And again, I like seeing all the different, all the differences among the different tribes, because it would be very easy for them to just say, okay, so the Fire Nation and the Water Nation are like the same thing, except they bend a different element. No, the Fire Nation, in keeping with the element, are very warlike and hostile. The Water Nation are very peaceful nomads. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I like that.
Also, each nation is based off of different real world culture. Like the Water Tribe are based off of the Inuit, of like Alaska and whatnot. The what we might know as Eskimo, but I think that's kind of an outdated term, so I'm not going to use it. The Fire Nation is kind of based off of Imperial Japan. The Air Nation is based off of like Buddhist teachings, like they're basically Buddhist monks. And then the Earth Kingdom, which I think we might see in the next episode, we might kind of see some Earth Kingdom stuff. They're based off of China, like kind of roughly like China and whatnot. And then also the really cool thing is each bending is actually based off a different martial arts discipline. Like if you look at water bending, it's Tai Chi. I can't remember what the other ones are, but I know they're all kind of based off of it,
Well, that's true, because when you see the movements that each Bender uses for the different elements. It looks very unique, and since instead of everything being like this for all the ones, it's more like you can believe that it's a different skill set that you have to learn.
Yeah, it's like different movements, different muscle memory. Like that's why it's so hard for the Avatar to master all the elements, because he literally has to master all these different disciplines. You know, like doing something like this might do one thing in earth bending, but it might do something totally different in fire bending. Like the same motion does two different things. Like, I just launched the rocket myself, kind of thing.
Yeah. I love that. Again, watching this, this is about the third time where I'm like, why haven't I been watching this show? Now I get why everyone's telling me, Jared, particularly when I got into comic books and superheroes, like, Jared, you have to watch the show.
Oh, trust me, I know exactly. Once you're done with the show, you're going to be digging straight into the comics.
Can we do a video? By the way, I had this idea where after we could complete season 1, we watch the movie and then rant about it. We'll even do a stream about it on my channel. Sure.
I might not be able to do that stream sober, so I might have to.
Because I want to do a stream series either on your channel or mine, where we just watch bad movies and just rant about them.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
So let's just kind of wrap things up here. So, still good, still awesome. It's going good.
Great.
I am so glad we're doing this series. I am.
Me
so
too.
glad.
Me too. I'm like, why haven't we been doing this?
So this is Nick Gibson for the Phoenix Press, and remember,
Jared from Comics League.
And I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to walk through it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4th episode of the Avatar Rewatch. I am Nick Gibson. I am as usual, joined by my esteemed co-host, Jared.
What's up?
So Jared, overall, what are your thoughts on this episode?
This episode was freaking awesome. Oh my gosh, was this great?
Yeah, I really feel like they're really kind of starting to pick up steam with this episode. I feel like this is kind of the episode where they really kind of start to find their footing about like what kind of story they want to tell, like, and as things kind of get going, like the first 2 episodes are a little bit rough, like they're not really sure what they're going, but I feel like the 4th episode with the 3rd episode they kind of hit you hard. With this one, it's kind of like it's starting to like the train's starting to leave the station, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So basically, the story starts with Zuko, actually, where a really good gag, like, "Oh, I'm calm, Uncle. We can't find the Avatar. I'm not calm,"
I love that.
And then you got a really good Brick joke where he's like, he's got to be a master of evading. Face it, we're lost, And so they end up on this thing. He's trying to like ride the koi fish. There's this giant sea snake called the Unagi. Okay. And then they're stopped by these warrior women, and one of the things
that reminded me so much of Amazons from DC.
I knew you'd make that connection. I think I know who your favorite character of the episode might be. But we'll get to that. And also this episode, it kind of picks up on the storyline of like Sokka being kind of sexist.
In other words, being an asshole, in other words.
Pretty much. Where they touch upon that in episode 1, and then this episode they kind of bring that storyline back up. I really feel like this episode, it handles those topics really well. Like in lesser hands, it would be a lot of this stuff would be so blatant, in your face, but they handle it honestly with a lot of nuance.
I think it also helps that, like, when Sokka is training with, I'm gonna call them the Amazons. When Sokka is training with the Amazons, he actually gets some hits in. In other words, it shows they're not perfect warriors. In other words, he's shown to be moderately capable, as opposed to if this were in lesser hands, i.e. the modern day writers, they would make it so that the women always destroy the men in combat.
Yeah, plus like in that scene where Sokka gets humbled, obviously the Kyoshi warriors have a lot more training. Plus, all that like Suki is doing is redirects. So it kind of makes sense in that situation that like, okay, sure,
I also
So he-
love Aang like being followed by groupies all day. That was great. I love that. The dude is trying to paint a portrait, and then every time he looks up, there's more girls around Aang.
that was a good one. Also, this is also a really good episode because like it shows some flaws in Aang. Like it shows that Aang is not this perfect being. It actually like he's actually seduced by the ego.
Yeah, he's prideful.
Yeah, which I think for protagonists is really important to show that Aang's not perfect. Also, in this episode, you really start to see Katara kind of come into a role as like their group mom.
Mm-hmm. Essentially, the Starfire, in other words.
Yeah, and then in this episode also it really kind of pushes forward the Katara Aang kind of romancy kind of thing, which it's kind of adorable.
Is that canon? Does that actually happen, or is that just some shippers doing what shippers do?
Do you want spoilers?
No,
Okay, good.
but
Then I'm not.
is that question answered later?
One way or another, the question is answered.
Okay, good. Just wanted to
It is
just wanted to
answered
ask that.
as definitively as can be.
Okay, good.
And I'm going to leave it at that because I want you to actually experience the show.
Mhm.
But yeah, so yeah, we're going forward, and and then another scene that I really like is how word travels that the Avatar. It's like one
Mhm.
person, and eventually is told by. Yeah, I thought that was really 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 cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then as we kind of get towards like the final battle, um, probably my favorite line of the episode, where like Sokka's apologizing. He's like, "I treated you like a girl when I should have treated you like a warrior," which I thought was really good. And then she says, and then Suki says my favorite line, "I am a warrior." She kisses his cheek, but I'm also a girl.
Love
Like,
that.
oh my god! Please, can some of the writers at DC please like just watch that scene because like
As soon as Aang jumped in the water, I was like, he's gonna ride that water dragon thing. I know what they're doing with this, and it was glorious.
yeah, I really like he got humbled with that scene. Also, yeah, and it's like so what do you think of like this idea of like Avatar Kyoshi? Like we got to actually get a little more detail on one of Aang's past lives.
And I liked how one of the groupies is like, "You were pretty back then." And you see Aang going, "Shut up," but yeah, I like this whole idea about how the hero is constantly reincarnated because you see a lot of that in other medium, like with Hawkman and Hawkwoman, and all sorts of different characters, and I like that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, who's your favorite character of this episode so far?
The head, like Amazon, I forgot her name, but
Suki.
yeah, exactly her because she reminds me a lot of Wonder Woman, as a matter of fact, and the way she humbles Zuko, Sokka, real quick. I was like, oh, okay.
I honestly I could see like with when you get like a girlfriend, if you guys do like a couples cosplay, I could see you being Sokka and her being Suki. I could really see that.
No, I'd be Superman. She'd be Wonder Woman.
That works too. But let's not get into like an hour long casting discussion as we often do.
We often do.
Hey, they're fun, but but yeah. So I feel like this. So any predictions going forwards? Any theories you
It's
got?
gonna get a lot darker.
Yeah, yes and no. Like the series gets dark, but doesn't get like too dark. Like it's not like grim dark. It's still a kids show, mind you.
And I predict that like we're gonna get information on the fire incarnation and about how maybe Aang was a little more like aggressive as the fire thing. Because what's interesting is that I would love to see if the Fire Nation people are like predisposed to being assholes.
That is some information you will definitely be hearing about. Like, you'll
Cool.
get more information about the Fire Nation going forward.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to like decide like how much I should tell you.
That's always tough.
Yeah, because like I'm the kind of person where it's like I want to tell you everything, but like yeah. So to wrap it up, this episode it's really good. I mean, obviously it's Avatar. You're enjoying it?
I'm loving it.
Oh,
I keep asking myself, why wasn't I watching this show beforehand?
I mean, I asked myself that same question because I only really became an Avatar fan like a year or two ago. One of the series I watched series on Netflix, and I just loved it. Oh, I can't wait to. The worst part is like the show really hits its stride in season 2, and they introduce characters that I know you'll love. Yeah, so I'm just waiting until we get to season 2, where like some other characters get introduced. So we'll do episode 5 next up, and that'll be out next week. And so, Jared, any final thoughts?
This show's awesome. Let's keep doing it.
All right. I'm excited. I'm enjoying this. So this has been Nick Gibson with the Phoenix Press. And remember, I can only show you the door. You're the door.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Avatar Rewatch. We are now on episode 5. We are just kind of cruising through things. And so, Jared, what are your first thoughts? Just your first general intro thoughts to this.
Aang has some weird ass friends. Like, really, really creepy. But as soon as he showed the flashback for his friend, and then I saw the king, I was like, yeah, they're the same person. As soon as I saw it, that was the most obvious thing they could have done, and I like how it takes long for Aang to figure it out, and that was like one of the third challenges.
Yeah, so this is the first episode where it really shows not just the Earth Kingdom, but also earthbending in general. So, what did you think about? Let's just start with the Earth Kingdom. Like, what did you think of like how obviously this is a very wildly different aesthetic? What did you think of the Earth Kingdom aesthetic?
It makes sense. I like it how it's like made of a lot of stone, and that makes sense because it's the Earth Kingdom. I also think I had an epiphany watching this episode. Aang is pretty much doing the stuff that we would do if we were in that position, because it's like, of course, we want to slide down a giant ass slide in a basket. That looks so much fun.
It's like a slightly less dangerous roller coaster.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I like how they apparently have a more efficient postal system than we do.
Oh snap! There's like this interesting joke that kind of kept running through. What did you think of like the cabbage thing?
Yeah, that was great, and it even went all the way to the end. It's like, oh, my cabbage! I'm like, oh gosh.
I hope you like that joke. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I love the first one. The first time it happens, where Aang's like, "Don't worry, the Earthbenders are so nice," and it was like, "Expired cabbage, get out of here!"
And so, for the people who know what we're talking about, my cabbages.
That was so good.
So a little bit of spoiler that actually kind of becomes like a running gag throughout the entire series. Like,
oh, really?
For some reason, they keep running into the cart. He says, "My cabbages." It becomes such a running gag in the sequel series, Legend of Korra. They actually kind of do an homage to that joke where there's a guy called Cabbage Corp, and he's like, "My Cabbage Corp," and they even bring back. It's like that much of a recurring joke.
Wow.
And this is the first time we see it. Probably one of my favorite things was like, you really see how bending affects this world, where like bending is such a common thing, where it's like not necessarily everyone has it, but enough people have it to where they really incorporate like the fact that like the gates are literally just bent open, or the fact that like they just create their own doors, which makes totally perfect sense in a world like this.
Yeah. Those doors are pretty dope, and I love the look on our three protagonists when and see the door open. They're like, "Huh?" Oh, I love Aang trying to impersonate an old person and Mimu's in his hair. I love that.
Yeah, like one of my
Yeah.
favorite shots is like they're going through the door and like Momo's ears peek out. The guy sees it like, oh, and then, like the door closes. Like there's nothing you can do. It's just so great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really good. I love that.
Mm-hmm. A lot more comedy this episode, but like I feel like there's a big kind of difference between the comedy in this episode, 5 episodes in, than what you saw with like the first 2 episodes. Like the first 2 episodes, it was a bit more juvenile, kiddish. Well, this one it still has comedy, but it's more set up punchline instead of gag based, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Like for example, probably one of my favorite jokes is what's his name? Rocky. And then the guitar says, "That's a good idea, but we're gonna keep trying." Like,
Yeah. That's an
Just the-
option, but we're gonna keep trying. I love that. That's so
I gotta
good.
say, Mae Whitman, her delivery was on fire this episode.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
God, she was just hitting that right on. Like, she was just hitting those spots.
Exactly.
And then Boomy was, oh my God, Grandpa got jacked.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my gosh, do you even lift, bro?
He lifts
He clearly lifts rocks.
he lifts Omashu like every morning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you think about it, like that, like there's a good reason why like a lot of benders are usually like really fit because bending requires a lot of motion, with your hands and legs. So it makes sense that you'd be really strong, especially like an earthbender.
I also really liked that how the second challenge involved Aang retrieving his pet, and the pet's like that giant creature that's trying to eat Aang. You would think it's the bunny, but then he's like, "Oh no!"
Yeah,
And I love how the jail cell was just renovated. It looks really nice. So then he eventually goes, "Send them to the recently refurbished jail cell."
yeah, that was just really good kind of quirky humor and whatnot. What did you think between the fight between Boomy and Aang, where it's like even if you don't know the revelation, they really do kind of hint it, where it's like it shows that Boomy's like, oh, he's fought an airbender before, he knows how airbenders fight. Also, like if you actually rewatch the scene, there's like a shot where like he sees Aang and like you can see his eyes twitch. It's like he knew exactly who he was the
He
moment
knew
he saw him.
exactly.
Because like there's his eyes kind of do like this, like kind of thing. It's like kind of like a blink and you miss it shot. It's something that you'd only really catch on if you're rewatching the episode. Which it's one of the things I love about the series is there's all these details that you just kind of miss and whatnot.
Plus, I love where he goes, "Aang, you haven't changed like at all."
It's kind of like that one scene from Force Awakens where it's like like you've gotten old, or like
Or it's like in Justice League when Batman is falling and he goes, "I need a little air support because I can't fly like at all."
You can do it. And then if I was Superman, I'd literally just like skywrite, "You can do it." And then Bruce would be like, because this is Avatar, I'm censoring myself. So
Yeah, because I was about to say it's your show. You don't have to censor yourself.
no, but this is Avatar. I feel like a lot of the audience might skew a little bit younger, so I'm trying to keep this stuff under control. Yeah, and then towards the end of the episode, we had a little bit kind of the plot moving forward. Like with Boomy talking about like mastering the elements in a certain order. This is actually the first time that the name of the Fire Lord gets dropped, Fire Lord Ozai. Like this is like so even this episode, which you could think of as a filler episode, it does still move the plot forward. It's what I like to call the Buffy method, where it's like you have a relatively standalone plot, but like the last 5 minutes, you kind of put stuff in to move the plot forward.
And essentially, Ozai is the last guy that Aang has to fight, and then he's the Avatar.
No, the Avatar. Well, he is the Avatar. But like basically, kind of to sum up, Aang needs to master the 4 elements. So he's mastered air. The tattoo on his head is literally his airbender mastery, so that's good. And then he needs to master water, earth, and then fire. You know, the 4 elements. So right now, we're on book 1, water, and so like the goal of the season is to get to the North Pole, find a waterbending teacher so we can master waterbending. Because Katara was literally the only waterbender in the South Pole. We'll find out later why that is. You'll get more information about that. It's a little bit of a hama shadowing, you know. Fans of the show just realized what I did, but you know, whatever. But yeah. So yeah, so he's going to master water, then earth, and then obviously fire. So he's going to need to find a master for each of those. So, but let's just kind of worry about the book 1 water right now. So we're roughly kind of getting to the halfway point, because I believe there's about like 12 episodes in this first season. Let me kind of look it up real quick. So kind of give me some of your general thoughts that you had, kind of whatnot.
Well, I liked a lot of the humor in this show, and once again, I like how Aang's basically doing all the stuff that we would do if we were in this world, like sliding down the mail chute. That just looks so cool. And
so, correction, there's actually 20 episodes in season 1, so we're still kind of approaching the halfway point, but that's all good.
Yeah. So I like how this is the first person that we've actually met that actually knew Aang, the living person that actually knew Aang back in the day. And I must say, for like over 100 years old, the dude looks really good.
Yeah, this is kind of like another one of those like subtle world building where it's like the people here are kind of like a different physiology. Like some people tend to live longer, and also the durability of people. Like, do you realize how much Aang was getting smacked around by those like stones? And he just like got up, and like
Exactly.
Boomy getting hit with that hit with those kind of stuff. So like, these people have probably got to have a different physiology than us.
And I love where when Aang was doing all those challenges, like the first one, I love how Boomy goes, "Really, climb the ladder? No one's ever tried that one before."
Boomy was basically the stand-in for the audience for that one.
Yeah. But I love how he was taunting Aang throughout all the challenges. And then I love the whole little time thing, the like time limit, I guess, they put on the challenges where they put those rings on Katara and Sokka that continually grow, and they're basically being encased in diamond.
Yeah. Which, well, actually, it's the Avatar equivalent of rock candy. You find out at the end.
Yeah.
Which
he
it's
just
kind of
chomps
funny.
into it.
Yeah, and then Momo starts licking it. It's kind of funny.
I mean, they could have eaten their way out then.
Yeah, they very well could have. But yeah, I just love like the different kind of things where it's like, oh, Gemini, growing crystal, like that's something that you don't really see that often. Like that's kind of a cool little plot device. It's cool little, gets a visual timer on it. It's really cool. I love how calm Katara is like throughout the whole thing. Like
the whole thing, Sokka's freaking out. Oh my gosh, we're gonna die! And Katara's like, "It's all right, go, Aang."
Oh, I really appreciate it. So, do you have any predictions, theories, kind of going forward?
Not really. Just because not a lot of like lore was established in this series for in this episode for me to like make a prediction on where I'm going. I'm enjoying it so far, though.
We got a few drips. We did get a few drips. Like obviously, we learned more about the Earth Kingdom. We learned about like kind of like a little hint about going forward. But yeah, so next episode is going to be episode 6, and then episode 7 and 8 are a 2-parter where that's kind of where the lid really gets blown off. So yeah, we might do episode 7 and 8 as since they're kind of like a 2-parter, we might do those as like a double stack. Kind of like
That's what I was gonna say. You might as well just cover both of them at once.
Yeah, because like one is a two-parter. So next week's episode is going to be a standard one, and then the next week's episode is going to be a two-part. Is going to be probably a little bit longer. Like if these ones are like 10, 15 minutes, the next one kind of might run about a half an hour because it's like a two-parter. There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a big lore drop in those two episodes, and it really kind of like sets you on where we're going to go. So I feel like we're going to have a lot to talk about. Maybe bring on a special guest or something. I don't know, but that's going to be like a big one. Maybe might do it as a live stream. I don't know, but like the winter solstice is going to be like the big two-parter. Then going to continue doing these every week. And like I said, season 1 we're going to do that, and then depending on how things go, we'll probably seasons 2 or 3. But things are going good so far. Jared's simply enjoying them. So yeah. Any final thoughts?
Really great series so far.
Yeah, I agree, and I can't wait till we get to the winter solstice because like that's when like like I said, the lid gets blown off, and you kind of learn a lot of things. So yeah, so that's kind of where things are going. Next week is just a standard episode, and then the week after that is like the big one. Might take a few weeks off around Christmas. I don't know. I mean, we kind of record these on a Sunday, so it's possible. But like, don't be surprised if sometime around Christmas we kind of take like a 2-week break. I don't think anyone will fault us for it. So this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press, and remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to walk through it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 6th episode of the Avatar Rewatch. I am Nick from the Phoenix Press, and joining me is the ever awesome Jared from Comics League.
That's right, I am awesome. How are you, Nick?
At the end of my days when I'm through, no word that I've written will make my soul's burn.
I meant to play F off Bard.
Season.
That's season 2. Okay, that's not Avatar related though, but like I meant to play F off Bard, but
I missed that one. Can you just play it for old time's sake?
Fuck off, Bard.
all right.
I love that.
I really need to get okay. So now we're recording from StreamYard. If you haven't guessed, I need to get some Avatar clips. If we're gonna be doing this, I need to get some Avatar clips. But anyway, so we're doing the 6th episode of Avatar, and I'd like to say this is kind of like a continuing of the trend of like serious topics, where like the show is exploring some really deep topics. So basically, they're still in the Earth Kingdom. They come across someone practicing their earthbending, and it turns out they're in a Fire Nation occupied Earth Kingdom village.
But even for the humor moment, I love how Sokka's like, okay, we have to approach very tactically and quietly and see if we can get the surprise on him. And there's Korra. Hi. I love that. That was so good.
She gives 0 fricks.
Again, this is why I love this show, is that they have serious moments and they just put in humor really well, as opposed to like He Who Must Not Be Named, who doesn't do that well.
I mean, this is kind of a spoiler alert, but like, I think it's like second or third season. There's literally a moment where Sokka goes, "Sneak attack!" and Aang gets goes, and he says, "Sokka, it's not a sneak attack if you call it out."
Yeah, that's great. I love that.
So it's actually going to be a while before we get to that, so you'll probably forget it. But like when he's like, you'll be like, "Oh, I remember him telling me about that."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, so we're kind of getting into like what the show is actually really good at is distilling themes of like war, occupation, and showing the effects of war on a civilian level.
This is honestly when you can think of this show. Yeah, it's a cartoon, superhero cartoon. You can consider it a war cartoon.
Because I honestly feel like Avatar tackles topics that even some adult, not even adult cartoon, but adult shows are afraid to tackle.
And it does it in a way that it's not like too, because it could easily go overboard and go like The Boys level and not do this. But being a kid's show, that's why I applaud the writers, because you have to be really creative to be able to cover these topics in a way that's not too crazy, in other words.
And not talk down either, because like
Yeah.
you as an adult can watch this show and still actually get stuff from it. Like that's why I feel like the comparisons to Batman the Animated Series with this show are perfectly valid.
Oh yeah. You may think it's a kid's show purely because it's a cartoon, and if you do think that, you're superficial.
Essentially, it is a kid's cartoon, but like as I mean, we literally talk about comic books and whatnot. Like kids, just because it's a kid's cartoon doesn't mean it can't be more than that. I mean, look at Avatar, Gargoyles, Batman the Animated Series,
Transformers, even.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, going back to this, yeah, I definitely like this. I was telling Nick before we start recording that this is probably my favorite episode, because, and there are many different reasons for that. Number one, because the humor, but number two is because, so one of the things that I love to like research besides comic books is war and military history. And so far, this show has done a fantastic job of using a fictional war to depict like war scenarios. It's like occupation,
prisoner of war camps.
Yeah, prisoner of war camps, exactly. Abuse in prisoner of war camps. It's really like, I'm astounded.
Because like, so basically they're grounding of anyone who has earthbending, and you could call it an atrocity, but like on the same token, you could spin it as anyone who's an because like anyone who's an earthbender is potentially a gun. Okay, yeah. They are potentially resistance, and it would be sound military doctrine to eliminate that potential threat. You know,
yeah.
it's like a route. If you take out all the guns of a populace, bending is essentially a gun.
Yep. It's pretty much, they made that same argument in, like, I think it was like Civil War for Marvel, where they said, okay, you essentially have a gun. They use the same argument. I mean,
that's essentially like
really,
X-Men
when you think about
storytelling.
It, this show is really reminiscent of the X-Men in that the mutants are the benders, are all the benders except for the Fire Nation. The Fire Nation are the humans in this scenario.
Going on a tangent here for a second. It's funny you just mentioned like the gun argument being in X-Men. Literally, Senator Kelly makes that exact argument in the first X-Men movie. It's like, doesn't these mutants have the power of a loaded handgun? You know, it's just kind of funny you brought that up, because like, the first X-Men movie.
We're gonna talk about that on movie night. Absolutely, we have to.
Yes. And another cool really thing about this episode is it's got some star power.
Oh my.
Yeah, immediately I was watching this while I was making a smoothie. Then I legit like stop as soon as I hear that voice. I'm like, wait a minute.
And you can there's actually a moment where he does say "oh my," but in kind of like a muted tone, like as part of the dialogue. He doesn't do the whole thing. For a second there, you know who I thought of first? Locke Durd from Clone Wars, because he plays that separatist general from the Lemur episode. And immediately I thought of that. I'm like, wait, who plays that? Oh! I was like, that was so funny. Yeah, so for those who don't know, George Takei is he's most famous for playing Sulu on Star Trek, though more younger people be like, oh, he's that funny guy from Twitter. Funny guy is debatable, but I see what you're going. Well, he was. I mean, I'm trying to get the politics out of it. Yeah, no, and for feuding with Shatner, but that's besides the point. Failing to feud with Shatner. Because if you just look at it, Shatner's like, I don't care. How could you feud with Shatner? The dude's a nice guy. He's a sweetheart. Apparently, he has had some like prima donna levels on set, but like, well, he played Captain Kirk, and you play the side. Essentially, granted, I know this is really off topic, but granted, a lot of the bridge crew were the main characters, but people really go there for Captain Kirk. I mean, also not to mention how William Shatner has actually had a pretty good career after Star Trek, like, you know, T.J. Hooker and like what was it, Boston Legal? Like, he was actually on a bunch of like really landmark shows. He actually had a really proficient career. He was on an episode of Twilight Zone, Nightmare, and he's a comic book fan. Yeah. Also, Jared. Okay, this is way off topic, but have you ever seen the movie Fanboys?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. He gives them the blueprint.
My favorite scene is to get the plans to Skywalker Ranch, the secret rebel plans.
Yeah.
They get them from William Shatner, and they even call it out in the scene. They get it out like, William Shatner, what are you doing here? It's like,
and I love where they're being interrogated by Lucasfilm, and they ask him, "Did William Shatner send you?" By the way, we are. I'm making an executive decision. That's going to be a movie night too. We have to cover that movie.
It's like, I love it because it's with love. It's a loving parody.
It's a loving parody of nerd culture. I love it.
It has the best ending ever. It has the best ending ever. They're going to see episode 1.
Yeah.
The last line is, "Hey, what if this movie sucks?" Cut to black.
Yeah, I love that because that's. I love the pimp, and he goes, "I got a tattoo of Jar Jar. That guy's gonna be awesome."
You realize that's Seth Rogen, right?
Yeah, I know. He plays multiple characters in that movie.
Also, Carrie Fisher is in it. And it's
You're
like,
my only hope.
And he's like, "I love you." And she says, "I know." It's like
Billy D. Williams. They have so many famous people in this movie. But anyway,
oh my god. Okay, this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Billy D. Williams has like the best guest starring role on that 70s show. He is a preacher who loves Star Wars, and he makes his sermons about Star Wars. It's so great. Like, that's good. That's great. The only better guest starring role in that 70s show is when he had The Rock playing his father, Rocky Johnson.
That's good.
I'm sorry. Avatar.
Another thing I loved about this show is how many times they said, "Act natural."
They don't act natural.
And then my absolute the part that made me laugh the most is when they're faking being an airbender. The Rock goes up, and the Fire Nation goes, "The lemur is earthbending." Then he goes, "No, you idiot! It's the girl." And Sokka goes, "I'll hold her for you."
Oh yeah, and there's another really I just love how Appa is like the most adorable dog in the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we promise Appa won't eat his hay, and then he looks over. It's like, did the F you say? I just love the look. He's just, I want to hug Appa so bad.
Oh, me too.
I just want to give him belly rubs.
And I like the creative use of bending in this. And what I mean is that they're bending like coal, which is a rock, so it does work for earth bending.
So they're rolling coal.
So you could say they're rolling stone. I also love how there's mad foreshadowing at the beginning of this episode where Sokka is outlining all the nuts they have, and he goes, "Okay, and we have these rocks that look like nuts, or they may be actual rocks."
Also, can we just give a shout out to Sokka where it's like, "We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this." Okay, he is like, he I love how as soon as it's decided, he's like, "Okay, I'm going to make sure you don't die." Like that, basically, he's only going along with this. Like, I don't want you to die, Katara. So I'm just going to go fine. If we're going to do this, we're going to I love how he immediately switches. That is great.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I just really like the reality of it. When she's giving that speech,
mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, nothing happens. Even the warden knew.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, look at the defeated look in all their faces.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how you stop the prisoners from revolting around obvious sources of earthbending. You just say, "You can't stop us." You break their will. Yeah, military tactics again.
Mm-hmm. And that's something that kind of the Fire Nation excels at, and like in most stuff, all it takes is one person to literally stand up, and then the rest of the people find it again. Mm-hmm. I would think the father in that moment, he was more defending his son than he was thinking about fighting. That's why I think, because he just earthbended a shield. I think he did that without thinking, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, can we give a shout out to Michael Richardson for voicing that role? That guy has the most badass voice ever.
He has one of the most iconic voices. Because let's face it,
don't worry, I hear cowards float.
Yeah, I love that. I can't swim. Don't worry, I hear cowards float. Yeah, I guarantee you, anyone watching this has seen a cartoon with that dude's voice.
Yeah, lots of DC and Batman stuff. I'm pretty sure he's voiced the Joker at some point, I think.
I'm sure he has.
Oh, I mean, he's probably voiced Batman too.
Yeah, most likely. That
So,
voice was like mad familiar. I was like, where have I heard that from?
So yeah, I mean, this first kind of part of the season, they're kind of doing a bunch of standalone stuff, but like, you noticed how at the tail end of it, she lost her necklace, but Zuko picked it up. Like they're kind of doing that, like, oh, this wasn't like most of it, but like you got to watch that 1% where it's like, oh, story going forward.
Yeah, because what the show is doing is that it's telling like arguably isolated stories of them going through training to be Avatar, but they also have that one through line of they're being hunted by this one dude that's trying to get redemption for whatever happened in the fire.
Yeah, I call it the Buffy model of storytelling, yes. where like Buffy always had like a season-long arc, and they mostly did standalone episodes, but like the last 5 minutes of the show, they'd somehow tie it into the overall arc, or like at some point in the show, there'd be like little scenes here and there that moved it forward, and then...
Well, it's kind of like what the MCU did back in the day to build up to Thanos, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like little kind of nuggets here and there. And then like phase 2 and 3 is basically like, oh, which Infinity Stone is going to be here now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something that... yeah, let's not get into MCU bashing. We do that too much.
I was trying to compliment the MCU.
Oh, and you did, and I appreciate it. So
thank you. As hard as it is as a DC fan to do.
Yeah. So, so far, what are your thoughts on the show so far?
Oh, really good. Like, again, I say this every week, but why wasn't I watching the show beforehand?
What?
Yeah, I know. I deserve that one. But it's because I had so much other stuff I was watching at the time that I just couldn't fit this in. So
fuck off, Lord.
I missed that clip. I missed that clip so much.
I need to do more streams on my channel, or like these kind of shows or whatever.
Yeah, whatever happened to Friday Night Frenzy?
I lazy, motivation really.
See, at least you're being honest. I like that. But yeah, but it's super cool. Again, I like how it's doing a lot of mature themes, but telling it sort of in a kid show, kind of like what Clone Wars did too. That's another example of that comes to mind.
So next week is the 2-parter, the Winter Solstice, which last week we told we were going to be doing in 2 parts. So next week you guys are getting a double episode. So that one's going to be about a half hour, 45 minutes roughly, because that's going to be 2 episodes. That's going to be a 2-parter. There's going to be a lot to talk about. And then we're going to go back to single episodes. Just because it's a 2-parter, I feel like it's best to
there's no reason to split that up.
Yeah, so let's kind of end this kind of right here. So this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press. And remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one. Hello, everybody. This is Nick Gibson, and I'm joined here with my my partner in crime, Jared. What's up?
How you doing?
So this is a very special double episode of Avatar Rewatch. Today we are going over the 2-parter Winter Solstice, part 1 and 2. So Jared, right off the bat, what's your kind of overall feelings about this 2-parter?
Oh geez, it was the crap ton of lore that was dropped in this one. I was like, oh gosh, but it was very good. I definitely enjoyed, because I like when IPs take the time to build out the lore like this, but particularly I like how it's a 2-parter, because if it's a 2-parter, they don't have to cram because this would have been too much if they tried to cram all this lore into 1 episode, really. So I like that they took the time to do it properly, because too many times I see TV shows that just try and cram as much lore as possible into 1 20-minute episode and doesn't work.
Yeah, I feel like this 2-parter is kind of weird because it's not really one singular story. The first part is kind of its own story, but it also serves as a setup for the second episode. Like, I feel like the second episode really benefits from the setup being done in the first episode. Like, they kind of, like, the first episode is basically a kaiju film. Let's be, which I really like. They even gave High Bay like an atomic breath and whatnot. Like, they basically treated that kind of like a kaiju film. Like, I thought that was really cool. Mm-hmm. But like the whole spirit stuff, Iroh being kidnapped, that was kind of contained into that episode, but they also did really use it to set up the second one, and I feel like by doing that, they gave the second episode more time to breathe, more time to focus on the actual story, because they weren't concerned with the setup. I thought that actually really benefited the second episode really well.
Yeah.
So let's just kind of start with like the first episode of this. Now they go in, they're kind of like in a creepy forest. Now, what do you kind of think of where they're kind of switching of the vibes? Kind of guys get a little horror vibes there.
Yeah. It had a very distinct like horror little slasher like vibes from this, and that's one of the things I like about the show is that they have all these different genre tropes in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's really cool. And then you're starting to see Aang kind of get more comfortable into his role of like being the Avatar. Like he's trying to like say, also, like this is really the episode where they really start to go into the spirits. Like they probably mentioned it here and there, but like this is the first time we get like a lore dump about spirits, and also we learn the Avatar is the bridge between the real world and the spirit world. Mm-hmm. What did you kind of think about that aspect?
Yeah, I like that because you find out exactly what the Avatar is, and it's explained that they basically imply that the whole reason why he's the Avatar is so good with the other elements is probably because he has the assistance from the spirits. So that's kind of what I got from that. So they're kind of explaining how the Avatar is able to be this badass, in other words. So I definitely like how they give a believable reason in continuity for that to happen.
Yeah, like you can tell they really put a lot of effort into this show and like all the details and the world building and whatnot. So yeah, what did you think when the dragon showed up?
I was like, okay, that's something. And I like how it's the more Asian like design for the dragon, which makes sense because this whole show has a very Asia aesthetic. So I definitely like that, and I like how it's like how they explain what Appa is, because he's like, "Oh, you're Master Roku's spirit animal, like Appa is for mine." And I'm like, "Okay, now they're explaining how Aang has this relationship with Appa."
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's another bit of lore dump there and whatnot. So kind of shifting over to the Zuko storyline. Which it's very clear Zuko is kind of like a secondary protagonist, Like normally shows don't put this much effort into focusing on what the villain is doing. So it's really interesting. So what do you think about the whole hot bath scene?
His uncle's hilarious. I just love where he's just chilling in a hot tub while Zuko...
He's vibing.
Well, Zuko's like, "Come on, we have to go find the Avatar." And he's like, "Oh, just give me a minute.
And then, like, he gets up, it's, like, implied that, like, Iroh's naked. It's like, on second thought, why don't you, like, take another half hour?
I just love how chill that uncle is. I love it. It's so funny.
Also, probably one of my favorite moments of the scene is the way he heats it up is, like, he goes, and, like, breathes kind of like a dragon, heats it up. Like, that was, like, a really nice touch. And then he gets captured.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
Yeah, I believe they did they talk about Iroh's defeat at the wall of Ba Sing Se before this?
I don't remember before this.
And if nothing else, they go into more detail in this episode. They kind of give you a little bit more detail about his defeat at Ba Sing Se and whatnot. Like they might have mentioned it here and there. Also, I believe this is the first time they give him the title, the Dragon of the West. Which they will go into more detail about that title itself later on in the series. That's a bit of a hint there. Yeah. And then what do you think about, probably my favorite moment of this episode is actually a Zuko moment. Is when he's trying to track down his uncle. And he's at kind of like this crossroads. You know this moment I'm talking about, like Jared, where like he sees the Avatar, and then he sees where his uncle is, and he's like looking back, and it's very clearly communicated. He's got to make a choice. Does he chase the Avatar? Or does he go after his uncle? Does he do his duty, or or chases honor.
Mhm.
You know,
I like that.
versus-
It's sort of placing him in this situation because he is kind of obsessed with finding the Avatar, but he also loves his uncle, so it's placing him in like that impossible.
It's a character
situation.
moment. It's a character, and
moment.
I love that the scene cuts before he makes that decision, so you don't know. So like in the next scene, you see him like the stuff with Iroh, and you don't know like what's gonna happen, and then all of a sudden Zuko jumps in, and you're like, yes,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Love that.
and that really shows, you know, Zuko is not like some evil mindless machine. He's a person with like characterization. I think this moment really deepens Zuko's character, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's capable of, yes, he wants to catch the Avatar, but like he values family more than his ultimate, which is a very admirable trait, honestly.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see more of that character trait in the following episodes.
So basically, you know, Aang is whisked away to the Sage Temple. He's got to meet Avatar Roku by the winter solstice. You know, got to go into enemy territory, Fire Nation.
Mm-hmm.
And so that kind of ends part 1.
I
So
love their reaction, by the way, when they said, "Oh, it's in the Fire Nation." What?
You got to realize this is a big world. Like they gotta book it. You know, it's basically like you're taking a red eye overnight flight from. I'd say it's the equivalent of going from like New York to Hong Kong, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a long flight. So just focusing on overall of part 1, what do you think?
It's a great world building episode, and I like how they do it in a way where it's not overwhelming, because sometimes it could be like, there's so much stuff coming at me, but it spoon feeds you it a little bit at a time throughout the episode.
Did you have a favorite moment for part 1?
Probably all the stuff with Zuko, because again, it's showing he's not like this black and white bad guy.
Yeah, I think you should do a Zuko cosplay at some point.
I don't want to shave my head, so probably not.
Put on a wig.
I would have to shave this, so no, I'm nah.
I will say in later seasons he grows his hair out, so you know. But anyway, so moving on to part 2. Now this is kind of where the real kind of action begins. So for me, the standout scene, and this is the one where it's like, okay, we got a little bit more budget for this 2-parter. Let's throw in a fireball sequence.
Mm-hmm.
That sequence was so good.
Mm-hmm.
What are your overall thoughts on part 2?
I love it. My favorite part of it is when the dude is talking to Korra after Sokka is taken, and he goes, "Don't worry, Avatar won't. The Avatar won't come back without Sokka." And then Aang comes back. Katara, I lost Sokka. I know he's in the ghost area, but I know he's in the ghost realm. But that was just so hilarious. The timing in this for the jokes is so on point.
Oh, that actually reminds me of a joke from part 1 where it's like, oh, we're gonna be fine, and then Sokka, he thinks Sokka's gonna say something like, oh, we're all gonna die.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that part in part 1, but you know, yeah, there is that. So, so yeah, they're kind of heading forward. We got more kind of Zhao action. He's being a dick and whatnot. But yeah, I really like Iroh is like, Zuko, do you really want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and yeah, it's really good. What do you think of like the Fire Sages twist?
Pretty dope. Remind me what that was again.
So the Fire Sages
Mm-hmm.
are basically beings that are meant to serve the Avatar.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry about that, but yeah, I definitely liked. I liked how there was a group of them that were like willing to help out Aang, but there was like another group of them that were like super duper radical. I liked that whole little distinction, and I liked how to get them to open the door, they just put Lemur in the room, and then they're like, oh my gosh, Avatar's Lemur, and then that they all come out of nowhere and just like pull their like battle dress over their heads and like disrupt them. I like that a lot.
Yeah, and I actually really liked the explanation they give for why the sages are like this, because they served the Avatar, they waited for the new Avatar, the Avatar didn't appear, they got restless, they thought the Avatar abandoned them, and then Sozin got them to serve them. Like, when you kind of put it like that, it's actually really understandable why they got to that point. Like, I really... And I thought that was great, because this show could have just said, "Oh, they serve the Fire Nation now because of reasons," and that
because
probably
they're fire.
Yeah, fire equals bad, you know. But they actually took the time to kind of do that moment where it's like, okay, I can like that's understandable why they got to that point. Like, sure, those guys are bad and evil, but like, I get it, I understand, and it's kind of one of those things where it's like, would you really be in a different position if you were in the, if you were in their shoes? Would you really make a different choice? And those are honestly my favorite types of villain scenarios, where sure, you don't like their actions, but when you look at like the steps that got them there, you can't really like, you question whether or not you'd make a different decision. Those are like my favorite villains.
Yeah, basically the way I would if there was like one if there was 3 words to summarize this whole show so far, as a matter of fact, because this whole theme is throughout the entire show, it's nothing's that simple. In other words, because they could easily have, again, fire's bad, but they're showing that the Fire Nation is not it's not just a bunch of bad guys, which was one of the many problems with the Avatar movie, is that it basically painted the Fire Nation as 100% black and white evil dudes.
Yeah, and honestly, it just goes beyond like, oh, Zuko and Iroh, they might be kind of good dudes, but like, I really like how even like the regular foot soldiers, when they do kind of talk and act, they just act like soldiers, like they don't act evil. They're not mustache twirling. They're just doing what they're told to do. And I thought that was a really, like, what I'm saying? Like, in this episode, they just act and talk normal, and I thought that was really realistic, yeah. And like, even though the Earth Kingdom people were kind of being a bit of dicks, it's like, this is the person who besieged your town for 600 days. Like, honestly, they treated him pretty mercifully.
Oh yeah, I thought they were just going to kill him right there. I was like, they should have just killed him, really, when you think about it.
Also, this is also kind of going back to part 1, but can we talk about how stupid an idea is like, oh, we're going to take away the hands of this firebender, when like, oh, when they make firebending, they just make a fist and like use their whole entire body. They can literally breathe fire.
Yeah, you're not doing. You would have to completely dismember him and cut off his head in order to stop him from being able to fire breathe.
I mean, not even then, because like, firebenders have shown to like breathe fire or like out of their nose.
No, but I mean, in other words, you have to kill him in order to get him to stop firebending.
Yes, I am officially pardoning you from life.
Yeah, I love that.
But yeah, it's like not a good. I don't know. It's just like, to me, it kind of feels like an error of the show, or just like,
to quote Tony Stark, not a good plan. You need that drop.
I really do. I do. I need to get that one. Well, if we're gonna go on a quick tangent, there's so many like MCU ones, like the We Have a Hulk, or I have.
And there's one other person you pissed off. No, and you've managed to piss off all of them.
Oh, like honestly, with you, like since you uploaded the entirety of the Snyder
practically
cut
the entire Snyder cut, yeah, exactly.
I would just upload the entirety of the Avengers.
It's because there's so many clippable moments from that movie.
The entire movie is a clippable moment, bro.
What? Imagine for a drop, I just click play the entire Snyder cut. It's a 4-hour drop.
Well, that's a quick way to copyright Phil.
Yeah, I know. That's padding for an episode.
Oh, that's 4 hours worth of padding. One of these days, you need to do like a private Discord event where you watch the Snyder Cut and like live react with people.
That'd be fun. I think that'd be we should plan that. That'd be
That's
really fun.
that's a Patreon reward tier right there. Like
Mhm.
a monthly movie night where like people get into Discord and they watch a movie with you and you get to live react with them. You know,
Mhm.
that would like if you ever set up a Patreon, that would definitely be a reward tier.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. But anyway, back to Avatar. So yeah, I really liked like the whole crystal thing with like the eyes and whatnot. Also, I think this is kind of like the first time we see Sokka's mad genius really on full display. What did you like about the fact that he just kind of came up with grenades?
Yeah, I was like, okay, he's the type of guy that seems like I'll make this way. It's believable with his character based upon like the episodes I've already seen that he would be the one to invent grenades because he is pretty much the MacGyver of the group, so it makes sense.
Yeah, so it's like actually, you know, with him not being a bender, he's got to use his mind in this like tactical kind of maneuverability.
He's like Batman. He doesn't have powers, but he has that's funny. Sokka is the Batman of Avatar.
Okay, I gotta say, I never thought of it that way, but now that you pointed it out, I can't unthink it.
He literally is. He uses technology as his superpower. He's a techno bender.
I really wish I had dropped. Otherwise, I'd be doing F off bard right now. Oh God.
You can't tell me that's not true, dude.
I can't.
That's my contribution to the show. I have invented Sokka Batman.
Oh
Bat Sokka. Bat Sokka.
Sokka Bat.
Okay, I'll go with that one. It's your show.
Still not as good as Wonder Bat, but we're good.
Okay, where's the leave stream?
No, you better not. You better not. So, okay. So we get to the fateful moment. All right, Aang X Roku. What did you think?
I also like how they didn't exactly go into what Roku told Aang. It's just it cuts away, and then later on he says, "I have to tell you what he told me," and then just ends the episode. I like that because it puts a little bit of mystery, like because Aang looked worried at the end of this episode, so they're like, "What did he say?"
Well, they did show you what he said in the second episode.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that one.
Yeah, where they talked about the comet.
Oh yeah. I do remember. I do remember how the comet
also,
shows up every summer.
Yeah. So so with bending, certain things are kind of tied to bending. Like certain things power up bending, certain things don't. Especially like fire and like fire gets powered up by like Sozin's comet. You know, it's kind of like, you know how we got like Halley's Comet, which comes around every 70 years and whatnot. That's basically the same idea as Sozin's Comet, which comes around every 100 years, basically. And then, you know, and so like with water bending, it's very much tied to the moon and whatnot. You kind of more see that
towards the tides.
Yeah, and so on and so forth. So, you know, you learn that Sozin used the comet to do his initial strike, and that Ozai, and you actually get to see Ozai for the first time in a bit of a silhouette, which, that looks so menacing. And you see him, he's going to use the comet. So we just put a timer on that show.
Yeah. You have to do this before the fire dude gets super powered.
Yeah, before the summer's end. Remember, this is the winter solstice, so if we're going off of real world logic, I mean, the calendar is not exactly the same, but they clearly said winter solstice. So, like, that's, you know, we're talking, this is December when this is happening, you know, roughly December. So he's got less than a year to do it. Because let's generously say summer's end is end of August. You know, it's the equivalent of the previous December. He's got like maybe 8 months to do this.
Yeah.
To master all 3 elements. And Roku said it takes years of discipline to do, and he's got like 8 months. So it's like, that's a task.
Yeah.
And then, kind of like for the final kibosh, you have Roku himself appearing. What do you think of that moment?
That was super dope. I'm like, because they hype up this dude, and then it's like, it's Master Roku for the past, like, how many episodes we've seen, and now you get to see him, and I gotta say, he lives up to the hype. It's basically like in episode 5 when they keep hyping up Master Yoda, and then he finally shows up.
A Jedi, you say?
Yeah.
Yoda, you seek. Sorry, I had to do it.
That actually is a pretty decent Yoda impression.
A good impression, you say? Okay, that now you just sound creepy. Now you're kind of creeping me out, bro. All right, so what are your overall thoughts on episode 2?
You episode 2, loved it.
So, any thoughts about like things going so far, or like any predictions for the future?
I think that, well, in terms of predictions for the future, I think that it's gonna be what's the main antagonist who like was going after his uncle again?
General Zhao.
No, the one that was trying to save his uncle. The
That
one
was
who's
trying to save it. Oh, Zuko.
Yeah, Zuko. I think that at some point, because I know basically that Zuko becomes a good guy, I think that's going to be tied to his loyalty to his family.
You're not wrong. I like to like kind of get your predictions every episode because I like to see how they evolve as you watch the show and you get more information. And I like to use them as kind of like banner, like stop signs where it's like, okay, well, look at where you were here. You know, kind of look back on them. You know.
Yeah, and I think. I gotta say, I think as we go on, we're gonna eventually see Aang become like Superman level because like this way, if Sokka is the Batman, then Korra's obviously Wonder Woman and Aang is obviously Superman.
No, Korra's Aquaman.
Well, yeah, she's basically Mary, but I'm saying in this analogy, she's Wonder Woman, which is interesting because
Trinity.
Wonder.
You did that on purpose!
Ah!
You did that on purpose!
Dude, I'm telling you, it lines up. This is basically a Trinity show when you think about it.
You basically made it so I can't do Wonder Bat because that would be incest.
Yes, exactly. There you go.
I have to say, well played, sir. Well played.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing. Even ignoring shipping, this is pretty much a Trinity show. They act like the Trinity members.
Oh, just wait till season 2 when you get a new character introduced. You'll love her.
Yeah, I know it's tough because I'm familiar with a few of the characters from the show.
Yeah, and then second half of season 3, like Suki kind of becomes like a regular member of the gang in season 3 and whatnot. But yeah, and then yes, it's yeah, it's really good.
I got you, dude.
I have been
on this record on Nick's own show. I outplayed him on Wonder Bat.
Except when I cut out those portions.
Oh yeah, of course you will. But don't worry, I'll be sure.
Censorship.
Oh, don't worry. I'll remind people on my stream.
But you won't have any proof.
Just like you guys don't have any proof that Wonder Bat actually works.
Oh!
You don't have any actual proof that it works.
Oh!
But I'm not trying to turn this into a Wonder Bat debate, even though I clearly won that one. But
I'm wounded. My pride is wounded.
But I love this show. I think it's fantastic. Again, I say this every week, but now I see why people were telling me, Jared, you of all people, if you like superheroes, I've got to watch the show.
All right, so starting next week, we're going to go back to the one episode week format. It's just because this was like a two-parter, I felt it was best to kind of do it in one go.
Yeah, just do it. We're going to do that from now on. Even when we cover Justice League on my channel, we'll just do all the parts as one episode.
Yeah, it just makes the most sense and whatnot. So
yeah, because that way we don't have to spend a week. Okay, so here's what happened in the previous episode.
So I guess we're not announcing it. We're just saying like we're kind of talking about after season 1, we might do a Justice League thing on his channel. This isn't an announcement. This is just a thing we've been talking about.
What's basically gonna what Nick and I were talking about doing is that one of us picks a show the other one hasn't watched yet, and then it'll be on the channel of the person that's an expert on the show. In other words, like if we do Justice League, it'll be on my channel because Nick for some reason hasn't watched Justice League, and we're doing Avatar on Nick's channel.
Yes, because I'm an Avatar fan, so
yeah, of course.
Yeah, it works.
You're making me an Avatar fan, so whatever. I may have to add some Avatar stuff on in my office. Speaking of which, the Office tour is coming out on Comics League in about an hour.
Ooh, fancy. So, yep. So this has been Nick Gibson from the Phoenix Press, and remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one that's to walk through it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of the Avatar Rewatch. Joining me, as always, is Jared from Comics League. What's up, buddy?
Shazam!
I don't know what it has to do with Avatar, but I approve.
I had to.
So, what were your overall thoughts on this episode? So we're covering the episode of Avatar that takes place right after the winter solstice. It's episode 9, the waterbending scroll.
I loved one of my favorite parts in this is like Katara is trying to teach Aang how to waterbend, and she's like, "Okay, you have to do it very careful." And there's Aang like mastering it completely. You can see you could see Katara get really annoyed.
Mm-hmm. My explanation for that is kind of twofold. One, he's the Avatar.
Yeah.
2, he's already a master of a bending element, and plus, like air and water are kind of sister elements.
Yeah.
So he already has like the muscle memory, the coordination to kind of do bending. So, and plus the air bending is similar to water bending, so it's not too far of a leap. So that's my internal explanation. I mean, they don't really matter, but yeah. So this is a bit of a filler episode. You get kind of like that anime, like learning a new ability episode. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
So this one, Katara learns to whip it and whip it good. Like he knows he should.
Yeah. I also love Zuko and his uncle, and about how his uncle loses a piece of his board game, and at the end he's like, "Oh no, it was in my pocket the whole time."
So here's a question for you. Do you think Iroh is deliberately trying to delay Zuko?
I think so, honestly. Because there's no way this dude is this inept. I think that Iroh is like on the side of Aang, and he's constantly trying to like sabotage his nephew so he doesn't like get the Avatar, because he knows that if the Fire Nation gets its hands on the Avatar, then all hope is lost.
You might be onto something there.
You that look on your face tells me I'm onto something.
Smart man. So, yeah, what did you think about like the whole you're pirates?
I love that. No, we're like, and she gives another like really convoluted. But I knew Katara stole the scroll the minute she's like really eager to go off the ship. She's like, "Okay, we should go now." I'm like, she stole it.
Yeah, I just and I love the whole moralistic argument. You stole it. To be fair, they stole it first.
Yeah,
but then like Sokka raises like a very interesting point. Like, you put us in danger. You know, it's like the whole moral argument of stealing, that's out the window. The whole point of it is you put us in danger and whatnot. I thought that was really really cool. And then when they're having that standoff, what did you think about like Sokka? How he kind of came up with that plan in his head, you know, on the fly. Telling the pirates he was the Avatar.
Oh, I mean, who's gonna believe that though?
I mean, to be fair, everyone knows. Well, most people know like airbenders have like tattoos on their head, and he's whatnot. And so telling him the Avatar, plus at this point in the show, word kind of had already kind of spread around the world that the Avatar had returned.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I like that.
Yeah, it was so nice, quick thinking, and that's a character trait on Sokka you'll kind of see more often.
Or as they called him in the Avatar movie, Sokka.
There is no movie in Ba Sing Se.
I have to do that to piss you off.
Yes, you do.
I may change that to your April Fool's movie, by the way.
Why?
Because of that look. That look is so good. But anyway, yeah, back
You
to the
come into
episode.
my house and then start doing this.
Mhm.
You are a guest, my friend. You are a guest on this
Who
channel.
owns a trident? So, all right. But anyway,
Who owns this channel?
true.
Like, I could literally boot you from this right now.
Who lets you
but I
promote
won't.
your book on his channel for free?
Somebody else.
Someone else named Jared from Comics League. Wow.
Yes, I've already got your DNA. The cloning has already been initiated.
Begun the Clone War has.
Begun. This clone war has.
We execute Order 57.
I prefer Order 69, but you know, it's all
Of
good.
course you do. I knew you were going to go with that one.
Remind me to send you this video after we're done recording this. So, one of the things I found really interesting about this episode is it really showed a different side of Katara, because like up until now, I wouldn't say she's been perfect, but she's kind of been a cut above the other two people. This one shows a distinct character flaw in her. You know, like she's been a bit Mary Sue-ish up until now, slightly.
Kind of, except she's not annoying-ish.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like the good at everything kind of thing. But this one, it shows a very distinct character flaw where like she's legitimately getting jealous, for good reason, mind you. But I did find that interesting where they actually gave her a good character flaw to overcome in this episode, and I thought that was really cool. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like that because for the longest time, also in the show so far, she's been sort of like a motherly character that's like, okay, Aang, move along, it's okay, you're learning. And then when Aang basically upstages her, she freaks out. So I'm like, it shows she's more human.
Yeah, and then also you're starting to see Katara join in on the combat. What did you think about that?
Yes, I love anytime that we get to see combat in this show because the airbending and waterbending merges really well. I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, probably my favorite airbending moment in the show is when you have Aang, like he removes the smoke, and it's like everyone point around him. He's like, "Oh crap!" and then he brings the smoke back in.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. That was so good. The fighting in the smoke. He goes, "Sokka, follow me. Where are you? I'm right here."
It's very cartoonish comedic timing, but I love it.
Yeah, it's very good. It doesn't come off as corny.
No, it comes off as pretty good. Like, I mean, they do like doo-doos. They engage in cartoon kind of stuff, but I think it really fits. Honestly, the kind of the cartoon feel to the show, it really works sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any negatives with the show?
Not really. Honestly, not really, because I was enjoying this one. I liked. I did like the whole I keep forgetting the Fire Nation guy's name with the uncle.
Iroh.
No, his nephew's name.
Zuko.
I just love how Zuko's
It's not
uncle.
like it's not like he's the second most important character in the show. No.
Yeah, I know it's fine. He's a background character, but it's like I liked how. What?
No, go ahead.
No, but I liked how he was like how the uncle's clearly trying to sabotage him, like clearly.
I mean, really, when he says, "Oh, you won't believe this. The tile was in my sleeve the whole time."
Yeah. I see what you're going. I see what you're doing right there. Yeah. So far there hasn't really been an episode that I didn't like. So.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, honestly. So probably a bit of a shorter episode. It's kind of like a more filler and whatnot. So next week we will be doing. Actually, next week we'll have more to talk about because next week is episode 10, episode with Jet. just to kind of give you like this is a really political episode. Just gonna do a little preview, kind of give you a little primer for it, kind of fill some time a little bit. Basically, it's kind of deals with insurgencies, like counter occupation movements.
Okay.
It's really interesting, especially since you got to realize this show was made during the height of the Afghan-Iraq War.
Yeah,
late
exactly.
2000s. So the fact that they're touching upon those types of politics in a kids show is insane.
Yeah, very much so. The fact that they can touch on that in such a way, because Clone Wars did that too, but this show,
but Clone Wars kind of skewed a little bit older. Like Avatar is like 10, 11. Clone Wars is like 12, 13-ish kind of thing.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll definitely be having more to talk about. That one will probably be like a 15 to 20 minute episode. This one, there really wasn't much to discuss. Good, solid episode. I thought it was really good. Final thoughts, Jared?
Yeah, really good, a great episode. Really funny. One of my favorite jokes is when the pirate steals Zuko's boat. So he's like, "Oh, that's my boat! Get back here!" It's a chain of stealing, because first the kids steal the pirate's boat, and the pirate's boat steals Zuko's boat. So I'm like, oh, it's just one thing after another. And I will say, actually, real quick, what I thought was really cool is the way they get out of that waterfall, where they both have to work together and waterbend and jump on an appa.
I just got one question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
You didn't see that coming?
Jesus. Wow.
I'm sorry. I had to.
I know you had to. You're you. I got it.
I'm sure when that happened, you were like,
Whoa.
Where's the F off Bard?
Fuck off, banished.
Per request.
Yes, exactly. Jeez.
All right. So this has been Nick Gibson from the Phoenix Press. And remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Avatar Rewatch. We are on episode 10, and this one we are talking about Jet. Jet and his merry band of misfits. This is a lot. This one has a lot more meat on the bone. This one's a lot more discussed. I actually really enjoyed it. Jared, what are your initial thoughts?
I liked it, and I liked how it definitely dealt with more of the ambiguous part of war, because it's like Jet's like, should we? Jet's the whole debate of the question is, should we kill the Fire Nation no matter who they are, if they're old people, if they're women and children, or should we be more discerning about who we take out?
Not just the women, but the children too.
Like animals, and I slaughtered them like animals.
Oh, okay. We'll talk about that after the show. But but yeah. So yeah, basically you have they're in the Earth Kingdom still, and the episode starts with Katara. She's a little bit more sassy today.
I love it.
She woke up and chose violence, if you will. They're kind of harping on the instincts of Sokka and whatnot, kind of challenging him to be a leader and whatnot. So they walk, and they literally walk straight into an
ambush. I love that.
You came to the wrong house, fool! I wish I had that clip. I'd be playing that right now. But yeah, so they get trapped, and then they get saved by Jet and his freedom fighters, which is what every terrorist calls themselves.
Yeah.
So they you get some setup. I also got a lot of Lost Boys kind of vibe from them, Neverland. Peter Pan and his Lost Boys vibe from them a little bit. So actually, and also I now that I'm thinking of it, I want to give a shout out. This episode is really beautiful.
Oh yeah.
The autumn trees and whatnot. They got this kind of Ewok style tree hideout. Aang's loving it. Aang's just loving it. Jet's being a smooth talker. Katara kind of gets a bit of a crush. They literally do the sparkles in her eye. She blushes.
The anime sparkles. I also got Major Bad Batch
vibes from this group. And so for those of you that don't know, Star Wars did a show about so Nick, have you seen Clone Wars?
I've seen bits and pieces.
Have you seen the episode with Clone Trooper 99?
I have not.
Okay, so basically, so the way the clones are made is they're grown in tanks and then they mature, right? But the thing is that some of them don't like mature right. Some of them have like deformities, and that was 99, and he died in one of the episodes. But then you had this batch of clones that had like enhancement, that had like deformities, if you will, but deformities that were useful in a combat situation. Like their team leader's a good tracker, their big bruiser was like deformedly huge, but he has super strength. So they're basically super soldiers, and they're kind of specializing in more unconventional warfare.
So I guess you could say they're kind of like Justice League Spec Op team.
They're kind of like the Young Justice team, yeah, kind of. Except they're not young.
Well, technically they are.
Technically, yeah.
Technically they're younger than Young Justice, but we're kind of getting in the weeds here.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of reeling it back in. So, Sokka is being suspicious. Katara, she's head over heels
She's
for
in love.
him. She's puppy love, so to speak. But like she's too enamored with Jet to really think he can do any wrong. Aang's just like, I'm having fun. He's like, eh.
That's Aang.
So you think, they take out Fire Nation shipments, they take their supply lines, they're an insurgency, kind of thing. But you think, they just take out military targets, kind of thing. But then they're they literally try to rob an old man who is Fire Nation, but he's kind of an old man, which it raises the important question: is a non-enemy combatant an enemy? I mean, I just kind of, just because they're a different nation, just because they're a different, thing. I mean, sure. That's why we have rules of war. That's why there's these war crimes.
That's what I was going to say, is that the difference between a terrorist and a war criminal is a terrorist does not, or like in a war, the difference between a terrorist and like a essentially a combatant is that a terrorist does not discriminate. Intentionally does not discriminate between combatant and non-combatant. Jet's clearly a terrorist because he does not care if you're old, if you're a woman, if you're a child. It doesn't matter. You as long as you have that Fire Nation thing, you're dead.
Yeah. Yeah. So and Jet's also, he's like, he raises the concerns and he says, "Oh, this guy was gonna poison me and whatnot," and he's like, he had no dagger, it's like his word against his, and shot him down and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of, so there's this dam with this reservoir that like Katara and Aang kind of help fill, and the plan is to blast it with blasting jelly and destroy the village.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that's a terrorist act. That is,
and that itself is actually considered a war crime. You can't like destroy the people's ability to live. And I mean, granted, in a war, if you're in an urban environment, some buildings are going to be destroyed, but you can't just outright do an act that's going to wipe out an entire.
If that was a Fire Nation base, then all bets are off.
If that was a base, yeah, but the fact that it's a village, even if they're using it as cover, that's still considered a war crime.
Yeah, which that kind of goes beyond the scope of this episode, but it does that's the whole discussion we're having nowadays about modern terrorists using urban centers as cover, or in hospitals, which are very, very big no-no.
I mean,
targets.
In the Iraq War, we saw there were lots of insurgents that were using mosques as cover because they knew we wouldn't shoot in them.
Yeah, they still use that kind of tactic. I mean, that's a whole nother discussion that goes way beyond the scope of this episode.
Yeah,
but I figured it was kind of important to touch on it.
It is important.
But yeah, so it actually happens. They stop Jet, which I love that they gave him like dual sword breakers. So like, I don't know how you're familiar with that type of weapon, right?
No.
So it's it pretty much functions exactly as you see on the show, where it's like it's more of a defensive weapon kind of thing. Like, you know how sais are meant to like block katanas? You know, like sais are more of a defensive weapon. Same thing with sword breakers. You know, they're kind of meant to trap the swords and kind of bat it away. I really like that Jet uses dual sword breakers. It really kind of makes his fighting style a lot more interesting, a little bit different, and it gives him a little bit more movement options. I think that's really cool. I love the final fight between him and Aang. That is like straight out of like an Asian martial arts movie right there, I gotta say.
Yeah. And I love how apparently you would think by this point they would trust Sokka, because in the past, every time they have doubted him, it hasn't worked out.
But you got to remember, you know, Sokka and Katara, they're brother and sister, so it's like, you know, and Aang, he's just kind of along for the ride, you know. But yeah, so they blow up the dam and it destroys the village, but lo and behold, Sokka actually warned them. And this is, I love this episode is really good with like setup payoff, because there's two of them. One, they show the traps. They show that. And the traps that eventually allow Sokka to escape. And then also, because Sokka was like raising concerns about like being an old man in front of the old man, when he went to warn the village, the old man vouched for him.
Yeah.
So if Sokka hadn't done that, he wouldn't have been able to get them out. So it's like, if this is a no good deed goes unpunished kind of scenario, and I really like it.
Yeah.
And so, you know, they leave, and you kind of get the thesis of like, trust your instincts. Sometimes you gotta trust your instincts. Sokka, we're going the wrong way, and sometimes you don't. And it's like, I love it has such a beautiful end cap on this episode. Like it just clearly states the moral of the story. It's just so well, and I love it. So, any other thoughts you want to add? Any?
Again, I would say from what I'm seeing, the way I'm actually interpreting the show is it's a war show. It's a show about war, because we're seeing all these different themes about like rules of engagement, differentiating combatant from non-combatant. This is very much a war show.
I would agree with that interpretation. I mean, I feel like it's a little bit more than that, but like calling it a war show is not a bad read, in my opinion.
It's just the way I'm interpreting it, because I'm seeing,
and I feel like it's a valid way to look at the show. Because
one of the things, in addition to comic books, the other passion I have is reading about war and military history and stuff. That's why I know so much about the Iraq War and stuff. But it's like, I see like a lot of the same themes from those books, TV shows, and movies in this show, which is astounding, because this show, a show for kids, is dealing with these heavy topics. I know this is why it's so good. It's dealing with topics of like pretty much genocide and being an insurgency against a hostile force, but it's dealing it in a way that kids can watch it.
Yeah, and it makes it very palatable, and it's not talking down to them, and plus it's still like entertaining for adults to watch. It's handled with a very deft hand, shall I say?
Very much so.
Like I think Avatar handles these kind of politics better than some adult shows, honestly.
Oh, dude, particularly nowadays, the adult shows would be hitting you over the head with stuff.
Yeah, like honestly, I don't think modern writers could handle the nuance that this show has, because like, notice how there's kind of like a clash of male egos going on between like Jet and Sokka and whatnot. Like I guarantee you, if this was written now, the word toxic masculinity would have been thrown around a couple of times, probably by Katara.
Oh yeah. Stop being toxic, you guys. You're such men. And I'm like, oh my God. But yeah, because the modern crop of writers don't know the meaning of the word nuance. They do not at all.
Well, to be fair, they do touch on gender roles. I think even in this episode, Katara does say, like, why do men always have to be leaders and whatnot? But I feel like it comes from a place of, like, questioning the status quo rather than mocking it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I like this show. It doesn't preach to you. That's a difference.
Yeah. So what are your final thoughts on this episode?
Pretty good. I'm enjoying it so far. And once again, I say this every week, but why wasn't I watching the show in the very beginning?
Well,
That's gonna be a
we'll fix it
running thing throughout the entire series.
Oh yeah, for sure. So next week we'll be tackling the Great Divide, otherwise known as probably one of the worst episodes, or at least that's what the fandom thinks. I guess we'll have our thoughts then. So this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press, and remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the latest episode of the Avatar Rewatch. And this one, it is the new divide over the Great Divide. Joining me as awesome, as always, is the awesome Jared from Comic Sling. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'll take it. Yeah. Hi, how you doing, my dude? Happy New Year.
So, as the title of this video states, we're talking about the episode The Great Divide, a very divisive episode of the I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I could not resist that one.
Ironically, my favorite song from Linkin Park. Ironically, my favorite song
divides people. It's a great dividing. I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun with that one. Yeah. So this one is fandom at large kind of overly hates it. We'll get into that, and I kind of done some research. I was looking at some Reddit threads about it. But me and Jared, we weren't really active in the fandom when it was being broadcast. Nickelodeon were kind of more like recent converts. Me, probably about 3 or 4 years ago, I got into Avatar. Jared is literally getting into Avatar right now, so we're a bit removed from that. So we'll be kind of discussing the episode as it is more. Jared, before we kind of go into the episode, what are your initial overall thoughts on this one?
Really dug this episode. I don't know why people hate it, and I'm sure our guide will discuss that. But what I realized watching this actually is I figured out which DC character I think Aang reminds me of, and actually this episode solidified it. He reminds you of Superman. Now, you may wonder why. Okay, so number one, he is like the hope of this world. He's the last great hope. But here's the thing, though, and this episode solidified it, because in this episode, it's one of the things I really like. Aang was kind of the like mediator between the two conflicting groups, and that's exactly what Superman is. Exactly, or at least that's what that's one of his roles. In other words, he didn't have to use his avatar skills to be the avatar in this situation. It was more like his ability to bring people together and hash out their issues.
Yeah. I mean, I totally couldn't believe it. I mean, as far as like him being like the apex character of his universe, you know, and just the power and just kind of all that stuff. Yeah, Aang slots into like the Superman role very easily, so you got no argument from me there. So in my opinion, this episode starts out really strong with like setting up the whole point of the episode, where it's like they set up like the whole like debate versus like Sokka and Katara, do some really good setup with like the tent and whatnot, and like they use a visual metaphor like Sokka on one side, Katara on the other, and Aang literally in the middle. It's like the visual storytelling of this episode is actually really good.
Another thing I actually thought of is that this one is a good like analogy to our current time, because you have so many debates on like history, and then you have like one side has a perspective, another side has a different perspective, and then we're all just trying to agree upon what we can agree with the history that's written.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, for sure.
And this gets back to what we've been talking about throughout all these episodes, how this show deals with such heavy topics, but not in like a heavy-handed way, or in a way that it's actually digestible to all ages, really.
Yeah, I feel like that is definitely something that like the Avatar show really excels at and whatnot. So basically, the whole point of the show, the episode, and I mean, is they're basically at a Grand Canyon on steroids. You know, it's called
it's very much
the Great Divide. You know, like they said it. They said the name of the episode. You know, and you have these. Basically, you have these two tribes. You have this one person, which, by the way, I don't know if you noticed this, but like the guy, the initial guy from like the Clean tribe, the White Tribe, is voiced by Scott Neville.
I knew that voice sounded familiar. I was like, where have I heard? Because again, he's one of those voices, and there's so many in this show that have voice acted in literally everything I have ever watched.
For those who are unaware, Scott Neville, probably for people watching this, probably they know him from Robin from Teen Titans. For the gamers out there, he is also Lloyd in Tales of Symphonia. So Jared, if you ever want to play an RPG with Robin as the main character, you need to play Tales of Symphonia.
I'll check that out. But yeah, it's actually really cool because you hear a lot of voice actors in here, and it's weird because recently I was rewatching the Fast and the Furious movies, and Gal Gadot showed up. And what's kind of funny is, okay, so I watched those Fast and the Furious movies, those two, after watching BVS and Wonder Woman. So I'm like, Wonder Woman was in this? I didn't know necessarily the story behind that.
I mean, those
it's just really cool.
Roles.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was you're on a roll. Go for it.
No, it's like I like seeing the early roles of these actors that I've gotten so used to. I've taken Gal Gadot for granted. She'll always be my Wonder Woman, no matter what James Gunn says. But my point is that because for those of you that don't know, brief tangent. When Gal Gadot first came to America, that was her first acting role. And then she didn't really get work after that until Zach cast her as Wonder Woman. So she went from a side character in Fast and the Furious to the most recognizable female superhero of all time.
To be fair, she was in 3 of them. She was in 4, 5, and 6.
Yes, but she wasn't like the main character.
But she was one of the main characters, because let's be honest. I mean, this is an official tangent. She was kind of like because the Fast and Furious are ensemble movies. Like, obviously, you have like your main, but like she was kind of like obviously she was introduced in the 4th movie. In the 5th movie, she was brought on as like one of the crew. Same for the 6th movie, and then she had her heroic sacrifice and whatnot.
Rumor is they're bringing her back, which they brought Han back, so I'm sure they could figure out some way to bring her back.
This is the
universe where they took out a satellite by ramming a car at it in space. I'm still like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, Fast and the Furious realism, like it's like you can't really complain about realism. Realism literally went out the window 5 movies ago.
Which is actually kind of interesting. It just clicked at me when I was watching these movies. These are comic book movies. Now, I don't mean they're based on comic books, but they have the same logic and feel of comic books. Because this is something that would happen in a comic book.
And if you look at, we'll go back to Avatar in a second, but this is just too good of a discussion.
It's a fun tangent. We can have fun tangents.
Yeah, I don't mind, but I don't want to get to go too far out of this. But like, but like, if you look at, they're basically superheroes because like, the way like the hits they take and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. When The Rock is like pulling a helicopter toward a truck. Yeah, they're basically like
or like when The Rock literally flexes off a cast.
Wouldn't it be great if Marvel doesn't work out, the entire Justice League becomes the next crew in Fast and the Furious? They'll make puns to Henry Cavill like easy Superman.
Sorry, it's just the
idea. Giselle, we always consider her our princess.
I guarantee you, if they bring back Giselle in this movie, they're gonna make some sort of like Wonder Woman reference.
They have to make a Wonder Woman reference, or like the bracelet thing. They have to do something because it's low-hanging fruit.
And low-hanging fruit is Fast and Furious' specialty.
Yeah, that's pretty much their thing. They're
mind you, we're not complaining. We're not complaining.
No, I'm not complaining. I like those movies for what they are. They're no Zack Snyder's Justice League, but they're still enjoyable. But back to Avatar.
Yeah, the final word on Fast and Furious is like, I mean, obviously, people go to Fast and Furious, they know it's dumb, they know it's stupid, but the movies are still fun, and plus, like, they know they're stupid. They're not, like, that's the difference between Transformers.
They're not trying to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Transformers is a dumb franchise, but they try to pretend that they're serious. Like the movies think they're higher art than they actually are.
Whereas
Bumblebee was
whereas
pretty
Fast and
good.
Furious, that's the exception.
Mhm.
I'm talking about like the Bayformers.
Oh yeah.
But
From
Fast
two
and
and on.
Furious, they know exactly what they are, and they don't care,
And
there's
they
kind
lean
of an
into
honest-
it. That's the whole car in space thing.
The Iroh in space.
I love it. And there's like candy wrappers floating. I'm like, this is great. But anyway, back to Avatar. But yeah, I like this episode because here's the thing. It's showing there's more to being an Avatar than just being this overpowered Superman pretty much, because the Avatar really is the like guide of the world, if you will.
Yeah, he's the bridge between, and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
getting back to kind of the summary, we have these two tribes. Let's just call them Team White, Team Brown, because I cannot remember. It was like Zhang.
That's gonna get
whatever.
racial real fast, but okay.
What else? What do you want to call them then?
Team clean, team dirty. I don't know. All right, well, just
the Barbarians and the Paladins. Let's just go that way.
that's good. All right, we'll do it that way. That's better.
Okay, so you got the Barbarians and the Paladins. This is basically like your story of like two people that are at war with each other. I'll get into that kind of thing later, but like, so they have to do this canyon, and there's this guide and he says no food because it attracts insects. Advice that some people still need to learn here in real life, but So, they go through the canyon, they get an attack with one of these canyon crawlers, which, like, they are some
so cool, by the way.
Yeah, I love the designs. They're pretty sweet. Kind of reminds me of, like, the Mutos from the recent Godzilla films, almost.
Yes, yeah. Kind of the Skull Crusher-like vibe, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, in the first attack, the guide gets injured. So basically, they're forced to, because initially these people are like the Paladin and Barbarians are traveling as one group. They're kind of forced to, so they kind of split up. Katara goes with the Paladins, and then Sokka goes with the Barbarians. And so they're kind of camping, and it turns out both of them brought food, under the assumption of, the other people, they had to have brought food, so of course we brought food. And basically, you hear their side of each story. And what I really, really like is both of them, the side stories, use different animation styles, but they're actually two different animation styles. And what I love is the Barbarian one is actually a lot rougher, and the Paladin animation is a little bit more cleaner. Like it's it kind of tells two sides of the same story and whatnot. And so this is kind of basically where it's kind of like one of those classic stories where you have two sides and you're supposed to pick, but in reality, neither side is like the good side. It's like both sides are wrong kind of thing. Like it's a kind of a classic storytelling formula, but I think they execute it to perfection here. So, next day happens. It turns out that the food gets unveiled. Aang's really, really mad at them because, and then all these cannon crawlers, and then basically they start coming to blows. They start fighting, and so Aang kind of figures out a way. Basically, puts bags around them and does the carrot. Hey, look, and then goes up, kind of goes up it, and then he says, "Oh, hey, I knew these people." Which while possible, I think anyone who watches it it seems kind of sus. And they tell their different they mend their differences, and they're on their way to Ba Sing Se, the great bit city of Ba Sing Se, which I think.
And I love the way Aang basically just lies on what the truth is.
Yeah. I love how they act shocked at first, and they're like, hey. So I think this was a pretty good episode. And so I had mentioned about this being kind of overly hated by the wider fan base, and I did some poking around at the wretched hive of scum and villainy that is Reddit.
Oh jeez.
And I'm actually on Reddit all the time. It's bad, but you can kind of make it your own.
Although, actually, speaking of Reddit, real quick, Nick sent me something that looks like it was written by me. It's all about how Superman only works with Wonder Woman and Lois Lane is irrelevant. So, there you go.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, "Are you on Reddit, Jared?"
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that was almost like me.
Yeah. Anyway, so apparently,
Go on, Nick.
So apparently this episode was shown in reruns a lot on Nickelodeon because it's kind of, the story itself is very standalone. So Nickelodeon would always just kind of throw it in whenever they needed to kind of fill space. And so like anything that's shown a lot, it kind of gets overly hated. You know, it's kind of like the Nickelback of the Avatar. Oh, dear God, did I really just make
this photograph?
Oh, actually, that meme. So yeah, so since me and Jared don't have that kind of baggage, we actually really like this episode, and it's actually turning out to be one of the longer episodes. I mean, it didn't help that like we did like a 5-minute Fast and Furious tangent, but like,
hey, it works.
So Jared, kind of finishing this up, what are your final thoughts on this episode? Like, what did you kind of really think?
I don't know. See, here's the thing though. When I was watching this episode, I was like, this was great. Why do people hate it? I get the reasoning now because it's like it kept playing over and over and over again, so people got tired of it. But besides that, I'm like, okay, plot's good. It's animation's good. There's literally no reason besides annoyance to hate this episode.
I would agree with that. I'm sure pesky YouTube people have made videos saying like dissecting how bad it is. You know how people can be like that, but overall, yeah, I agree with you, Jared. I really like it, and so yeah, see you guys next week. We'll be reviewing episode 12, The Storm. I'm actually looking forward to episode 13, The Blue Spirit. That's going to be a really good one.
Me too.
But yeah, so this has been Nick Gibson with my good friend Jared. And remember,
Iroh.
I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to walk through it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Avatar Rewatch. It is I, Nick Gibson, and joining me is, I am always bad with this, my friend Jared from Comics League. What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Fine and dandy like dry candy. So this week, there's a storm coming, Mr. Aang.
Oh, geez, that's such a great pun.
Oh, I love it. I'm gonna be using that one. So basically, it's this one. It's the one where they have like the storm and whatnot. So, as per usual, before we get into kind of the synopsis, Jared, what were your initial thoughts of the show?
I call it Context the episode because it pretty much established the context for a lot of stuff in the show that's been like going on ever since episode 1, like how Aang ended up in the ice, how Zuko got his face thing, and how he got banned from the Fire Nation. I'm like, wow, there's so much lore drop in this episode.
Yeah, so we learn a lot. We actually see some characters. This is actually the first time we see both the Fire Lord and Azula. Also, I can't hold this any longer. Jared, so did you recognize the voice of the Fire Lord?
No, I didn't. Who is that?
You know this actor. Don't look it up. Don't look up.
Okay, give me a hint then.
This is quite the funny joke.
Okay, that doesn't help me.
That was the hint.
Quite a funny joke. Is it Mark Hamill? Oh my gosh, really?
Mark Hamill is Fire Lord in this. He's
wow.
The funny thing is, you hear his voice, you don't see his face. You actually don't really see the Fire Lord until the 3rd season. Azula comes in the 2nd season.
I love when they do that.
Yeah, so the Fire Lord is voiced by Mark Hamill, as if you didn't have enough reason to like the show already.
Yeah, all it needs is a Kevin Conroy voice, and we're good to go.
Sadly, that does not happen, but you know. But hey, what I love about Mark Hamill's Ozai is it's not his usual voice. It's like he's got a tinge of the Joker to the voice, but it's more like Mark Hamill menacing kind of thing, and I really appreciate that because Mark Hamill is kind of an actor where it's like he's got like 3 or 4 voices and he does like variations of them.
Mm-hmm.
This one is like menacing with like a tinge of Joker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's really good. It's really good. So anyway, the setup for this episode is the gang. Basically, they're low on food, so they need to go to the marketplace. And then Zuko is the Avatar. His crew is a little bit restless. Like they're not like they're like, oh, why are we following him? You know, and stuff like that. He doesn't care about us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so like you're kind of getting up like the dual storylines and whatnot. It's really cool. And so they're at the village. Basically, they need money for food, and like this fisherman, he's gonna go out fishing, but like, oh, there's a storm coming. This wife is like, my knees. It's like, which actually, her knee detecting weather. I've actually seen that with people. Like, I've actually known people to where they had like knee injuries, and like their knees could actually detect changes of weather. I think it has something to do with like the air pressure and whatnot around kind of affecting the knees. Because like I've actually met a few people who are like that. It's kind of like a correlation kind of thing, you know. But I do think it's kind of like an air pressure kind of thing because like usually with storms it means like the air pressure kind of changes and whatnot. So
Yeah.
That's my theory anyway. I'm not a scientist, but like so like that whole thing is actually not too far off is what I'm saying.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the storm comes in, the people have their the told you so's. Aang's been having nightmares where like basically he starts kind of get flashbacks. This episode really kind of helps explain why is he in the iceberg. You know? And so basically they're in a cave and they start telling stories. They give context. So you get flashbacks, and then basically the storm hits the ship, and lightning bolt hits it, and the power goes out, and like they're in the hold, and then Iroh's telling the story of the banishment. If you were not sympathetic to Zuko before,
You have to be now.
You are now. You are now.
Yeah.
So basically, the story with Zuko is he was a young, plucky, prince. He wanted to be in on the meetings because he, but basically one of the generals was going to sacrifice a fresh battalion of like new soldiers.
And battalion is a lot of soldiers.
Yeah, and they were basically cannon fodder. Basically just like, lambs to the slaughter kind of thing. And Zuko stood up because they were his men. They were, like okay, like, he's not a heartless monster. He's just a very driven person. And so, disrespected the Lord. And so Agni Kai is basically, it's a type of duel in the Fire Nation. It's just basically a duel. Just consider it a duel. And so he thinks he's going to fight the general, but he has to fight his father.
Yeah.
He refuses to fight his father because, honor is really important to Zuko, and so the father banishes him, burns his face. His own freaking father.
You can curse on your own show, right? Oh yeah, it's because of YouTube. But yeah, I agree with you. As soon as like I hear him screaming and they don't show it, I'm like, that's how he got the face burn.
Yeah.
And they even explained it. It's like, I thought it was a training accident. It wasn't a training accident.
Meanwhile, I'm just like screaming at my television.
All right, everyone, chill.
Of course you are.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. But yeah, so that kind of really explains like the scar, and he's banished until he finds, so it's like, okay, you're an antagonist, but like, I respect you. I understand what. And then with Aang, so basically they found out that Aang was the Avatar, and we know that the Fire Nation destroyed the Air Nation. So we're still missing a bit of context. I mean, I know this context, but Jared doesn't, so I'm trying not to spoil things. But like they're trying to hurry things because like they know what's coming, and so like he's they revealed to him that he's the Avatar years early. Like this is like years early. You know, it's like usually I think it's like 16 or 17 they reveal it. Aang's 12.
Yeah.
And so, of course, because he's the Avatar now, he's starting to get ostracized. Literally, his only friend is Monkey Yatsu. You know, like we'll actually learn why he's very protective of Aang the Avatar later. Like he may or may not have a connection to the previous Avatar. I mean, that's kind of giving away the goose a little bit, but you know, but we'll find out. You know, Yatsu is basically the closest thing Aang has to a father. So they're gonna take him away from Yatsu, and so Aang runs away, and you know he gets into a storm, you know, gets in the water, and the Avatar state happens, frees him in the iceberg. 100 years later, that's basically how Aang got there, and so because earlier the fisherman said, "You ran away, you disappeared. This 100 years war is your fault," and Aang feels guilt for it because he's not technically wrong. You know, and then Katara says, "You were here for a reason." You know, maybe it's like, but there's also the point of like, yeah, you abandoned the world, but you're here now. What are you gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And that's maybe my own interpretation of that. Like, yeah, it sucks. It's kind of crappy that you abandoned the world for 100 years. Like, yeah, all that stuff is bad. All the mean things people say, they're right. But at the same time, you know, complaining can only do so much. I'm the Avatar. I'm here right now. What can I do about it now? That's, I don't know. Maybe it's just I have like a forward-thinking kind of mindset. But like, you know, mistakes, you know, acknowledge them. But like, I feel like acknowledging them too much can kind of hold you back.
Yeah,
at some point, you just gotta like acknowledge it, you know, learn from it, and move on. That's you know, that's kind of my philosophy. Anyway, so yeah, and like they cross cut, and like the stories are such a parallel, and Zuko, a couple things going back to Zuko's side to like the ship. Zuko's actually rescues one of the things, and then there's a moment where it's like, oh, the Avatar, you go after him. He's like, no, we got to rescue the ship, which is character development for Zuko.
Yeah,
like he's been like, you know, laser focused on the Avatar, but he's actually learning. So that's a good thing. You know, that's good character development. Also, Iroh demonstrates a skill that will be expanded upon in the second season.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, the hell was that?
That is a thing. That is the first time we see the thing. It's explained later.
Because I was like, well, that's sudden.
Yeah. I'm not going to go into it because it's kind of like spoilery, you know, whatever. So yeah. Jared, what are your final thoughts on this episode?
I like episodes that try and like explain why the villain is the way he is, or like the antagonist, because I wouldn't exactly call Zuko a villain. It's just like
antagonist is a better word.
Yeah, it's just because you get a lot on, because you can understand why he has this laser focus on the Avatar, because according to his uncle, he can come home if he brings home the Avatar. That's what he just wants to come home. It's like Steppenwolf from the frickin' Snyder Cut. He just wants to go home. Except
it's actually surprising how accurate the comparison is.
Yeah, actually, when you think about it, I'm like, oh, okay. But and I liked how they finally the way they explained it. Like, okay, so Aang ran away because he, for one thing, I like how they showed that when he was the Avatar, it sort of put a distance between him and his friends. So now it's like it's starting to make him like not like that responsibility that all of a sudden is heaped on a 12-year-old kid, not a 16-year-old, they're basically telling him, you're the chosen one, if you will. You're the one. You're gonna take over the Matrix, essentially. That was
they're telling the U.S. equivalent of a 7th grader.
Yeah, exactly. That you're gonna be like this super badass, and you're gonna save the entire world. And of course, he just runs away and he gets in the ice. And as soon as he gets in the water, I was like, okay, this is how he gets in the ice.
I mean, not only that, but so he's already ostracized from his peers, and he's feeling pretty depressed. And Monk Yatsu, and then like they're gonna take Monk Yatsu from him, literally his like father figure, his mentor, his guardian. You know, it's like he already had. It's like he already had one wound a day. That was another one. You know, it's like he was already in a vulnerable state of mind. You know, when that happened. You know what I'm saying? It's. I mean, how crazy would it be if like you find out like, oh, I'm the Avatar and my fate is to see, and it's like not only are you the Avatar, they revealed it to you early, and they're trying to rush your training,
like
you
significantly early.
Yeah, like you feel like there's some sort of pressure. It's like this isn't like not only like this isn't even just like, oh, I'm the Avatar. This is like putting pressure on top of finding out the Avatar. It's like, honestly, I don't blame the kid for running away. I like seriously.
You can't tell me you're surprised that the 12-year-old kid who was just told he's gonna be the savior of humanity, yeah, he ran away. You can't tell me you're surprised by that.
I will say the biggest tragedy is I wish Aang had waited like the 20 or minutes or an hour for Monk Yatsu to come in. Like that would have been a whole different timeline.
Well, we wouldn't have the show that we're dealing with right now.
It would have been a whole different show because, like, basically, if you think about it, if Monk Yatsu and Aang had left, they wouldn't have been at the air temples when it got raided. So that whole Avatar thing probably would have happened then, you know, which is really crazy. I know there's been like theory crafting about it. Like basically, probably what would have happened is they would have left. Then they would have found out the air temples got destroyed. They would have hightailed it for the North Pole. You know, the Northern Water Tribe could think he had to learn water anyway, and they could protect him. You know, so yeah, it's just crazy.
Exactly. It's super weird when you think about it.
Yeah. So next episode is actually going to be a pretty good one. It's the Blue Spirit. It's it's got like a little bit of superhero-ish vibes to it. It's pretty cool. You get kind of more developing relationships between characters. I'm not going to say much, but Jared, I feel like I feel like this is going to be one of your favorite episodes. Also, if you're going to cosplay as a character from Avatar, I feel like this might be the character you cosplay as. Just letting you know.
All right, I see what you're going with right there.
So this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press, and remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 13 of Avatar Rewatch. I am Nick Gibson. Here is my host, Jared from Comics League. What's up, buddy?
It's already 13 episodes. Jeez.
Yeah. It's we should have reviewed this one. We should have released this on Friday, episode 13 on Friday 13th. But
yeah,
you know, that would have definitely gotten that synergy going. So today's episode is the one called The Blue Spirit, where aka the closest Avatar gets to being a superhero show.
Yeah, I was about to say when I was watching this, I was like, this reminds me a lot of like Batman. It's almost like what was going through my head all the time was Bane and Ra's al Ghul going, theatricality are excellent tools, or whatever the line is from Batman Begins.
Yeah, so basically the episode starts. Aang is Sokka's sick. I guess like the storm from the last episode, you know, got like a little, you know, fever or whatever. Katara comes down with it, so he's got to find it, got to go to the like a herbalist and whatnot.
Yeah,
goes there, and then cut to Zhao, who we haven't kind of seen him for a minute. And I love this joke. It's so obvious where the joke is heading. You know, if you're paying attention, like, and it's like, I'm not, you know, looks like my request.
just became an
The
order.
order, yeah.
Because he gets promoted from like commander to admiral. Like, I'm pretty sure that's at least 2 or 3 spots up.
That's very high up there. If you go from commander to admiral, no, you skipped a lot.
Yeah, so like there's theories that like Zhao and Ozai are friends or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, that theory makes a lot of sense to get like that kind of special treatment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so he's getting like a bunch of Hawkeyes, for archers and whatnot, and yeah, their skill is pretty well deserved.
They're pretty much Hawkeye, exactly. They're like Hawkeye, Green Arrow, SEAL Team 6, like guys.
Yeah, and I like the way they kind of they improvise, they adapt, they overcome. Because like at the first skirmish, Aang blocks him pretty easily, but then like they pin him in. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. It is.
So Aang is captured, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna keep you alive, barely."
Mm-hmm. I love that. That's so badass.
Yeah. And then this mysterious figure comes in, and he's wearing this mask, and it's all blue, and it's like he's a spirit.
I'm calling it Batman.
Well, I was gonna call him the Blue Spirit, but
But yeah, that's fine.
tomato. So yeah, before we go any further, what were your initial thoughts on this episode?
Again, it reminded me of like a Batman movie because all of a sudden you see the spirit throughout the entire episode. First off, I like how it's like picks up immediately where the last one left off, where they're sick from the storm from the previous episode. I like it. It flows well. And then they keep teasing the spirit being like a badass, and all of a sudden you see him break Aang out, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love like the whole expectation subversion. Like, so you see Ryan Johnson, this is how you do subversion. I'm wagging my finger.
To quote my stream, why did you say that name?
So he starts like waving his swords, and like Aang recoils because he thinks he's gonna die, and then it's like thump, thump. And all of a sudden his chains are cut, then like his feet chains are cut, and he's like, "Oh, you're here to rescue me." Okay.
Yeah.
And then like they're trying to like, I don't know if you noticed this, but did you notice that all of Zuko's attacks on the guards were non-lethal?
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like this goes beyond just merely like censorship. Like, kind of thing, like, like, oh, we can't show him kill people. Because, like, they made deliberate choices to show him being non-lethal. Like, with the spear tips, he was just cutting off, like, they made a choice showing him, like, all he did was cut off the spear tips.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it was a very deliberate choice to have him be non-lethal.
Me too. Again, Batman.
Well, Batman and his no quick kill rule is, it's more like a set of guidelines.
Basically what this is, dude, it's like a cooler version of the Batman Ninja movie.
Oh my god. The one with Mr. Dragon in it?
It's the one with the monkeys. Where he fights Joker, who's in a mech, a sort of Japanese mech, but then he gets a mech that's made of monkeys. I kid you not. I'll send you the clip. It is
how high were the writers when they conceived?
I know, right? But anyway,
so
that's what I'm talking about.
Suit, it's going to be made of monkeys. Yeah, that's right.
And the monkeys and the mech suit actually turns into like the 1930s Batman. That's the model they use, and I'm like, how? But anyway, anyway, this episode is basically just showing me this is how Batman Ninja should have been.
Yeah. So, they kind of escape, and then like they land on the ground, and then like the blue spirit mask kind of goes, and then you see a scar. Bar, bar, bar. Mm-hmm. It's Zuko. And so like Aang takes out the mask, confirms that, and then they I guarantee you some budget went into this episode, because this episode looks really good. There's some really good shots in this, like some really good camera work. some money went into this episode. Like this
Right,
is not
going
a
back-
filler episode.
Going back to that non-lethal thing, the blue spirits Zuko, then you know what that means? He was being deliberate at doing non-lethal because he didn't want to kill his own guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And then like Aang kind of went on the speech about like being friends and also so this is kind of something where rewatching helps. This is the first episode that mentions Sozin's comment.
Oh yeah.
Now, I'm not going to go into what that means for Jared's sake, but just know that's going to be really important in the seasons to come.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep. So yeah. And so he gets so basically the thing that Aang needed to get was like frozen tree frogs to free them. He gets them, cures them. Oh, another side plot thing I really liked was Momo. They're trying to get Momo to the water, and they did the shot where it's like what Momo, what they talk like, what it sounds like from Momo's perspective. I thought that was really cool.
That whole scene reminds me of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, where they keep telling Baby Groot to go get the eye and the fin, but he keeps bringing back other items, and they're like, "No, I wanted the eye."
Yeah, for sure. Definitely have that same kind of energy. Yeah, I thought this was a very touching episode. Like, not really much in the revelatory sense, but definitely a good character building episode.
I love where Sokka was so, or as M. Night Shyamalan says it, Sokka was so high from being sick that they thought he was an earthbender. Take that, Rock!
Oh, you haven't. There's a episode in next season where that whole thing gets dialed up to 11.
Really?
Yes, it's the quenchiest. Avatar fans just know what I reference, but I'm gonna leave it vague for Jared's sake.
Of course.
But yeah, so what were your over? So now that we've kind of gone through the recap, what were your overall thoughts? And there's anything in particular you wanted to talk about?
Well, again, I agree with you that this was like when the show suddenly becomes a superhero show, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see what they're doing. I like it; it's super dope. That whole scene where, like, as we know him now, Zuko just infiltrates the place and breaks Aang out, which, by the way, says a lot for his character too, because as far as he doesn't know if he'll be able to catch the Avatar again, and he's basically committing treason against his own nation. Which again, as you tease throughout the couple of episodes, Zuko goes through like a character arc, and I feel like this is the beginning of like him saying, maybe I was on the wrong side.
Did you say treason?
It's treason then. I
am the Senate.
Not yet. We need those clips. But it was super cool in terms of action. Yeah, they definitely put like a lot of budget in this because the action looks freaking dope.
They did, really, and I do appreciate it. So yeah, that was episode 12. It was really good. Honestly, I did enjoy it. And so next week we will be talking about episode 14, the fortune teller. And then, before we go, I kind of wanted to do a quick segment. Thank you, everyone. As of yesterday, we're recording this on Sunday, but we're airing it on Monday. So, as of yesterday on Sunday, this is so weird. We have reached 200 subscribers on this channel. Thank you. Give you a round of applause. Also, I wanted we launched a new podcast last week called the Super Split Screen Brothers, and you guys have been really supporting it. 60 views on the first week. That is really good. And also, I just wanted to thank you guys for watching this series. It's been really good. It's been really fun with Jared. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, it's been super fun. I'm getting into a new show.
So the upload schedule for the foreseeable future will be as thus. Mondays at 1 p.m. will be Avatar Rewatch, and on Wednesdays at 1 p.m. will be the video podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Once we're done with season 1 of Avatar, I'm going to replace this with something. Haven't decided yet. And then on Jared's channel, we're going to be doing a rewatch of Justice League.
Hopefully, because they announced that they're taking it off HBO Max, so I just have to see what streaming service they're putting it on. It shouldn't be that much of a problem.
You could always
I don't sail the high seas. I do it. I do it legit.
Well, you're a better person than me. I'm just gonna say that.
I'm sure I could find it. I'm sure you could find it.
If worse comes to worse, just go buy the DVDs or something.
Or we can just watch Green Lantern, because as far as I know, that series is on there.
Yeah, I think Justice League is probably... We'll talk about this later.
Mm-hmm.
So, a little bit of a shorter episode, but we got over the 10-minute mark, which makes me happy. So, this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press and Jared. And always remember, I can only
and remember, like, comment, subscribe on the video, and let us know in the comments what your thoughts are on the episode. If you're right that this episode seems like a Batman episode, just let us know your thoughts. Like, comment, subscribe, and share the crap out of this video. I want to pump those numbers up.
Yes, I have a feeling that probably within the next few weeks or so, we actually might see a video break 100, which would be crazy.
That would be nuts.
I think it's doable. I think we can do this. We're pushing 60 with some of our latest uploads. The last week's episode is actually pushing 70. Like, it's at 66 right now. So I think we can do this, guys.
We got this.
All right. So some Nick from the Phoenix Press, and remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this week's episode of Avatar Rewatch. I am Nick Gibson. Joining me, as always, is the very comical Jared.
Nice. I appreciate that one. How you doing?
It took me 14 episodes to finally come up with that low-hanging fruit.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, so we are very fortunate this week to be talking about episode 14, The Fortune Teller. So, Jared, what are your initial thoughts on this episode?
Man, Aang was crushing on Katara hard. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, coming off a little strong, but you gotta work on your approach. But I just love how Katara really annoyed the fortune teller to the point where she like locked the door. She's like, "What about this? What about this?" He's like, "Oh, shut up."
Yeah. So this is kind of like a filler episode. I mean, it does advance the relationship between Katara and Aang, but like overall wise, this has nothing to do with the plot. It's just honestly, it's good filler. I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
See, you start off. They're kind of relaxing. Sokka's trying to catch a fish. They set up. The whole Aang liking Katara thing that was there from the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that whole thing. Yeah, it's a good slow burn throughout the series. He's trying to catch a fish. Aang makes a little nice necklace. And then I think this is the first instance of the combination animals. So
yeah, it's like a bear platypus. The hell?
Get used to it. They really run with that gag.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of saw it throughout kind of the episode. You saw like different animals, like the. But yeah, they really do run with that gag. Mm-hmm. Let's just say turtle duck.
Oh God.
But no, they turn out to be really adorable.
And I just love that when the platypus bear escapes, he just lays an egg.
Yeah, because the platypus is the only mammal that lays eggs.
Mm-hmm. I was like, as soon as he said platypus bear, I was like, did I hear that? And then they show it, and I'm like, oh yeah, it actually is a platypus bear.
Plus, it's kind of a very PG way of saying, it crapped himself.
That's what I took it as. I was like, oh, that's clever.
Yeah. Yeah. So like then we got like the prediction stuff, and that's basically your inciting incident for this one. So they go to the village, they meet with her, and like you have this girl start crushing on him. It's like,
you have really big ears, Yeah. So what do you think of the episode so far?
I like it. It was funny. It was enjoyable. I like how hard Sokka goes to prove that the fortune teller is not actually telling the future.
Oh, trust me. There's a moment there that we're gonna talk about involving Sokka. I think and so they kind of go through all this. They do that, and then Sokka's not really convinced. They do like the cloud reading. Got this volcano, and probably my favorite moment of the show, which it really became like if you take it's like can your science explain that? It's like, and he's like, yes, it can. It's like, oh my god, this is like, I don't want to get political on here, but this is almost like like the whole
science.
Trust the science. I mean, it's not real. It's okay. It's not as rhetorical about it, but like
it's not really that on the nose.
It's kind of got that same kind of energy to it. It's like, belief, superstition versus science and whatnot. Yeah. So Aang's he's like trying to find a panda flower. Turns out the volcano is going to erupt. And so now they have to cloud bend.
Which I was like, okay, now I've seen everything.
Yep, they got to put the dark mark up in the air. Yeah, and so I think they really put some money into this because like some of those camera shots are really good. You see some earthbenders doing the thing. You see Aang doing some really powerful airbending. And then probably my favorite shot is like Sokka saying, "Oh, Aang really is a very powerful bender," and then it's just like, really? And then you got like the kind of like that camera pan where like she realizes like, oh crap, he was talking about him. Like this is probably the first moment where I mean you can kind of see there was kind of some inkling that Katara was attracted to Aang, but this is kind of the first moment where she starts to realize she might have feelings for him,
Yeah, that's what that's what I picked up on this episode. It seems like now they're both starting to realize, oh, we probably like each other.
Yeah. So there's kind of been some good twists and turns and whatnot, Then like, so it turns out that like the girl that was kind of he got told a guy with big ears he's gonna fall in love with, and it's like also this episode really kind of hits I'm kind of being scatterbrained with this one.
Sorry.
There's another really good moment where it goes like, oh, if I wear red shoes I'll meet the woman I love. You've been wearing that every day. It's there's a theory of that. It's like a law or whatever. They kind of hit upon those kind of principles, and it's something I really like about this show is it takes a lot of these like complicated concepts and boils it down in ways that kids can understand. Like I think kind of the moral of this episode, correct me if I'm wrong, is superstition versus science.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I think it is. Yeah.
And also, seize the day. You are the arbiter of your own destiny. Like I don't think the episode has like a full on stance against the fortune telling. It's more just like you don't have to fully rely on it, So what are your overall thoughts on the episode?
Yeah, I like it, and I definitely agree with you on those like points that you put out because yeah, it definitely has that whole science versus superstition, if you will, like dichotomy. And I like how it deals with that. Again, this gets back to a theme that we've talked about throughout this series about how this show deals with complicated like topics and issues, but does it in a way that a kid can understand.
Yeah, and the thing I kind of remember about this world is this is a world where spirits are real
Mm-hmm.
and that people can bend, and that there is a person who can bend all 4 of the elements who is directly connected to spiritual and is confirmed to have past lives. So this world doesn't fully operate on our logic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like the whole Marvel Universe thing. It's like it's like where there are actual gods.
Mm-hmm.
Though as a side, that reminds me of my favorite line from the Avengers. It's like, there's only one God, ma'am, and I'm sure he doesn't dress like that.
Yeah, or like in DC, where you have like a being that takes that gets his powers by absorbing the solar radiation, and you have one that's like was made by her mother, shaping her out of clay, and you have a being that rules the 7 seas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can like look behind a little, look beyond a little bit. You have to suspend your, essentially suspend your disbelief a little bit.
Yeah. So really good episode, and so we're kind of getting close to the end of season 1. So Jared, how about we kind of give them a little bit of a preview of what we're going to be doing next?
What's going to happen is the next series that we rewatch. In other words, when we're done with Avatar, we're gonna start releasing stuff on my channel, and that series, I have to see where it ends up. We're planning on doing the Justice League animated show because Nick hasn't seen that. I've seen all of it multiple times. The reason why I'm waiting for that is because it's being taken off HBO Max, so I need to see what streaming service it gets put on so I can see where I can watch it. But barring any unforeseen circumstances, we'll do that one or Green Lantern or one of the DC animated shows that Nick hasn't seen. So that's the plan as soon as we finish season 1 of Avatar.
Yeah. So and that's going to be Mondays on his channel. And in the meantime, because basically
different day than Monday though.
Oh well, we can figure that out in the so basically, because Jared was so kind enough to do this on my channel, I'm gonna do it exclusively on his channel. And then after that, the seasons will be launching this. We'll be doing it simultaneously. So like season 2 of Justice League and season 2 of Avatar will be going on simultaneously. This is just kind of like a quid pro quo kind of thing. But as a filler, as a replacement for Avatar Rewatch on my channel, I will be doing a Let's Play of a game that I have not yet determined. Basically, you'll have Jared. He'll be co-commentating on it. You know, basically every time I die or fail, he'll say how much
I'll be heckling him all the time. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be pretty fun.
I should like have my phone there with a soundboard, and every time you die, I say "epic fail."
That actually wouldn't be a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
And then if that thing takes off, maybe I'll have that slot in for a Friday kind of spot. You know, just kind of seeing what happens. But yeah, and then so that'll probably be under the Super Split Screen Bros, like Super Split Screen Plays or whatever. You know, I haven't decided yet. But yeah, and so yeah, Super Split Screen Bros have been doing good. But you know, it's a little bit beyond that. So yeah. Jared, anything you want to say before we wrap up?
No, it was a great episode. I like it. It was funny. It had heart, and again, it really dealt with that whole debate of superstition versus like science, because you see a lot about that and the religion versus atheism argument. So it's cool to see that represented in an accessible way.
Yeah, and I feel like they weren't they kind of leaned more towards the science, but they weren't totally dismissive of the superstition, so I felt like it was a pretty fair episode. I feel like the way they handled it was pretty fair. Like they weren't like, oh, religion bad, science good, which is how a lot of modern writers would handle that topic. But
yeah, you mean modern activists.
So yeah, join us next week for episode 15 of Bottle of the Water Tribe, and this has been Nick Gibson from the Phoenix Press, and remember,
Jared from Comics League.
I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Avatar Rewatch. Joining me, as always, is Jared from Comics League.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite episode of Avatar.
so far.
So far, yes. I hope you got the reference I was going for.
I didn't, but it is still awesome. It went over my helmet.
Can I explain it?
Oh, let's just kind of get the intros out of the way, and
Yeah.
then by all means. So this week we are covering episode 15, Bato of the Water Tribe. And then before you kind of explain your thing, what were your initial thoughts of this episode? Like,
Oh my gosh, was this actually really cool? And first off, I think I have my new favorite character of the show because, oh my gosh, Jen Taylor is one of those actresses. I call her the female Nolan North because she has a voice where no matter what she's voicing, you automatically know it's her, no matter what.
I would agree with that. But okay, explain the reference.
Okay, so in Mass Effect 2, it started off in 2 on the Citadel. If you go to a couple of the shops, and they'll give you a discount if you give them an endorsement. And what that endorsement is, every time you walk in the store, on the loudspeaker it says, "I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel." That's what I was going for.
Oh, like I have the legendary edition, and I've started playing 1, but like I haven't gotten too far into it. It's just there's so many other games.
There's so many other
but
ones.
that's a super
what I was
split
going
screen
for.
brothers. That's a super split screen brothers topic. But yeah. So with this one, basically this episode starts where they find a Water Tribe weapon, and they're kind of looking around. They find a Water Tribe ship. So basically the backstory is the men of the Water Tribe had left like 2 years prior, and basically leaving Katara and Sokka in charge, and that's kind of a thing for Sokka is like he wants to become a man. I'll make a man out of you. And
It's raining men. Hallelujah. It's raining.
Calm down there. We don't want this is that's a little
Yeah, I'm only joking around, of course.
I know, I got you. But yeah, and then so they're camping, and then someone appears, and it turns out to be Bato of the Water Tribe. Oh my god! It's
Another
like
male Water Triber! Yay!
Yep. And so basically, the backstory with him is like he's been he was injured, so they had to leave him behind. He's been in an abbey. What do you think of this character?
To be honest, all right. I liked how this episode basically used him as like a contrast to Sokka, because if you notice, when he's talking about being left behind and the heartbreak that comes from it, and the way it just focuses on Sokka, and then you see like him being left behind by his own father because the father was like, you have to stay here and protect the tribe and all that. I really liked how they sort of used him as like a stand-in for Sokka. It's an interesting way of like making you instantly understand the character, because even though he's a new character, they're essentially framing him in a character you already know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a very good narrative tool and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I really liked about that scene was basically Aang doesn't like it when the attention is not on him.
Yeah, in other words, he's a kid.
Yeah. Give him some leeway and whatnot. Also, I like the fact that like he didn't like the sea prunes and whatnot. Like he's a vegetarian, so you think but yeah, it's kind of funny. And then contrast that to we go to the ship, and as usual, he's just trying to get him to tea, and then we have this new animal appear, and riding atop of it is Jared's new waifu.
Yes, very. Because immediately, what's kind of funny? So I was going through my Twitter at the time with this episode on. Then all of a sudden I hear Jennifer Hale's voice, and I'm like, wait, what? I should have anticipated that, because every major voice actor, it seems, is in this show. But
let me kind of reenact it for you guys. He's like, wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened. So I was like, wait, what? Because I know I should have anticipated this, because every single it's weird, because all the major voice actors have done this. This is like essentially the Forrest Gump of voice acting, but it's like because she is like my favorite female voice actress, like bar none, because I played like Knights of the Old Republic, Halo, Mass Effect. She was Femshep, and she did Hawkgirl and Injustice, and I'm like, there's like
so many iconic roles. And by the way, I have her autograph on my wall on a Commander Shepard picture because I met her back when I was really into Mass Effect. I'm still really Mass Effect, but you get the idea. But it's like, again, she's one of those voice actors that I have yet to see her in a role that she doesn't nail.
It's like I didn't think I needed another reason to love Jennifer Hale, but I think I just found one.
The way she says "drinks are on me," I'm like, oh yes, I instantly love this character.
No, you missed the setup to that joke.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where it's like, sorry, I'm fresh. I'm fresh
out of money.
Drinks are on me.
Yeah,
like,
I love that. Again, because here's the thing: I've been having a hard time trying to pick out my favorite character of the show because all these characters are honestly super cool. Immediately, I was like, nope, got it. More than Aang, more than Sokka. No, I love Jude.
So yeah, so she has this animal, which like we're continuing the tradition
really cool.
of like the combination animals, where it's a really good tracker. Like it just sniffs. It sniffs out crime.
Was it? It looked like an anteater.
Yeah, kind of give your thoughts about the episode right now. I'm gonna
But again, and this goes back. I texted Nick immediately after she showed up, and I got time with the character. This again, longtime listeners of the show, please refer to episode 1 when we talked about. I think it was like episode 1 or 2. We talked about how this show does female empowerment right, because you have so many completely bad. The way she shows up Zuko, it's like, oh my God. The way she talks back to him like he's nothing, because for the longest, because here's why that's effective. So many times in the show, we're like, everyone's like respecting him. They're like, yes, sir. I'm sorry, master. Then she shows up and she's like, oh, dude, you're such a chump. And she like completely tears into him. And it's so satisfying. So for some reason, it's just so cool. And again, she is a complete and utter badass.
She whips it, and she whips it.
Yeah, exactly.
So while Jared was doing his unabashed love for anything, the animal is called a shirisu. I just looked it up,
But it looks like an anteater kind of, in particular how the tongue comes out.
Yeah, basically because like most Avatar animals are like a combination of two things, like turtle duck. You saw an ostrich horse. At one point.
And a platypus bear. And I'm like, what? Of all the things to combine, though.
Yeah, wait till you see a turtle duck. You will fall in love.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, again, do you agree with me that this show does female empowerment 100% right?
Turns out all you need to do is make them goth and people love you.
Well, yeah, kind of. And have them voiced by Jennifer Hale. Once again.
That too.
But again, it honestly astounds me because it's actually really good watching the show nowadays when Hollywood consistently fails to show powerful female characters. And it's like, I read a bunch of old like Ms. Marvel comics and I watch this and I'm like, okay, this is the way to do it. It's honestly, it kind of pisses me off because I'm like, this is easy. It's not like it's that hard either.
It's not that hard.
Exactly. But anyway, back to the episode. Again, I liked when she showed up at the end, that whole battle scene. That was really dope.
Yes. So basically the whole thing is like he's waiting for Sokka's father to send the message of like the rendezvous point, tell him where they want to go. So like Aang's feeling left out, and I actually kind of like this trope where it's like character is like, oh, they betrayed me, and then like he leaves, and like immediately afterwards they talk about how they're not going to betray him.
Yeah, it was almost like that's my one thing about this episode. I'm like, that was way too quick. I was like, no, we're gonna leave. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's a very it's a trope. I'm sure.
But I get it because they only have 20 minutes. It's not like they have 40 minutes in an episode. So I'm like, okay, I can excuse it for that reason.
Yeah, pretty much. So, so he goes to the ship. He's thinking about it. He gets the message, and then he kind of does like this. Like, I actually really like how Aang is a little bit selfish in this episode. He really do a good job of humanizing Aang, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really well. And I like particularly when like Katara's leaving, and she turns and you can see Aang's eyes. He's kind of doing the Puss in Boot eyes thing. And
He's
I'm
really
like,
good at it.
He's really good at it because he's a 12-year-old kid. But you could see he's like, please don't go. And you could see, again, it's anime, but you could feel the emotion.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and so he's feeling guilty about it, and so they talk about like this rite of passage into adulthood that Sokka never got to do because like his dad. So they do a version of it, and this is really kind of where you start to see like Sokka's ingenuity, where how he's really good at thinking on his feet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Again,
like
again, Sokka's Batman. We've already established this. You can't tell me he's not Batman.
Okay, when we're done with this series, we're probably gonna do a series of episodes where like we're gonna like cast Avatar characters as like DC people.
Honestly, that's a fantastic idea. That would work really well.
Aang is Superman.
Oh hell yes! Katara is probably a mix of Mera and Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't dispute that. Yeah.
Suki is Black Canary, but okay, let's
We'll do that later. We'll do that later.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, they kind of track things down. Aang kind of like they do like the marks and whatnot. Aang becomes like an honorary member. He's guilty. He shows the map. They're honestly rightfully mad at him. Like I don't even blame them for how
you
they
withheld
reacted.
that vital information, knowing how important finding their father is.
Yeah, I do like how they kind of came to their senses. Then you kind of had that battle with the paralyzation. Probably my favorite moment in this episode is where like the battle's going on. Iroh's like sniffing the perfume. And he's like, just like the look in his eyes. It's just like he looks around. He's smiling.
I also love when Appa is constantly being hit by the tongue and he just keeps inching forward. I'm like, what a trooper. Eventually he kind of like
he's a
goes
sky
out.
bison. He's a really large animal, so it makes sense that it take multiple hits.
Yeah, it's just seeing him fight through it.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Appa actually battle for once instead of just being a mount. Like it really shows how powerful he is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, when you have an animal of that size, he better be like strong.
Oh, so Jared, did you catch the Street Fighter reference in this episode?
I am no, I didn't. What is it?
So the character, did you notice that like the guy that June was arm wrestling? How he was dressed?
How was he dressed?
He was dressed exactly like Ryu from Street Fighter.
Oh, okay. But for future reference, I have never played Street Fighter.
Like literally, he's dressed exactly like Ryu from Street Fighter. Like literally, like it looks exactly like him.
Yeah.
So you get a really great battle between Zuko and Aang, and he kind of starts using water in his battle style for the first time, which is really cool. And then like towards the end, you have this moment where it's like, Uncle, you won't get paralyzed. He's like, and then like he looks at him like, how dare you? Like I like this episode because like Iroh is really mischievous in this episode.
Yeah, he is. I have a theory that he's 100% sabotaging his nephew because he doesn't want to see the Avatar capture. He's not exactly as 100% with the cause. Nick's got that look in his eye.
So
because either he's stupid or he's sabotaging it, and I don't think he's stupid.
So what were your overall thoughts on this episode?
This is probably my favorite episode so far, just because the action scenes, we get one of the most badass characters in the entire show, and I like it. Does a lot for Aang's character development and for everyone else's character development because they now see this is the first time we really acknowledge that they're a family now.
Mm-hmm. So basically, Sokka and Katara, they have two tribes. They had the Water Tribe, and they had the tribe they had with Aang. That's basically how I see it.
Exactly. That's pretty much what it is at this point.
Yeah. So that was a really good episode. Next up, we're kind of like nearing towards the end of this season. We got a kind of few more episodes for like the two-parter finale. Next up is episode 16, The Deserter. and then we got 2 more episodes after that, and then we got the finale. So we're kind of cruising towards that. And right now, the plan is we finish this up, and then we'll be doing a rewatch on Jared's channel, and then in Avatar's place, we'll be doing a replay where I play a game and Jared insults me, and he basically mocks my poor performance.
I'm already writing all my insults together. Like, I may get a soundboard on my phone, and every time you die, wah, wah, wah.
Well, it will be fun, and that's basically meant as a stopgap. So once we finish season 1 on his channel, we'll be basically doing releasing both on his and mine. So season 2, season 3, and then we'll go on to a different show on mine. So we'll be doing both on both channels. Yeah, that's kind of how things are going to go.
In terms of what show we're going to do on my channel, right now we're planning to do the Justice League cartoon for like season 1. Chances are we're still going to end up doing that. I just have to, because I think it's still going to be on a streaming service that I have. So we'll still be able to do that. So right now we're going to plan to do that. If not, we'll probably do like Green Lantern, or like it'll be a DC animated show.
Mm-hmm.
That's the plan.
So basically, the thought process on the show is the person hosting it has seen the show before, and the other guest has not. Yeah. So, like for example, I've seen Avatar before, and he hasn't. And whereas I haven't seen Justice League, which you would think I have, but I haven't.
I think you have.
And he has. So that's kind of where this dynamic comes in.
And so if we do Justice League, I just want to get this out of the way. The first week is going to be 3 episodes, because the 3 episodes of the first arc.
And then also after, so my plan is after we finish Avatar, we are doing the Battlestar Galactica reboot.
Heck yeah, let's do it. I'm down. I always want a lot of the shows that Nick wants me to watch are shows I've wanted to watch for a while. So now I have a content reason to do so. So I'm like, all right, fine.
Yeah, trust me. There is a lot of shows to go through. Like Firefly, Buffy, Angel, lots of stuff.
I'll have to like look past my extreme hatred for He Who Must Not Be Named on those.
Yeah. Yeah, probably hold out on Buffy for later, because that's like 7 whole seasons, where it's like Firefly is like, 13 episodes, and like Battlestar Galactica is like 4 seasons. Like, kind of do more of the shorter stuff. So that's more down the line. Yeah. So anyway, Jared,
Justice League is about two seasons, I think.
Then you get to Unlimited.
Then you get to Unlimited. Okay, so I'm sorry. What were you gonna say?
So let's kind of wrap this thing up. Okay. Thank you for everyone for coming by, and we will see you next week.
Comment, subscribe, and tell us your thoughts on this episode and why June is the best female character in the whole show.
So is June your goth GF? Was Iroh really mischievous? What were your thoughts on this episode? Please comment down below. We need to feed that algorithm. It's a hungry, ravenous beast. I went Australian there for a moment. Yeah. So yeah, it's been Nick Gibson from the Phoenix Press. And remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to walk through it.
Stay rock.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this week's episode of Avatar Rewatch. Joining me, as always, is the Fire Nation exile himself, Jared from Comics League.
Man, Aang got burned in this episode. That was such a sick burn.
Well, technically, Aang was the burner, not the Bernie, but we'll get into that. We will get.
You could say like he had a burner cell phone. He called Katara on a burner. Now you know how it feels when you do this on my show.
Fuck off, God.
I missed that. Yes, I was pushing for that. I was like, please use that. Please use that. Yes.
I paused a few seconds to make sure it's like a 38 seconds for clear. But still, it's just like you were asking for that.
I was intentionally asking for that. What would be funnier, by the way, if you ever wanted to be able to use that before the 38, just put a bleep and then bleep off bar. But anyway, back to the episode. I really liked this one. It was cool seeing Aang finally learn a new element.
Oh, well, he was starting to learn water.
Starting to learn it, but it's nice because it looks like we're finally seeing that plot line like develop, because I've enjoyed it. Last season, last episode specifically, we've gone over this, but I like seeing how now he's starting to learn the other elements. Now that plot line's finally moving forward.
So this episode, they kind of stumbled across an advertisement for a fire festival. Oh dear God, that actually might be the title of this.
Oh
episode.
yeah, that actually is a good title.
Okay, we'll talk about this. Okay,
Yeah.
Anyway, so you'll see some stuff. You actually see the Blue Spirit is one of the people on the wanted poster. I don't know if you noticed that or not.
I didn't see that.
All right, so they go to this fire festival. There's no FEMA tents. There's no, they're not on a Bahama Island. This fire festival actually happens. And so they see a person doing a fire display. And Jared, did you recognize the voice actor for that person?
No, I did not. Who was this?
I am really shocked. I need to take your nerd card away.
Who was it? Come on.
This person has voiced a very popular comic book character on a very popular cartoon.
DC or Marvel?
DC.
Is it Justice League?
No.
Superman?
No.
Batman?
Related.
Okay, so it's Batman related. It's DC animated. Okay.
The character is Batman related. That's a really big hint.
Okay, so it's appeared in a DC show, and the character is Batman related. All right. Is it the character? Is it the actor who plays Nightwing?
You're getting warmer.
Robin?
Which Robin?
Jason Todd?
No.
Tim Drake?
No.
Wait, is it the guy who? Oh, it just clicked on me. It's Dick Grayson from Teen Titans.
Titans, go!
Yeah. First, sorry about that. For a second, I was like, "Who is this?" Oh, as soon as you said Robin, I was like, "Yeah, I should have gotten that immediately."
Okay, so to specifically spell this out, the voice actor is Scott Melville, who is the voice of Robin from Teen Titans. If you're a video game fan, you might recognize him as the voice of Lloyd from Tales of Symphonia.
Okay, and by the way, it wasn't just in Teen Titans; he was in Teen Titans Go.
Okay, that works as well.
Where he got the Snyder cut. That's such a. We're gonna review that episode, just that episode, one day. But anyway, it's again. I say this every week. It's astounding how many voice actors have gone this. It's like the Forrest Gump show for voice actors. Last week was my favorite, but that's besides the point.
Yes.
Can I ask, does Susan Eisenberg voice a character in Avatar?
Who's Susan Eisenberg?
Wonder Woman in Justice League.
I'm not sure. I know Legend of Korra, they get some pretty high profile people.
Mm-hmm. but yeah, again, I see. I like this because it turns into a game. Can I recognize that voice? Because it's kind of funny when I was watching the episode, that voice did sound familiar. I even thought, where have I heard that voice before? And then you said Robin, I was like, okay. As soon as you said which Robin, I was like, okay, I got it now.
Of course!
Thank you. You're really enjoying having those clips, aren't you?
Of course!
Is this payback for what we did on the last stream?
Of course!
All right, back to Avatar.
Nice.
Back to Avatar.
Oh yes, back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. So basically, he's doing a performance, and Aang, being the lovable doof he is, thinks that Katara is in trouble. So he goes to save her, reveals that he's the Avatar. People chase after him, and a person helps him. And then they meet this firebending master called Zhao. Now, I really find Zhao to be particularly interesting because he shows us a side of firebending we haven't really seen before, or even really, I think his character is really interesting. Have you ever seen a character resent the power that they have? It's almost like, say you're a singer, and your voice, you have a really good country voice, but you're a metalhead.
Yeah, and it's kind of what's interesting about it is that Aang shows up. He's the typical kid. He's like, "Yeah, I want to learn to play with fire," but then comes him, and he's like, "No, it's a big responsibility because fire is a destructive thing. It's not like if you move a rock's not going to move on its own, but fire will destroy everything if it isn't controlled. You have to be careful."
Yeah, it's really good philosophy. You know, I mean, actually, a really good lesson for kids. You know, like, don't play with fire, or fire will play. Do not play with fire, or fire will play with you.
In Soviet Russia, fire plays with you.
Well, it's too cold for that, but you know, whatever.
You didn't see that coming?
But yeah, so we get a cameo by Roku, who basically is like, "I'm Avatar, you train him," and like Roku's like, and Zhang's like, "Yes, yes, yes." So we start to see kind of like Zhang doing the fundamentals. Then he reveals like he had an apprentice who abandoned him, and then like it kind of hard cuts to General Zhao. You know, kind of doing a little hinting, if you will.
Yeah.
And so they're going after it, and yeah, Katara's doing her thing, and then Aang kind of starts playing with the fire. He's doing it, and then he does a little spin move, and Katara gets burned.
Sick burn, bro.
Too soon, bro. Too soon.
Okay, so let me cancel all Turn Samurai appointments and advertising.
What?
Why?
All right, it's just kidding. But yeah, and it immediately shows them. Yeah, it's a responsibility. It looks badass to be able to throw fireballs out of your hands, but it's also a responsibility that we didn't see before, and it kind of gives you a little bit more of a respect for what fire benders do.
Yeah, it really goes into like the other side of the philosophy of fire, because like we've only really seen fire as the villainous element. Like we've only seen it really as a tool for evil. Even with this episode, we still haven't seen it used as a tool for good. Now, granted, we will see fire get redeemed in later seasons, but we're kind of a little bit jumping the gun on that one.
It reminds me a lot about the dark side of the Force in Star Wars, because in the dark side, if you just watch the movies, it's like, okay, the light side are the good guys, and the dark side are the bad guys, are just black and white. But if you read the extended lore, it's like, no, there's a little bit of gray, and dark side is not inherently bad. And the Sith are not inherently bad. It's just a few of them that use those powers for evil. Like there are plenty of good aligned dark side and Sith users, essentially.
Thank you, Kyle Katarn.
Yes, and Darth Revan. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's another reason why I love Darth Revan so much, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, it's just like anything, any destructive tool. Like, for example, a gun itself is not inherently evil. You know, just because a gun is a tool used that is designed to kill people, you know, does not necessarily make it an evil thing. You put a gun on a table, does it kill people? No. It takes a person picking up that gun and deciding how to use it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And it's a nice little paradigm shift in the episode because, like you said, previous to this, fire was, oh, they're the bad guys. And here it's like, not necessarily.
Yeah, and I really liked the fight that Aang had with General Zhao, where he's basically using his own emotions against him, which...
He pulls an Ace Ventura where he turns around and speaks from his rear.
Yeah,
Ace Ventura, the Avatar. That should be the title.
I would call this the No You fight because, you know, it's like he's kind of jumping around. We kind of know what he's doing. But he basically get Zhang to burn his own ships and whatnot. I thought that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this was a really good episode. Rather standalone. But yeah. So what were your overall thoughts on this episode?
I liked it again because I like these episodes and like lore and stuff that explore the gray area because it's actually no. I like. Let me rephrase that. I like when a show makes you think one way about a particular power set, like the dark side of the Force or the Firebenders, and then it completely changes it on its head because this completely flips how you think of Firebenders. kind of like how Darth Revan and Knights of the Republic flip how you think of like the dark side of the Force. Where like, no, it's really more the user. It's like with Superman, because Superman has all these god tier powers. You expect him to be evil. Compare Superman to Homelander. It's really it's really the user, because Homelander has the exact same powers as Superman. He just chooses to use those powers for evil, while Superman uses it to serve people. Whoa! I know I'm smart sometimes.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
You started it. This episode is all over the place.
That's the joke.
What do you think of this episode, Nick?
Crap, mega crap.
I'm sorry, you set me up for that one. You set me up. Okay. No, I seriously think this is actually a really good episode. Probably one of the better ones. Probably like the upper echelon. I'm not. The next episode we're going to be taking care of the Northern Air Temple. A little bit of spoiler. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it should be pretty interesting. So, yep, that's what we got going on. We're kind of closing in on the end of the first season. We got some good stuff in store for people. We're not ready to make some announcements, but next episode we'll be dropping some news. Maybe a live stream.
And what I do know is that from what I can see, Justice League is going to be on HBO Max for longer. So we can so far we're keeping to the plan of covering Justice League at least the first season. So far, I'm checking right now. Good, it's still on HBO Max. There's no like tag that says leaving soon. It's not even in the leaving soon area. So we're good so far for the plan for my channel.
We'll play that by year.
Yeah.
So, but we will be announcing the next thing before this is over.
Oh yeah, and we got some plans for this show that I think you guys are going to enjoy. It's going to be really fun.
Also, I think it is safe to say this announced. We will be doing season 2. I think.
Yeah.
The show has been successful enough that I think season 2 is warranted. Probably season 3. So thank you guys for all your support. We're not done yet, but we got some good stuff in store. So
yeah, what we can do is that when Justice League season 1 is done, we can alternate between Avatar and Justice League if you want to do that.
Yeah, like what we talked about before, we'll probably record both on the same night and then release them like either same day or different days or whatever. We'll come up with a schedule.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, so this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press and Jared from Comics League. And remember, I can only show you the door. You're the ones to walk through it.
Oh my.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Avatar Rewatch. I am Nick. Joining me, as always, is the very legalicious Jared.
Well, that's an interesting way to describe me. Legalicious! Which I'm like, all right, fine. How you doing, Nick?
Well, there's only really one way to describe how I'm doing.
Crap, mega crap.
Nice. But can I just say before we get started, I love how we went from Sokka's Batman to Sokka's a war criminal now.
Dude, spoilers!
It's in the title.
Okay, I need to get that clip. I need to get the River Song spoilers clip.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. So getting back to the whole reason we're here, we're on episode 17 of Avatar: The Last Airbender, titled The Northern Air Temple. So I think this is a really, really interesting episode. Thrilling, but also really interesting because we see Aang going to the Northern Air Temple, with another kind of abandoned air temple. Basically, they have it like on the 4 kind of quadrants, like northern, southern, eastern, western kind of thing. And so they're there, and they see that it's occupied now, with basically a bunch of people flying around, and it's occupied this guy named the Mechanist, who is kind of like doing all the machines and whatnot. And then and Aang is kind of really upset because they've desecrated his culture, but it does kind of raise an interesting question. Like, air nomads have been gone for 100 years.
And while it is important to deserve culture, like, don't you think someone else would want to occupy the space? I don't know.
Yeah, and it was, as far as we know, abandoned for so long. So it's not like they just there was a bunch of airbenders there, and the other people just rolled in.
Yeah. Like, it's not like, that is a very, like, I think I can see both sides in the argument, honestly.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like, also the one of the protagonists of this episode is a person in a wheelchair, which you don't really see in television much.
No, you don't. Even though you should. DC Comics with Oracle.
Yeah, I'm still salty about that. But anyway, so they talk about like the spear and like one of the things that like I was watching the episode, I was kind of reminded of Firefly, and there's a line, "You can't take the sky from me." And so there's a lot of
the wind. Watch how I soar. Yeah, it reminded me of that one too.
Too soon, bro.
Well, yeah, I know. Watch how I soar. Oh no.
Too soon,
but I 100% got that. A lot of the show reminds me of Firefly, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, we need to do a rewatch of that at some point.
Oh, hell yes. We need. That's like one show by He Who Must Not Be Named that I will watch.
Nice.
That worked. But yeah, so we're kind of going through there. What are kind of like your initial thoughts of this episode? Like kind of thoughts of it and kind of like the show up to this far.
I liked how like Aang could immediately tell that these people that were flying around were not airbenders based upon their movements and such. It shows like he's still. It shows how like in tune with the air, if you will, with airbending he is. And again, I like the wheelchair superhero guy. I kind of like the war like idea where they're all like dropping bombs from their gliders. It kind of reminds me. This whole episode kind of made me go hell yeah, because it reminded me of the DC Comics character Kite Man. So it's like, I mean, come on, dude, it's right there. And
yeah.
I also liked how this dude like built all these elaborate he kind of reminded me of Tony Stark in a way, because he built like all these elaborate like machines and such. It's like if Tony Stark were an Avatar.
Also, what do you think about the fact that like Sokka, like we kind of see a new side of Sokka with this episode? Like I think this is really the start of like where it shows how Sokka is really freaking smart.
I mean, we did say he is Batman.
That is true. And you could call this prep time.
It's only a matter of time before we find out he has a contingency plan in case Aang turns evil. It's only a matter of time.
Sorry, I'm just playing that whole scenario out in my head.
We'll call it Avatar Tower of Babel.
Oh, that's a crossover. That is a crossover.
Dude, it's like Batman and Sokka are like, you have contingency plans? I have contingency plans. Do we just become best friends?
No.
No, yes.
That is exactly what Batman would say.
That's exactly what Batman would say. Yeah, exactly.
But getting back to the Avatar.
Yeah,
first,
exactly.
So yeah, you see like kind of like that same door from the previous stuff, and then Aang was initially kind of hesitant, but then like after kind of hanging out with the guy, he sees the guy in the wheelchair has the spirit of an airbender, which is actually from Aang a very high compliment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're all Team Airbender. Now you know how it feels when you're making puns on my show.
Oh, I'm sorry. It seems like Jared has slightly disconnected. How's it feel?
Now you know how it feels, dude. Now you know how it feels.
Now you know how it feels.
No, now you know how it feels.
Now you know how it feels.
This is going to be a crazy episode. You got me, dude. Fine. You got me.
Wait. Wait, are you saying...
Change my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Love's so hard to find.
We got him.
Do you have the clip of someone throwing the shoe at George Bush? You need that. We just ducks it and actually throws it back, too. That's the funny part.
Actually, like, I wish this was 2000. I could go back to 2005 and like create the edit of like dodge this, with
Yes!
Trinity.
No, you
and
still
then,
can.
And then you see the shoe throwing, and he just goes.
What you could do is like have the clip so that the guy throws the shoe at George Bush. What you do is take the clip of Neo doing this and then superimpose Bush's face on the Neo,
And then turns all the bullets into shoes.
Yes, exactly. That's got to be a fan edit too. But anyway, back to the episode. But yeah, it's very like. Again, this is one of those episodes that like depicted war, I think, actually really well with because it's essentially an air to ground battle, but done in like steampunky ancient technology, which we have a point to bring up about this being a war episode.
No. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We're still doing the recap.
Mm-hmm.
This is a moment where I really wish I had the Fallout clip. War never changes. Like, you know,
war never changes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sadly. And so, I got a clip. So basically, he opens the door, and you get your ... moment, and basically it's revealed that the Mechanist has been making weapons for the Fire Nation in exchange for them leaving him alone, which it's really heinous.
That happens in war, though.
But when the Mechanist says, "I did this for you," I get that. Like, I totally get that. Like,
it happens in war all the time.
Like, he's in the wrong, but like, I totally believe him when he said he did it for a good reason. Like, he's wrong, but like, he didn't do it for evil reasons. He did it, as a matter of survival, which, I can like, and plus he changes his mind really quickly, so you can obviously tell he wasn't doing it out of spite.
And again, like I said before, it happens in war all the time that you'll have someone that will provide aid to the dominant force just so the dominant force leaves them alone.
Yeah, it's a tale as old as time.
Beauty and the Beast.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
You set me up so well for that. I just can't escape that.
I was thinking about doing that myself. Like, no, that would be too cringe. But then you're the cringe for me, so we're all good.
You do that on my show all the time, so it's all good.
Why? I just
fuck off, Banished.
You sure ought to be using that clip on a show that kids watch?
Fuck off, Banished.
All right.
I don't. Just this once. So, well, twice, but whatever. Who's counting? Me. But anyway. So basically, you have a Fire Nation person come, and he's like, "Oh, we're gonna attack you," and so basically, they're talking about like the Fire Nation, and so they basically this happens.
This is just what they want. You're playing their game. Then now play dirty.
Such a great clip. But also, have you noticed the Fire Nation tanks are very much inspired by World War I M1 tanks from the British that used to just go over trenches and such?
Yeah. So it's a little more steampunky, but yes. So basically, they they kind of like do the aerial bombardment, and I gotta say, this whole sequence was actually very thrilling. Like the whole like running up, jumping, and flying, and just like that whole sequence was like so exhilarating. Like it was
it's such a great action scene. It's like you got gliders showing up, dropping like little bombs on them.
The show's response to this was like,
"You didn't see that coming?"
Yeah, exactly.
And so this is the point where we get to the little topic of discussion, like the whole reason. So this video is titled, "Is Sokka a war criminal?" Now, Jared is a little bit into this, but like, so as some of you guys may know, there is some discussion in the fandom of if Iroh is a war criminal. Now, before we kind of get into talk with this, I actually kind of need to give a shout out to Overanalyzing Avatar, a YouTube channel here, who he does like much better. This he basically does what we do, but like a lot better. So shout out to him. Also, I'm giving him credit for this part because like I don't want to be an a-hole. He pointed out
more than you already are. I'm only kidding.
Fair. The fact that I just admitted to it right away.
I know.
Anyway, so when he did this episode, much better. Go watch that instead of this.
Yeah, don't watch our videos. Go watch someone else's
I
videos.
am way too humble for my own good. I'm a humble a-hole. Let's go that one. He pointed out that you see Sokka using a war balloon with the Fire Nation insignia on it. In fact, they even point this out in the episode, and they use that to drop bombs onto the Fire Nation. And I actually have the Geneva Convention pulled up on my screen, and let me read you verbatim. Let me read you the Geneva Convention verbatim. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Article 23F of the 1899 Hague Regulations provides, and this is a quote, "It is especially prohibited to make improper use of the national flag or military ensigns and uniform of the enemy."
Okay.
So, in layman's terms, it is prohibited to use the symbols, insignia, basically to pretend to be using the symbols of the enemy to perform to do a sneak attack. It is especially prohibited. All right.
Then Star Wars people are war criminals too, because in Episode 6 they hop in an Imperial shuttle to land on Endor.
That one might be more up for debate because that was more of a spy operation. I don't know. That one's more up for discussion. But like in this Avatar case, this is like blatant. Like this is like there's no discussion. This is a war crime. You can't spin it. You can't try and make excuses. This is as blatantly literal war crime as you
Well,
get.
you kind of nuke aside from orbit essentially when you think about it.
I mean, the whole doing the boiler thing, like that part is not really a war crime. That's just a attack. It's, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I don't think nuclear bombs themselves are a war crime. They're just mad. Nuclear destruction.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's yeah.
You could say the UN would get mad if you dropped a nuke.
Tell that to Putin.
Ooh,
all right. Let's reel this in.
Reel it back. But yeah, that is interesting. I didn't know that was considered a war crime. I thought that was just appropriating an enemy's military assets to use in an operation.
I mean, that might be a war crime too. I don't know.
I guess it's kind of like you're falsely, like you're like framing another a side of committing a war crime. It's like if
it could be, it could not be. I don't know. So I'm gonna just feign ignorance and just move on.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So what do you guys think? Is Sokka a war criminal? Is Iroh a war criminal? Am I a war criminal?
Is Aang a war criminal?
Well, we all know Jared's a war criminal, so that discussion is all settled. But like,
based on what, I wonder. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, just don't put me on any on the same list that Hillary's favorite people go on.
Yeah, but. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Now that we're canceled,
the only person that I don't think is a war criminal is, what was the name of the character Jennifer Hale plays in the show? The one I love so much. I don't think she's a war criminal.
You say that just because she's hot.
I say it because she's a badass and female empowerment, baby.
All right. On that note, thank you everyone for stopping by. Jared, frick you. I hate you, but I also love you.
Oh,
please clap.
So yes, on that very, very cringy note, I just want to say thank you. And remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to walk through it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 18 of Avatar Rewatch. I'm Nick from the Phoenix Press, and joining me is Jared. What's up, brother?
I detected a lot of plot points from the Avatar movie when I was watching this.
No! That movie does not exist. There is no movie.
I gotta send you the "Why did you say that name" clip I always use on my videos.
Yeah, that might be a good one, or I do something in my own flavor.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Oh wait, it's Michael Scott when Toby comes back. He's like, "No, God, no, no, no." Yeah, that works. That works. With Aang and Sokka.
Crap, mega crap.
Yeah.
So, getting to the recap of this episode. Right now, we are on the third to last episode of the season. Things are getting serious, all right? So the gang, has finally made it to the North Pole. They finally make it to the Northern Water Tribe, all right?
Mhm.
And immediately we're kind of struck by how different the different tribes are, you know?
Mhm.
Like Jared, what was your kind of first thoughts upon this early parts of the episode?
Well, the first part of the episode, again, the reason why I bring up that movie is because when I saw the girl with the white hair, I'm like, oh no. But I will say, this was way more entertaining than whatever the hell that was.
Yes, the movie that does not exist. You know,
It's not even a movie, dude. It's not even a movie. It's a crime against humanity. Speaking of war crimes. But anyway, I watched it, and again,
Jared, I can't believe you keep bringing up that movie.
Okay, then. Okay, then. So, man, this must be what it's like for you on Comics League. Jeez. But anyway.
I mean, I could always do this. Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like we've lost the connection with Jared for a second.
You now have power.
How does it feel? How does it feel?
You now have power. I need the unlimited power clip. But anyway.
I really do.
What I will bring up is that this episode, I like how this episode brings up, because you see the water tribe, that they look very advanced. Look at the Na'vi. They're like, okay, they're very spiritual. They're very advanced. Then they're like, no women can be warriors. Like,
yeah,
whoa.
we'll get to that. We'll get to that. That's kind of the meat and potatoes of this episode. I love the design of and I'm sure this is like their capital. They probably have like more settlements around, but I love how it's like ice Venice. I love that.
It makes sense.
And then also we cut back to Zuko's story, and this is a really kind of serious thing. You know, some stuff happens where I guess you could say all the plans just kind of blew up in the face.
Please clap.
No, and I love it when a plan comes together.
Fuck off, Modest.
I thought you didn't want to use that one in the Avatar show.
Fuck off, Modest.
All right, whatever. But anyway.
That desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, I didn't expect for a second there. I didn't know what happened because I was like, okay, there's no way he's that stupid to blow up his own ship with him on it. And I was like, oh no, that was the point.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much as soon as they said blasting jelly, I knew what was up. Yeah, Zhao is ruthless, and basically this episode is basically just getting all the pieces in place for like the grand finale, which we'll talk about, But yes, so they get to the North Pole, and they're supposed to be trained by this man named Paku. All right, and Paku, it turns out, is a sexist asshole.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing, and he basically sends Katara off to the healers, and we kind of get like a little information about the necklace. We get some hints about future storylines. I really have to say, overall, as we're getting into this part of the story, so many shows do a lot of like girl power, feminist kind of messaging, and they do it like so wrong.
Like Supergirl.
I think later seasons, anyway.
Later seasons, yeah.
I do feel like some of the earlier seasons of Supergirl are at least tolerable.
So you know why? Because the earlier seasons weren't done by CW, I believe.
Only the first season was done by CBS, by the way.
Yeah, the first season was great. I was like, okay, this is great, and then CW is going to CW. But anyway, my point is that, yeah, I've seen shows after shows after. That's why, honestly, whenever I hear a female-led show, I'm like, oh, God, here we go. Man bashing.
Yeah, and this episode, I feel like, is kind of what I always like to point to. But, like, you can do it right. You can do this messaging kind of right.
Even what's funny, So you have Master Pokemon, who is being an a-hole. Yes, I'm calling him that. And then
Haku.
Whatever. So then you have so Master Pokemon is being a massage. But then you have Sokka, who's being a gentleman toward the princess. So you have a nice contrast here. Yes, he's Sokka. Let me put it that way. But
he's Sokka.
But what that's showing is that as opposed to what most feminist shows do, they don't have a positive male example. All the males are like idiots. Where you have Aang. Aang says, I'm not going to let you...
2015!
Yeah.
Sorry, I had a little...
Aang legit says, I'm not going to let you teach me unless she learns too. So I'm like, yeah, if you're showing positive men, then guess what? Yeah, you're going to be able to hold the audience more.
And even really the officials in the Northern Water Tribe, it's not that they don't want to do it. It's not that it's due to, I mean, Paku's kind of an a-hole, but like it's more tradition that preventing them from agreeing in anything. It's like, what are you going to do? Make me force him to teach you, you know?
Well, you know, every Paku needs a trainer.
Okay,
how does it feel? How does it feel?
Fuck off, modest.
You know, there are some cringe levels that I think even the internet have trouble handling.
How does it feel, dude?
Unlimited power!
Now you know it's like when I'm trying to make a point, you pun.
Oh, now I can pun and get away with it. Because
True.
I'm the one with the power. This is my domain.
Mm-hmm. But anyway,
Of course!
That's my point, is that they give you the positive male, and really it's only one male who's a douche.
Yeah, so let's kind of you know, wheel things forward a little bit. So we get this really great fight between Paku and Katara, and she actually does a pretty decent job, even to the point where even Paku has to admit, like, okay, you're pretty good. Still not going to train you, but you're pretty good, you know. And this is really, I think, the moment that like letting Paku win is really the reason why this show is so much better than everything else, because realistically, yeah, Paku would win. Realistically, that is what would happen. Paku is a water-bending master. And yes, Katara did great. Katara held her own, you know.
Can I say, that action
Paku would
scene
literally wash the floor with her.
That action scene was freaking amazing. I'm gonna tell you that right there. Where she's using ice and turning ice into water and back and forth. I'm like, yeah, this is freaking dope.
See there, but the thing is, now we're kind of leading into my one big complaint about this episode,
which is,
and it's the moment that turns Paku's, you know, where, so the necklace gets cut off, which is like, we know it's her grand's necklace, and it turns out Paku carved that necklace 60 years ago. For grand, but she moved to the South Pole, and that's what turned his ways. He's not forced to admit he's wrong. He's not like forced to change. It's not an internal motivation that drives the resolution. It's an external one. It feels cheap. Now they set it up as well as they can. I'm not gonna, you know, as far as the setup of the plot point, I think it's fine.
I disagree. I
think it's a really cheap way to move that plot point along.
It's tropey as hell, dude. I didn't like that. I was like, of course, to use the of course drop. I was like, oh my gosh, really?
Like,
that's
honestly,
why he becomes less of a misogynist, just because he happens to be related to you, kind of.
I honestly would, you know. If it were me, I would have had a more kind of thing like to show her, you know, kind of thing where it's like maybe he saves his daughter or son or something, you know, I don't know. Like,
or just how about like she puts up a good enough fight that he's like, you know what? Yeah, I beat you, but I respect you now. How's that?
Well, actually, here's what I would have done. I would have invented another character basically have it be Paku's grandson, and have him be the one to face Katara, and then she wins, and then that's why he trains her.
Mm-hmm.
That honestly is what I would do, and make him just as much of a d-bag as Paku. Like, no, I got this, grandfather.
That's why I rate this episode at like an 8 out of 10. That takes off 2 points, that reveal.
Yeah, for me, it's like an 8.5, not a 9.
No, it's not deserving of a 9 because that reveal is so tropey. It's CW quality at this point.
I mean, I don't mind tropes, but only when they're done well. This one, the problem is that moment feels cheap. Like up until then, it was great. Also, the other thing is, like, in all of the Northern Water Tribe City, Paku just happened to be right where they're training at night.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it would be one thing if they said like a passage of time, or like she used a move that only Paku would have taught her. Like just having Paku right up there, it's like, come on. In all the Northern Water,
I'm just like, as soon as I watch this, as soon as he goes, oh, that's the necklace. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, it's just very. I mean, it's a nice payoff for the necklace. I think they set it up brilliantly. Like, as far as setting up that plot point, they literally spent this whole season. The necklace has been a Chekhov's gun this entire season, so it got some payoff, which is nice.
But it's just the way it's paid off. Yeah, exactly. The way it's paid off is so stupid.
And I like how they kind of put some seeds earlier in the episode where it's like, oh, grandparents from the Northern Water Tribe. It's like, oh, someone from here carved it. Like, it's they put the seeds together nicely. I don't. It's the setup is fine. It's just the execution left a little bit to be desired.
A little bit. It left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, it's a bit groan worthy, but
at least we got an awesome action scene out of the deal.
Yeah, Katara actually did pretty decent, even surprising Paku at points, which that is a feat.
Yeah, she used hydro cannon.
It's super effective. Sorry,
my favorite is when you like one hit KO a Pokemon and the game says it's not very effective. I'm like, au contraire.
It was effective enough.
Yeah.
So anyway, the episode ends with Admiral Zhao and his fleet. He's going forward to Northern Water Tribe. The stage is literally set.
That fleet reveal reminded me of the Snyder Cut when Darkseid goes, ready the Armada, we will use the old ways, and he walks to see that army of parademons. I'm like, oh boy. Although we'll get resolution in this one.
Okay, now I need to do like a 15-second cut of that. Like, by the way, don't steal this idea where it says, ready the Armada, we'll use the old ways, and then it cuts to that fleet, and you get like the do.
You should do that. That's honestly a good idea.
I'm going to. It's going to be an easy edit, but yeah, that's going to be a short.
I have the previous clip of Darkseid going, ready the Armada, we'll use the old ways. I can just send it to you.
All right, cool. Yeah. That's gonna be
a great idea, honestly. I'm like, yeah, that does flow together really well.
Yeah. So yeah, we can expect that. All right, so here's what's going to happen, all right? So the next 2 episodes are the last 2 episodes of this season, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a 2-parter.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're going to do is next week on the 26th, we will be doing a live stream for this 2-parter, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We will be live streaming reactions, we'll take questions, and then the next day, there will be a cut-down version of it released onto YouTube, at the standard time. And then we're not going to immediately go into season 2 because we're actually going to be doing a reaction thing on Jarrett's channel.
Which we're going to be reacting to the show that got me into DC Comics, and that is Justice League.
Yep. So we're doing season 1 there.
Yeah.
And then from then on out, basically we're going to be doing a dual thing where it's like, he's going to be doing Justice League on his channel, Justice League Season 2, and then Avatar Book 2 will be on our separate channels, and they'll release on different days or whatever. But we'll be doing it simultaneously on my channel. You will be able to. I'll be every Friday, and that's starting on the 3rd. I will be doing a Let's Play series of a video game. Basically, I'll be playing this game, and then Jared will be teasing me. He'll be heckling me. He will be the peanut gallery.
I will be getting a soundboard and playing wah 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 constantly.
It will be glorious. And we finally decided on the game. It will be Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
That's an excellent choice.
All right. So, Jared, I think this is a good episode. I am so ready for the finale. You're going to love it.
It's so much fun.
And before I go, I just wanted to thank everybody for joining on this journey. This has been a great journey, and I look forward to doing this more. I look forward to season 2 because I can't wait for Jared to see Toph. He is going to love her.
Well, I already met my waifu in this season already.
I don't know.
My heart belongs to Jennifer Hale, dude.
You might meet there's some other ladies that might steal your heart. I'm just saying.
I don't know.
Oh, well, anyway. So this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press. And remember, I can only show you the door. You have to walk through it. Hello there. I am Nick Gibson, and you're watching live the Avatar rewatch for the final 2 episodes of The Last Airbender. Let me bring in someone. I don't know who this is. Oh, how did you get here?
Wow, I don't know. I just saw you were live, and I was like, oh, okay. I'm very familiar with that show from the visionary film by M. Night Shyamalan.
That didn't take that long.
I know. Immediately I was going for it.
All right, so this is going to be not just a recap of the last 2 episodes, but we are also going to be giving our thoughts on the entirety of book 1 because, well, we did it. We have finished season 1. I think we have deserved this.
Nice.
Yes, there you go.
All right. So the 2 episodes in question are Siege of the North Part 1 and 2, which is the 2-part finale for Book 1, Water of Avatar, The Last Airbender. So, Jared, what are your initial thoughts?
Of the episode arc?
Yes.
Okay, so when I was watching this, I remembered in the back of my head, I was like, okay, so Nick titled this Aang becomes a kaiju or like Godzilla. And I was wondering, okay, how literal is that? Then when I watched the episode, I'm like, oh no, he was being serious.
About as literal as you could possibly get.
Yeah, immediately, audibly, I was like, oh wow, Nick was right.
It's actually kind of funny that we ended up talking about this episode, seeing as how yesterday we were talking about Pacific Rim.
Pacific Rim and Godzilla and stuff. By the way, on my channel, we will be talking about the Godzilla movies soon. I hope someone picks that. But anyway, back to this. This was basically, I took it as sort of like a very PG version of Saving Private Ryan because there's always one big action scene. Which I loved because I've said throughout the entire season, I love the action in this show. And this basically took and just ramped it up to 11. I liked how Korra was throwing water at Zuko and freezing him in one spot. I was like, yes.
Yeah, I love that moment of acknowledgement. You little peasant, you found yourself a master, haven't you? It's at times both an insult but also a mark of respect. I just found that really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And it was like, I'm watching this and I'm like, okay. And again, I say this many times. So this is why people were telling me that I, of all people, have to watch the show.
Yeah. So before we kind of touch upon all that stuff, let's kind of reel it in and go back to the beginning of the 2-parter, where it seems like some time has passed between the last episode and this one. Because they've been training, Aang's kind of been slacking a little bit. Katara is doing well, and Paku. We got someone.
What's up, Lawrence? Yes, that's a good. Okay, wrong franchise, but I like what you're doing there.
He's got the right idea. You know what I mean? I have the spirit, but you got the right idea.
Actually, that works best for the next show that we're going to rewatch on my channel.
Spoilers.
Yes, we've announced it at this point, so it's
Yes,
fine.
I mean we've announced it, but we'll go into detail later.
Yep.
So there's you got the training and whatnot, and then and then we also have the deepening relationship between Yue and Sokka, which I gotta say, they handled this really well. Like they actually, it feels like they give time for it to breathe.
Mm-hmm. And so again, what was going in the back of my head was the movie, unfortunately, because this scene was kind of shown a bastardized version in the movie. Like she doesn't die in the movie, I don't think.
Which in the movie that does not exist, he does die. Basically, the scene, if I remember correctly, because
I thought her hair turns dark and then she's fine. I thought.
No, it plays out roughly the same, the scene question, but we're trying to reel it back here. We're trying to reel it back.
But yeah,
I realize you're eager to talk about that part, but like, let's reel it back here, brother. No, it's a good finale. It's a good finale. You know.
Well, of course.
I'm trying to go in sequence here, so it's all good. It's all good.
Well, of course, but my point is that I like that, and I like how it's basically we're seeing another form of Sokka, like not being a douche, but he's being like more like respectful, because this whole time you could argue he's been the most misogynist character in this entire show.
I would argue that he was really only a misogynist in the beginning.
Okay.
Suki humbled him real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like after that episode he got a lot better.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
That's my argument anyway.
Mm-hmm. That works, yeah. And yeah, I definitely and I liked how like one of the things I enjoyed, I know this is skipping around a little bit, but I liked when there actually know it. I'll wait. But anyway, I like how there's like how now actually throughout this entire episode, their whole experience with the Fire Nation plays into like them telling like the water people, yeah, the strategy's not going to work because we have firsthand experience of these people, like the uniforms. They know that when ash falls from the sky,
it's Admiral Zhao, not Chow.
Yeah, exactly. And I love this, and I love how she's going back to what you were talking about before. Yeah, you have this whole forbidden love. Oh my gosh, I love you, but I can't because I'm in an arranged marriage, because that trope hasn't been played many times.
I think they handle it fairly well here, though.
They do handle it really well, though. I'm just saying that they take that trope and at least do something interesting with it.
Yeah, like I actually do like that there's a bit of a time jump between these two episodes, because they don't really say how much time has passed, but I think that's a good thing, because it allows enough time for things to breathe, where it's like, okay, I can realistically see Yue, and like they imply that her and Sokka have been kind of hanging out more and whatnot. So it gives more time for her to kind of fall in love and whatnot. And yeah. You know, so basically you have like the most Linkin Park moment ever, where it's like the ashes fell like snow. And the great I'm not gonna torture you with my singing anymore. But yeah, which Sokka knows as like a precursor to a Fire Nation attack. And I really like the chief obviously respects their input, because he knows they've dealt with Fire Nation every week for 6 months straight, you know.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
And then so there's this really, really poignant moment where it's like, all right, we're gonna do this mission. Some of you are not gonna come back. And
thanks for the vote of confidence, boss.
You know, like, and I have to mark them, and like Sokka volunteers. He walks up, and like as he's walking away, Yue turns. He's crying. It's such a.
What I also love is that his commanding officer turns out to be her fiance. So he's like,
yeah, that definitely, you know, and I know kind of the modern depiction for a lot of these like love rivals is like, oh, he's actually a good guy. It's just, you know, blah blah. No. He is the classic quintessential jerk, you know, like how they used to do these.
Who doesn't respect her? He sees her more as like property and more of like more like an advantage to like enrich himself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's handled so well. I like it.
Especially the climax of his personal storyline. Like, it is about as anticlimactic as
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, oh, particularly what happens to him at the end of episode 2. I was like, oh God, this is so good.
Yeah, well, I think it's like more the end of episode 1, but like he's like, death to the General Zhao, and he just goes off. And they literally had a "so anyway" moment.
Yeah, I love that. That was so good. I just love. He shows up. He hypes himself up.
It's such below his like measure of attention that like the fact that like a water tribe just tried to assassinate him is like, wait, what? Wait, what?
So you could say, according to Superman, he's not impressed. But I love how he goes over. They hype him up to be like this badass. And then he's like, he runs through, and then the dude basically just sidesteps him.
Yeah, it's such below his attention. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel about like Paku in this episode? How he's really come around, honestly.
Oh yeah, I love that. Again, I love how everything again builds, and I like how really you could argue all these character arcs come to a head in this arc to the point where you could conceivably just watch book 1 and you have a complete story.
Yeah, and I think that's something that really kind of helps this show. It's a complete story. Obviously, there's more story to be told, but at least the particular story is complete, so to speak.
Yeah, so you don't have to like go, okay, now I have to watch episode 2 to see how this arc concludes. No, it's done. If you want to continue on, that's fine, but this particular part is done.
I'm going to raise a thing that this is going to be kind of a theme throughout the rest of our rewatch. Avatar plays out a lot like Star Wars, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And book 1 is very much A New Hope, okay?
Yeah.
And it ends very much like kind of like A New Hope. You got the siege, you got kind of like the last minute thing. So this is the New Hope of Avatar.
You have essentially someone using the Force to overcome a great power.
Oh, there's so many comparisons we can make.
It's just me. I got words to say about what Aang does at the end of this episode of this battle.
See, the thing that I really like about this finale, it does a lot of stuff that not only not a lot of stuff that like kid shows do, but also a lot of things that shows in general do. Like they showed Aang being heroic and taking down ships, but it's like there's an army of them. Like I really feel like they go into the hopelessness of it. They allow their main character to be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
In a way that not many even adult shows do.
Yeah, because he's like unconscious for like a good portion of this battle. Then when he wakes up, he's like, "No, I got this."
You got to remember, Aang is essentially a 12-year-old kid.
Yeah,
you're asking a 12-year-old kid to battle a imperialistic Navy army force and to shoulder these responsibilities.
It's like when they asked Luke to essentially become a Jedi and lead the rebellion when he was like, what, 16?
I think it was more like 18 or 19 or something.
But my point is that he was, granted, he wasn't as young as Aang, but he was very young. And then all of a sudden, all this responsibility, he has to fight the most powerful military force in their universe.
At least Luke had the benefit of being a little bit older, a little bit wiser.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even at teenage years, he still had,
all he wanted to do.
I can't leave the farm. I got work to do.
All he wanted to do was pick up some power converters.
You can play with your friends later. I'm so.
What is it about the Skywalker family that whining runs in the family? It takes you a long time to respond. I know you're picking out a clip.
I mean, you probably should have known. You know my clips, and you set me up perfectly for that one.
Yeah, I was like, okay, Anakin Skywalker's probably coming up. But anyway.
Hello there.
Oh, yes.
Wait, Obi-Wan. No. We don't want you.
Nick, can I say, you need that as my intro whenever I come on this channel.
No shit.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so Aang's unconscious. He goes through a whole spirit journey. He comes out. And then they go, oh my gosh, all hope is lost. And Aang's like, no, it's not. So at this point, I'm watching this episode and I'm like,
no, you're skipping over a lot of stuff, brother.
Oh,
Again,
okay.
You're skipping so much stuff. Like,
Yeah, I know.
Like we haven't even touched upon Zuko's storyline here.
Oh, yeah.
So Zuko's been stowing away in the ship. You know, they thought he's dead and whatnot. And you know, Iroh's the general on it, you know. And it's revealed that Admiral Zhao has been to the secret library. Like, oh my god, like a library that spoiler alert, we are going to be seeing next season.
Ooh boy.
I'm going to leave it at that for Jared's sake. Oh my god, that's a great episode. But anyway, so it's revealed that the moon and the ocean spirits push and pull, which I really like this because in reality, the moon's gravity actually does affect our tides.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is
like
an actual thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is actual like the high tide and the low tide is synced up with the moon. So so the fact that they did that I thought was like really cool.
Yeah, they sort of tied in some science to their magic universe.
It's almost like they did their research. Oh my.
And he's going to play that clip any minute now.
And as soon as I find it.
Oh my.
Knew it.
Well, I wasn't going to, but as soon as you called me out, I kind of had to.
Well, you kind of did it, so it's no reason not to.
He did. So yeah. So we got we go to the Spirit Oasis and whatnot. Yeah, and so basically, Sokka, going back to Sokka, douche nozzles being a douche nozzle, and you know he kind of says some stuff about Yue, attacks him. The chief takes him off, and then later on, he's like, I took you off for very selfish reasons. I want you to guard Yue. Okay, I have a conspiracy theory about this. All right.
Okay.
I think the chief knows he's been spending time with Yue, and he knows that Yue secretly likes Sokka. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think here's my theory: if Yue had survived, and most likely that kid might have died or whatever, I think he would have had no problem with Sokka, you know, getting the engagement.
Considering the fact that as far as we knew, her ex-fiance kind of died in a very
I think
way.
doing that was multi-layered. Like I'm going with the assumption he knew about them seeing each other, knew about them the feelings, and he knew that like he sees Sokka as a good man. I think it's both to spare the man that Yue obviously loves, also to make sure the person guarding her will do, like, not only is Sokka capable,
will do everything possible to protect her.
Yeah, so I think it's actually a very smart thing. You know, because like the chief seems like a sensible man, and I think he sees. I mean, the marriage itself is political, so it's not nothing. You know.
Yeah, of course.
I do think he kind of sees the kid what he is, but like he probably can't do anything because it's already been done. It's political and whatnot. I think you know that's kind of my personal kind of conspiracy theory about that.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you on that one.
Oh, hey man, how you doing? We got Genuine Comics popping up. How you doing? We're just kind of recapping the last 2 episodes of Avatar, the last Airbender book 1. Have you seen the show? Let us know what you think. You know. Yeah. So going up to this point, what are your thoughts so far, Jared?
This episode is really building up. I'm really enjoying it, and I feel like. So going into this, I was like, okay, the show's good, but is it going to stick to landing? Because that's always my concern with these shows, because a show could be fantastic, but the ending utterly sucks.
Game of Thrones.
Well, yeah. So I'm going through this, and so far, I'm like, okay, this is good so far. This is excellent so far. Mm-hmm. So I'm waiting. Spoiler alert. At no point did I feel like the ending sucked. I'm just going into my thought process throughout this episode. But we appreciate the support, man, anyway.
Yes, likewise.
Though I do highly recommend you check out the show. It is amazing.
It's good. This is my first time watching it, like full on through, because I've seen like parts of it like when I was a wee lad. But it was really good. But it was a good way to. I know it wasn't the end of the series, but let me put it to you this way: if we decided not to do the other books, I would have still had a complete story.
Yes, for sure. I definitely compare this to Star Wars: A New Hope in that regard.
Even Clone Wars, because really each season is like a separate thing when you think about it.
Mm-hmm. So, I will say, there's kind of this moment where they do their initial attack, and it's kind of getting nightfall, and then Iroh says to kind of stop toward daybreak because waterbenders are better at night because of the moon.
Again, they're playing on that moon thing. That moon thing is still playing out there, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like this. Yep. Because for the longest time in this season, the waterbenders were kind of treated like they were the waterbenders have been kind of treated as kind of weak. But this episode's like, no, in the right circumstances, even Iroh says, or like one of the firebender generals, Iroh says, hey, listen, we have to beat them before nightfall again because otherwise they'll be unbeatable.
And then Zhao says, I have a plan.
I prepped. I'm like Batman.
He's not Batman.
No, but so many of these characters have the prep time of Batman.
But they're not Batman.
Yeah, I know that.
Like my exasperated voice kind of creates that like this epic voice. But anyway. So yeah, they launch their attack, and Aang's in the spirit realm, and then Zuko attacks.
Mm-hmm.
He had to like climb through all this water, and like you have this like right before he goes, you have this beautiful scene between Zuko and Iroh, and he's like, talks about how when Iroh lost his son. Now he think like and Zuko's like, you don't have to say it. I think of you as my son, and it's just.
Oh, I just realized my one complaint about this episode: June did not show up at any point.
Of course, that would.
I have to bring that up. I'm sorry, I'm a Commander Shepard fan. Just got to bring that up.
If you ever meet Jennifer Hale, you have to have her.
I did meet her, by the way. I have a sign.
Meet her again,
Shepard. Yeah, I have to tell her. I just saw you in Avatar.
You have to get like a really nice picture of June and have her sign it, or get like a June figure. What
I'm gonna do is that. So since Nick, like a douchebag, had someone at Comic-Con praise Wonderbat on my show, I'm going to have Jennifer Hale go, "Drinks are on me."
Now you've got to now what you got to do is you need to find like the who is the DC okay, we'll talk about this later.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's my plan. That's what I'm doing for Nick.
All right, I'm just saying this: if you ever meet the person who played Wonder Woman in the DCU, have her say,
"You mean Gal?"
Like what?
You mean Gal?
No, animated.
Oh, you mean DCAU? You said EU.
Sorry, AU. Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah.
You should have her say something about Super Wonder just to get back at me.
Well, she's Wonderbat, so I wouldn't be able to do that.
Or just any like Wonder Woman actress or whatever.
I'll pick one and just say, can you just say I've always had a crush on a certain Kryptonian?
Or if you meet like a well-known Wonder Woman cosplayer or whatever.
Well, actually, Linda Carter's Super Wonder, so I got the OG on my side. But anyway,
okay, if you get a video of Linda Carter saying that to me,
there you go. But that's gonna be your intro whenever you come on the show for like a month. But anyway, back to the show again. This is my one thing that it's not like I'm not gonna take points off, but it would have made it so much better if Jude showed up just for like a battle or something like that.
How?
She's a Fire Nation person. She could be on one of those ships.
She's in the freaking Earth Kingdom. You think like how the frick is she gonna go for? It's like
I would think they would mobilize their forces.
You're asking someone who's like in who's in St. Louis, Missouri, to get to the North Pole. Like,
I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm just saying it would have been cool.
she's not even military. She's a bounty hunter.
Does she show up though later on the show? I'll take that as a yes. But anyway, so
you're gonna be waiting a while. Let's just say that.
But in terms of like the action scenes and everything like that, again, once the battle gets started, I'm like, I also like I love when shows do this, when anime shows do this, they combine 3D animation with 2D because you have those tanks that are obviously 3D models, but they're combining with the 2D animation.
I will say, a lot of shows when they do that, it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. I like that this show, they blended it really well to where if you look closely, you can see it, but it's not immediately obvious that it's 3D. I think they did a really good job of blending it so it does look like a complete shot.
Yeah, it works really well. Because some shows, I do agree with you. It's like, oh, I don't like this. This is clearly not working. But yeah, again, this show does it well.
Let's touch upon this really fateful scene. So the battle's going on. The water tribe's actually kind of winning, and so they're in the spirit oasis. Zhao has the moon spirit, and he lifts it up, and the moon goes red, and instantly all waterbending ceases. And he goes through all his speeches, and then it's with one fire-burning slice, he kills the moon.
And then it goes completely
I'm
black
taking
and white.
of it.
No, I love how it goes black and white, except for like when fire happens or when Aang does his kaiju thing. I like how they combine, how they like blend black and white with color really well.
If that's the case, you're gonna really love Torrent Samurai issue 3.
Ooh, I can't wait to review bomb it. I'm only kidding. This is a children's show. All right. But anyway, I was about to say, don't use the F-off bar because there are kids watching this probably.
What?
No, okay. But anyway.
You're like, okay, what's he gonna play next?
Yeah, I was a little concerned there. But anyway, again, I like how they blend black and white and color really well. Again, the show has a lot of innovative ways of making this more than just a cartoon show.
What did you think of the Spirit Realm sequence?
I felt it was pretty cool. It reminded me a lot of Star Wars in that way, when like Luke is communing with Yoda, or like when he goes into like that cave in Empire, and they're basically explaining, okay, so here's who you are, here's what you do, and all that stuff. And he's like, here you must like help them. And I like how in the other world, when you see Aang, his arrow is glowing because he's obviously in the spirit realm. So it's not like he's just lying down there and you don't know what's going on. So I really dug that. I felt that was like really, really a really cool way of doing it.
Yeah, and then when the sequence, we meet Ko, the face stealer. By the way, we have a famous voice actor.
Yeah, his name was reminding me of some. He reminded me of a Quintesson from Transformers.
Actually, his voice reminded me of the host of Galaxy News Radio from Fallout 3.
Okay, I haven't played
because
that
he
much
is
of
a voice. He is actually the voice of Galaxy News Radio.
Again, so many voice actors in this freaking show that I know.
Right. Three Dog. He's the voice of Three Dog. I'm actually looking on the wiki right now. I'm trying to find the voice actor's name because I definitely recognize the name. I definitely recognize that it is definitely Three Dog. Eric Dellums is the name of the voice actor.
Oh, boy, I just had a thought. Imagine if Zack Snyder directed this battle.
Oh my God, he voiced Nazir.
Oh, really?
He voiced Nazir in Skyrim.
Oh, cool. But Nick, imagine if this thing was in live action, done justice, but instead of M. Night Shyamalan, directed by Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder's Avatar, anyone?
He could probably do it pretty decently.
Because he seems like someone that actually respects the source material. Unlike Shyamalan. It's kind of funny. That movie was so scarring. That's why it took me so long to get to the show. Because I'm like, no.
I do think Snyder probably would have done a much better job. I'm not sure if he's the right director for this movie, but he would have done a better job.
He would have at least made it somewhat like the show, I think.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure the VFX would have looked a lot better.
Honestly, the VFX for the movie weren't terrible.
Weren't terrible, but actually, if you watch Corridor Crew and their VFX artists react, they tore into that movie.
Oh.
and they talk about the VFX is not as good as you think it is. There's certain parts of it that I'm like, why didn't they do this? Again, M. Night is better when he's doing his own stuff.
Yes. So getting back to the the show, the moon is dead. Wait, let the moon die. Kill it if you have to.
The time has come for the moon to end.
So it's kind of like an all hope is lost. You got like an all hope is lost situation.
Yep.
Oh, going back, can I give props to Katara for like how well she bodied Zuko? Like she.
Oh yeah, she became a badass, dude.
Like geez, that is like oh wow.
and this plays into the end of the episode, though. But we'll talk about that when we get there. But yeah, I was surprised. I'm like, where did this come from? That's how I know there was a time skip, because there's no way that this happened like a day after the previous episode when she advances in skill this drastically.
Yeah, and remember at the end of the previous episode, they were just starting out. Like
yeah.
So it had to, I would say, probably a week or two is my estimation.
Yeah, and if you advance in that short of time by that much, yeah, I think she's pretty badass.
Just keep this in mind about Katara. She had already kind of pretty much mastered the basics at that point. I mean, even when he first went against Wenpaku, she was actually pretty skilled. So, like, her baseline was already decently high to start with. So, I think give her some good instruction and like she is a naturally talented waterbender. She is naturally talented, and she took to the instruction and yeah.
Yeah, she did great. I loved it.
And so it basically, you were in our lowest moment, and that's when it happens.
When Aang basically becomes Godzilla. So, all right. So,
okay, go ahead.
As soon as I watched this part audibly, I was like, oh, that's what Nick meant when he said Aang becomes a kaiju. Because he literally becomes a water kaiju. Literally.
So what he does is, in the Spirit Oasis, you have two fish, the Moon Spirit and the Ocean Spirit. They have like spirit names, push and pull. I can't remember what they were, but they're constantly circling each other. One is a black fish with a white dot. The other is a white fish with a black dot. Sound familiar?
Yeah. It's like yin and yang, as they say it.
And they actually make that symbol when he goes into that symbol actually comes into play in this episode, like literally. And so, one detail that I really liked is if you can see some of the wider shots, you can actually see the Ocean Spirit try to circle around, but it goes kind of more like a figure eight pattern, like trying to figure out. I thought that was really nice. So Aang merges with the Ocean Spirit, and you get like the kaiju. I love how.
Well, first, wait. It's just glowing water flowing away from that lake. Then all of a sudden, it starts to grow and grow and grow. And there's Aang. He's basically in a mech suit, but made of water. It's basically, you know what it is? It's Attack on freaking Titan right now.
It's a Gundam.
It's a little bit more Attack on Titan. But I love this because it's like all these Fire Nation people are like attacking him. He's just swatting him away with water at this point.
And then you have the Water Tribe people. They immediately see it. They bow because like they know what they're looking at.
They know what's happening. Even like he goes all the way out into the ocean, and he basically swats away the Fire Nation fleet, and it's like, go away.
Yep. And then so Zhao tries to run away, and he's pursued by Zuko. Because Zuko's like, bro, you tried to kill me. Time to repay the favor.
And
like as you can see,
like Zuko is now he's even more of a match for Zuko now. Like he beat Admiral Zhao and the Admiral Kai at the beginning of the season. Now he's doing even better.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. So yeah, the water kaiju basically destroys the Fire Nation Navy. And yeah, and then so you basically going back to the Spirit Oasis, you basically you have Iroh, Katara, Yue, and Sokka. I love one thing I love is like they recognize Iroh's not a threat because like when Zhao was about to do it, like Iroh was about to attack him, you know, like don't do it. So I think they might kind of like, okay, maybe he's okay, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then so the thing about Yue, and we're gonna get into a theory about this here in a second, was when she was born, she wouldn't sleep. She was kind of just, you know, an empty shell. Then they took her to the moon spirit, and she was blessed by the moon spirit. Her hair went white. There is a fan theory out there. So the Avatar cycle is a cycle. It goes like earth, water, like air, water, earth, fire, and then it repeats, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you get the elements in that order, all right?
Yeah.
Like, for example, after Aang dies, the waterbender Korra, from the water tribe, it's from the nations.
Mm-hmm.
There is a fan theory that Yue was the one supposed to become the Avatar, and because Aang was still alive, that didn't have a spirit inside of her, like an empty shell, and so the moon spirit kind of filled that void.
It's actually not a bad theory when you think about it.
So when Iroh points out that she has a moon spirit, basically her and Sokka have like this really beautiful moment. Then she kind of just gives her life to the moon spirit, and she becomes the moon. So
I am the moon.
How would you feel if your ex-girlfriend was a moon and always watching over you?
So basically, she becomes a force ghost, is what you're telling me.
I mean, did you watch the episode? She essentially did.
She essentially did. Yeah, I know. She's like, Yoda will always be there for you.
Mm-hmm. So the moon spirit is revived. Balance is restored.
To the force.
I'm one with the force. It wasn't with me. Sorry. So yeah. And then you know. And then the battle, and then right before Aang stops it, the moon, the ocean spirit basically takes him away, and we don't see him around. Literally, he shows up in a cameo in Legend of Korra.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to spoil that, but like we don't see him again. He is gone, effectively dead.
Which, yay! I'm like, yeah, that dude's an a-hole.
Yeah, and so yeah, now we're basically that's the end. Book 1 water.
Then we have like we have to talk about a little post-credit scene, if you will. I know it's not post-credit, but it amounts to what a post-credit scene is.
Okay. So did you recognize the voice actor?
You know I didn't. Who was it?
You didn't like we've been talking about Star Wars this whole time.
Is it a Jedi?
Yes.
Is it a well-known Jedi?
It is the Jedi.
Luke Scott, Mark Hamill? Oh, okay, Mark Hamill. There you go.
Mark Hamill voices the Fire Lord, and we get like, so this is not the first time we see Azula. We did kind of see her in that flashback, but yeah, basically the game is set for season 2, which in my is actually season 2 is really where the show really takes off. And you'll kind of see why, Jared, when we get to that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, overall, what were your thoughts on season 1?
Pretty good intro. Again, I've not really been like the biggest fan of Avatar in the past, but now that I've watched it, I have a very higher opinion on the show, and I'm ready when we do that to continue on to book 2. It'll be really cool.
All right. Favorite character who isn't June?
That now I actually have to think about it.
I know, that's why I did that.
Probably Aang, because I like that young hero because he's got so much put on him, but he still maintains his childhood innocence throughout the entire season.
I'm a Zuko guy. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
His story just gets even better next season. You'll love it.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's pretty cool.
What's your favorite episode?
The one with June.
Besides that one.
Do you really have to ask that?
I'm making you think. So besides
Probably
that
the first one, because I love how Aang just wakes up and he goes, "You want to go penguin sledding with me?"
For me, it's the Warriors of Kyoshi, because I really feel like that's a really good episode to kind of like, it does multiple things, and also it really opens up a lot of character dynamics and whatnot. I feel like it really sets a lot of storylines in motion.
Actually, my favorite was the one where they meet with that underground resistance movement that actually is like a terrorist group.
Oh, yeah.
Because that one really dealt with a lot of heavy topics really well.
Yeah, you will be seeing Jet again.
Oh, boy. How many people will die?
Me. If you think that was bad, wait till you see season 2 and some of the stuff they do there. Like, we're talking secret police. We're talking mind control. We're talking, like, state propaganda. Like,
wow.
I'm just going to say one phrase, and I'm going to say it without context. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Oh.
Like, there's secret police, there's the Emperor has invited you to Lake Laogai. Trust me, you will when we get to like the Ba Sing Se arc, you will be like, whoa, you'll be like surprised at like where they go.
Wow.
Also, I'm just gonna say this right now, you're gonna fall in love with Toph.
All right, awesome. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just like there's so many great like moments in season 2. I'm actually really excited to get to that to see what you think of them.
Should be fun.
Oh yeah. So yeah, let's kind of move on to what happens now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So season 1 is done. Awesome, we got through that. We are taking a bit of a break until we do season 2, because in return for the favor of him being on my channel, we're going to do a rewatch on his channel. All right, Jared, take it from there.
So we're going to be watching is the Justice League animated show from the DCAU. We're going to be watching season 1, and so we're going to do season 1 on my channel, kind of like how we did it here. And then once we do season 1, we'll be alternating. We'll be watching season 2 of Avatar, and then season 2 of Justice League back and forth. I'll be on Nick's channel for Avatar. He'll be on my channel for Justice League.
So we're either going to do it one of two ways, which we haven't really nailed down yet. We're either going to be releasing each episode, like both episodes, the same week, or we might just kind of like leapfrog, like kind of hopscotch. Like 1 week we do his episode, 1 week we do mine. We haven't decided yet. We'll announce that as it comes. Okay.
But real quick, so the way the episodes are structured in Justice League is 2 episode arcs. We'll be covering 2 episodes per week, just so we can have the complete story and we don't have to like go like, okay, to be continued.
I mean, we did that here in Avatar anyway, so
yeah. I was saying it's like what we did here whenever we had a 2-part episode. That's essentially
like
gonna be
right
the
now.
entire series.
Yeah. So that's all well and good. And then as a replacement for Avatar in the meantime, we have a thing we'll be starting on March 3rd.
I'm so excited.
Oh my god. That episode was so much fun to record.
So basically what it is, do you mind if I announce it?
Go ahead.
So Nick is going to be playing Jedi Fallen Order, and I'm going to be in the background heckling him whenever he dies or messes up or does anything in the game, really.
Yeah, it was bad.
I'm waiting for him to try and find a way to trip and fall in the game so I can go, watch your footing. It's going to be so much fun. To give you an
All right, everyone. Chill.
To give you an idea, I'm not playing also. I'm just watching him play. But that was
the worst part.
But here's the funny part about that. I didn't care because that was easily so entertaining.
So basically the entire time you were like this.
I regret nothing! Yeah, the whole time I am like heckling him. Like whenever he jumps out, whenever he falls down a cliff, I go, Nick, you're supposed to jump. You're not supposed to fall. That's generally not the idea. Or like when he gets shot, I say, you do realize that the purpose of a lightsaber is to block flash bolts, right?
So this is a preview of Jared rating my performance in the video game.
Crap. Crap. Mega crap.
Yes, that's about it. That's about it.
and then I'm like,
please clap.
And I'm like, no. But anyway, but yeah, that's gonna be Nick at the end of the game, pretty much.
And then you'd be like,
you didn't see that coming?
Yeah, exactly. I'd be like, worth it. But anyway, so that's what's gonna be. So essentially, again, we're gonna be covering Justice League, just season 1 right now. We're gonna cover season 1 as we go along, and then it'll be basically like this. And then yeah, when we reach the end of season 1, we'll do a live stream discussion on my channel too, because this was a lot of fun interacting with you guys.
yes. And then on my part, so we're gonna do books 2 and 3 of Avatar. We might cover Korra at a later date, but after we're done with that, the show. So basically, the whole thing of this series is when we cover stuff on my channel, it is shows that I've watched but he hasn't, and we do it on his channel. It's the reverse, where he's watched something and I haven't. So you got one person who knows everything, and the other person knows nothing, and that's kind of the dynamic that we have. So
yeah, I still can't believe you haven't watched Justice League, being the DC fan you are.
I watched like pieces of it here and there. So for me, after we finish Avatar, we're going to be switching gears a bit. We're going from animation to live action, and we are going to be covering the reboot from the late 2000s of Battlestar Galactica, those fracking Cylons.
Yeah, and by the way, the Katie Sackhoff series.
Yes.
So we're going to be seeing Bo-Katan, baby.
I'm just telling you now, Jared, you are going to love it.
Awesome. I can't wait.
Yep. So, right. Anything else you want to say as we wrap up? Well, like this actually ended up going a little bit longer than I thought it would.
Well, it's fine because it's a great show. And yeah, I definitely enjoyed it as someone that's historically not been that into Avatar, The Last Airbender. I've been into the Blue People Avatar, but not necessarily the Last Airbender Avatar. And it's actually inspired me to take a look at the comics. So we'll see what happens with that.
The thing to note is a lot of the comics take place after the end of the show.
So wait until we complete the show.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right. So this has been Nick from the Phoenix Press. And remember, I can only show you the door. You're the one to walk through it.